Welcome back to Macrodosing. Today's episode is brought to you by our great friends over at Manscaped. Manscaped is the leader in below-the-waist grooming. You know what? I actually used Manscaped over the weekend. Not below the waist, though. I used the cordless nose and ear hair trimmer. Shaved up the nose hair. Didn't even realize it was an issue. Went in there, just whacked all that out. It was wonderful. It's easy to use. The results are great. I love Manscaped. They've got a special deal for you guys. You can use exclusive code DOSE when you go to manscaped.com. Get 20% off plus free shipping. You can get the Lawnmower 4.0. It's the all-new skin-safe electric trimmer. It's got a ceramic blade, skin-safe technology, so your nicks and snags are going to be reduced. They've got that Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, which I used. They have the performance package that comes with crop preserver, anti-chafing ball deodorant, crop reviver, it's ball spray toner, and Magic Mat disposable shaving mats. Manscaped also have some other amazing hygiene products for men, ranging from cologne-infused body wash, 2-in-1 shampoo, and they've got aluminum-free deodorant. Again, you can get 20% off and free shipping with the code DOSE at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com. Use code DOSE. It's time to find your diamond in the rough with Manscaped. All right, let's get started with today's episode. It's good to see everybody. We got the full squad here. Mad Dog, Avery, Big T, Billy, Arian, Coley, myself. Whole squad's here because we love you guys so very deeply. And Coley, would you like to apologize to me? I'll give you another opportunity to apologize for your take being wildly inaccurate when I said that Kyrie Irving is a top 3 NBA player. Looks like I was right about that. As usual.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to apologize because it's imperative. I actually want to ask, do you have Durant also in that top 5? I hope so, because I want people to truly understand how impressive this is. I don't want people to be like, oh no, Coley was right. Kyrie's like top 25. No. They're both top 3 players in the league.
I think I originally said that Kyrie is a top 5 player when he's playing like that, which you could make the argument when he's playing like that. Yes, he is. But I still have him in my top 10. He's in my top 10. But the Celtics have just looked that much better, and we're going to game 4 tonight. Now, you should be afraid tonight, Coley, because the NBA called in the big guns. Scott Foster, old Scotty F, got the emergency page from David Stern, and it's like, hey, we need this series to go full 7 games, or at least drag it on a little bit to get some more eyeballs on it. So tonight, if I were you, I would be very afraid of these Nets.
I just can't be. The officiating's Game 3 was fine. There was I don't remember any heinous calls one way or the other. The first 2 games were so poorly officiated, I can't even begin to picture what something worse would look like. So it's hard for me to fear that, especially when Kyrie just has that look. Like, have you seen the video of him walking either in or out of the stadium where he just looks like everyone who's about to put in their 2 weeks notice looks? Like, that's the Celtics fans have seen that before. Like, he's done. He is out. He tried his best game 1. Credit to him. Didn't work as he defended the rim as poorly as possible, worse than Trae Young. And that was that. Like, he the last 2 games, he's been handedly outplayed by Peyton Pritchard, which is a wild thing to say that's actually true.
Yes, it is. I also think that Peyton Pritchard, I said this on part of my take, curious to hear your feedback. He looks the most like a fan of the team that he plays on of any player in the NBA right now. Maybe Steph. Steph kind of looks like he's a Warriors fan.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Who's the IDF soldier that's on the Wizards?
Oh, yeah. Shit, I forget that guy's name.
It's like Denny. I can't pronounce his last name. Begins with an A, but it's definitely Denny. He's in the conversation. Kyle Lowry's got the peach of a Miami Heat fan for sure. Those cheeks you can see on South Beach any day of the week. But yeah, Peyton Pritchard for sure. I mean, he might not even be the white that looks most. We've got a backup center who, outside of the height, looks more like the people in the stands for the Celtics. So yeah, we might lead the league in players who could also look like they're in the stands.
Yeah, Aaron Gordon looks a little bit like he could be a Nuggets fan too. Every time, I don't know what this is, but every time I watch the Nuggets in the playoffs, I keep waiting for Birdman to come out there. In the back of my head, I'm like, Chris Anderson's he's still in the league. He's still coming out there doing like 2 dunks a game. That dude was so much fun to watch. I miss the Birdman. Arian, what are your thoughts on the playoffs so far? Where are we at?
I have not watched the game, man.
He's a baseball fan. He doesn't have time for basketball.
I'm out here.
Muted yourself.
Damn, my bad. I hit the space bar. It does that by itself. But I remember at the baseball game. I've only been to 4 or 5 baseball games, and I was sitting next to some old dude, and I had a shorty with me there, my shorty, and very, very, very different things. And I was like, there was like six, within 3 or 4 bats, there was like 6 foul balls. I don't know if that's normal. It might be. But I was like a little faded. And I told my girl, I was like, yo, in all my years of watching baseball, I've never seen this many foul balls. It was funny. People around me laughing. They guess you had to be there, but it was funny as shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with basketball. I know I turned it on the last couple minutes of last night's game, the Nuggets and the Warriors, and Steph made this 3 and might have had the corniest celebration I've ever seen in my life. Oh, my God. That's my guy, though. But holy shit, that was bad.
His mouthpiece is getting bigger.
Arian, can you name all the series taking place right now? The NBA?
No, wait, that's not the question. The question that we posed to Billy was, can you name a series that's taking place besides the Celtics Nets and the Pelicans Suns, which was on at the time?
Okay.
And did he?
No.
No, you had to name all of them. I named one.
Okay, how many can you name, Arian?
Keep it a buck, man. When the Lakers, I just stopped watching basketball. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I saw a game last night, so I know the Nuggets and the Warriors are playing. Shit, let me shoot my shot though. Let's see.
See?
Did the Clippers make the playoffs?
Not really.
They didn't make the playoffs.
I'm not gonna be able to do this.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna be able to do this, man.
You had Clippers Rockets queued up, and that would have been an 0 for 2.
Damn.
We had an
I
all-time Stephen A. Smith discourse this morning, though. Like, Stephen A. Smith going in on the Nets is so funny because he gets to talk about Kyrie and Ben Simmons at the same time, which is, I mean, he's just taking batting practice up there. He's hitting like 530-foot home runs, pimping them, putting on a show for the fans. Earlier today, he said, when Russia invaded Ukraine, I thought there's a good chance Kyrie Irving doesn't go to work today because he's experiencing the trauma of a war going on in Europe right now. And then he was just going in on Ben Simmons. He said like Ben Simmons is a bad person, just like the worst person in the world. He's not even talking about basketball anymore. He's just talking about like somebody's personality. So the genetic makeup of their character is now fair game for Stephen A. Smith. It's almost too easy for him. They're giving him too much material. I don't know. I feel like tonight the Nets get one back. This is going to old takes expose myself. Nets by 4 tonight. Nets by 4. Scott Foster's going to pull some magic. It just has to happen.
What's the series at right now?
3-0. 3-0.
Oh, what the Celtics up?
Yep.
What has happened?
We're beating the dog shit out of them. we're playing, you'd appreciate it. We're playing football on defense. We're beating the shit out of Kevin Durant. He does not like it at all. He's not a fan.
Oh, I did not see that coming, dog. A 3-0?
Yeah. I mean, the Celtics, Coley's right. On defense, the Celtics are just very, very good. And the Nets haven't had enough time to play as a team this whole year. So
wonder why.
Yeah, don't know.
Arian, quick question. Why
citation needed?
Arian, quick question. Why haven't you been watching the NBA?
I really love basketball, man. But I think just the way my life's set up right now, I've just been extremely disinterested in pretty much everything. So I don't have a really good answer. I play a lot of video games. I read a lot of books. That sounds a little elitist, but it's true.
He's sick of the player entitlement. All the player empowerment in the NBA.
Everybody's going woke, you know. The NBA's going woke.
I think I know where Billy was going with that.
No. Basically, last night I haven't been watching much NBA recently. I've been more like watching boxing over the weekend and stuff. And it was basically being framed that the reason why I don't watch the NBA is because I am protesting. It's basically how it was framed. But I just wanted to show that people who don't watch the NBA is not because of that reason only.
Well, you know, highest playoff ratings in over a decade, one notable absence from the playoffs.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
That ain't why.
Rui Hachimura.
He didn't make it.
No, he didn't make it. That's
Notable absence.
yeah. Just ratings juggernaut. Old Rui.
Yeah.
No, that's fun to talk about. Well, you could also say like, are the ratings up because LeBron James is tweeting so much about the NBA playoffs?
Could be. He's driving more traffic than if he was just playing.
Yes.
Strong correlation.
He's better marketer than basketball player. That's a take.
High key, low key. He's a bigger
That was
influencer.
so funny. That was so funny. You missed that one, Arian. Well, who was he talking about?
JJ Redick. He's like, JJ Redick has become quickly one of my favorite analysts in the games, and he's low key / high key funny.
Like, words just do not mean things to people anymore. Like, those are polar opposites. Like, you just called the man funny.
Yeah,
there's no low keyness or high keyness about it.
That is a ridiculous thing to say, but in fairness to him, those words do kind of mean the same thing now. Like, people just say low key when they want to say something, but they don't. They want to distance themselves from it.
You might be new to low key, but this has been going on for
No, but to be fair, Arian, that's what it's become to a certain. The people who have taken those phrases, they do mean it.
Sure.
Like, it has no meaning.
Now,
Yeah, for sure.
the origin of low key, high key.
Oh,
I want to be honest.
fuck
I got
off. I don't
no.
know.
I'm not saying.
Oh, brother.
I'm just saying. I got made fun of so much when I first came back to Part of My Take, and I used it. It was like such a foreign term to the rest of the
No,
guys.
I like how y'all like.
low key. No, it wasn't foreign.
I brought it to Part of My Take. That's just
I
hilarious.
100% I brought it to Part of My Take.
We knew what it meant the entire time. We were just like, Billy uses this phrase a lot.
Well, I mean, it's a.
You
I
low
don't know.
key used it a lot.
I low key I did, but high key it's part of the vernacular that wasn't like 35-year-olds.
Yeah, that's cap. No, low key, LeBron James is driving ratings to the NBA playoffs this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's high key.
You're low key gonna find me hanging from the bathroom if we keep going.
That's high key. That's high key.
Low key. That's not a funny joke.
Like you
Yeah,
made
low
me
key was not a joke.
The second time,
High key, super serious.
The second time on this show, Coley has threatened to kill himself over the NBA.
Yeah.
Oh, I've certainly done it more times than that.
Well, just NBA takes that I can remember.
Billy
It's Robert Williams, who had a minor injury that kept him out. Not even
that was not known at the time.
True.
I just like that Billy has become like the bro ambassador for the high key low key experience. You're Ryan Loki.
I don't know, but like the thing is, I think low key was like originally like a bro phrase. I don't know if it was was it co-opted? Because the only people I know who used it were basically it started ironically from this kid who's like, shout out Rento, who'd always drop it. And then we started ironically saying it. Then it became part of the lexicon.
No, Billy's friend Rento invented Loki. We know that, Billy. You can look that up. You can trace the etymology of it.
High key.
Rento invented Loki, which was then co-opted by everybody in the world. So he invented the phrase.
I don't know where it came from. That's where I first heard it.
Is Rento on Billy's list?
No, Rento.
He's the word guy.
He's got a lot of really good.
Give me an update on how the list is going right now.
Oh, the list so we're having a yacht party at some point this week. One of the dudes has a yacht. He's taking it from I think he's low key like moving it. Sorry.
Yeah, you mean it's a boat, so it's in the water.
It's not. I don't know if it's his boat or he's just in charge of moving it to someone else. But we're allowed.
Y'all finna get caught up.
But we're having
Sounds like he stole a boat.
No. He's docking it. He's taking from like Florida to Maine or something, and he's docking around New Jersey, New York at some point. So we're gonna have a little meetup. It's a awesome. So like, it's so great. So many dudes who are unemployed found jobs through the list, which is great, which was actually the best part about enlisting. I was only going to make like one profession each, but now they've all like made their sub groups amongst the list. So this Discord's popping, and it's a great resource. Like whenever I got a lot of consultation from an astronomer about my UFO posts. Like there was this one about this object that looked like it was sucking plasma from the sun as fuel if it was like a UFO ship, but it was really just a solar phenomenon. I found that out through there. It's really an awesome place.
So if it wasn't for you never would have known that this wasn't an object sucking plasma from the sun.
As to refuel as like a gas station.
I was about to say, you thought an object was sucking plasma from the sun.
Well, that would be a great thing about it. Imagine if you created a vehicle that found its resource was sucking energy from different stars and different solar systems, and then that's how like they got around, because there's so many stars.
You're just describing AJ Teddy's life. Just sucks all the energy from the sun.
Oh my god! Actually, I'm gonna make that meme right now. That object, and just put AJ titties on the object.
That's good.
And it's sucking plasma out the sun.
That'll be a good meme. Yeah, Elon, if you're listening, Billy's got a great idea. It's just like, I feel like he would be really into that. Just sending a spaceship to go suck energy from the sun.
Dude, we got
also Elon, let AJ Teddy's back on Twitter.
Yeah.
What the fuck? She got banned just because she used to post hardcore pornography of herself every single day. That's messed up. That's free speech.
When is the Elon takeover?
I think they're finalizing it today. They struck a deal. This funding has been secured.
It could be happening right now. So the funding had been secured for Elon, and now Twitter is meeting and having a discussion with him. And it seems like all signs are pointing in the direction that Elon's going to take over Twitter.
Oh damn, guys!
What?
Oldest person in the world, Kane Tanaka, dies in Japan, age 119. Let's have a moment of silence. All right, thank you. Let's continue.
What's the final price tag?
119.
No, for Twitter.
43 billion or something like that. That was his final price tag, though.
Yeah.
It sure was. Yeah, it was like 45.
That she was vaccinated.
That has to be the worst spending of $45 billion of all time.
But that's why
it's like the only spending of $45 billion of all time.
But it's not all.
Even if you were to combine,
one of the only for sure.
What is the most expensive thing like ever bought?
Yeah, Twitter's got to be up there, right?
For sure.
Well,
it's up there with like nuclear missiles. Like,
yeah, well, of a private citizen, that's got to be.
Wait, how much was Alaska in today's
Alaska
dollars?
Wasn't shit. He got it for a bargain.
Like 30 grand.
Yeah, Alaska was like a player to be named later.
But
oh my god, Alaska's only 125 million?
Yeah, Seward's Folly.
But yeah, like of a private citizen, I can't think of anything that was.
But think about it, it's not all his money. A lot of it's backed by his assets as a form of a loan.
But he still bought it.
But he's buying it using...
He's financed. He's bought it financed.
He took on debt using his current financial holdings as collateral. So it is kind of
Twitter even
his money.
Profitable like that?
Twitter's never been profitable.
No.
That's part of why it's a bad investment.
Well, it's profitable if you can allow the thoughts and ideas that you think are being suppressed that may make you money in the future.
No, that was why it wasn't profitable, because of all those unsuppressed thoughts and ideas. It is. What was it? Iger? Was it Bob Iger who said we'll never buy that hellhole? He was right. That was the right take.
46.5 billion.
Yeah, who knows? Like, just monetizing Twitter is going to be a challenge regardless of who you have not banned from the site and who you have on the site. Like, just the format of Twitter doesn't really lend itself to, unless you make it a subscription service. I don't see like an easy way, because anytime you see an ad on Twitter, I mean, we got Big T over here muting the phrase official rideshare partner.
Correct.
It's tough to make money because like everybody hates ads on Twitter. When you see like a promoted tweet, you just scroll past it. You're like, how many times do I need to see Kate Upton advertising her video game?
Every time.
Yeah, it's true. Every time, probably.
I saw this quote recently that really changed my whole perspective on the monetary system. And it said you can either make money two ways: selling your time or assuming risk. And I was like, fuck.
I don't like what you did with your eyebrows when you said that.
And I was like,
He was really
eyebrow.
into that.
I was like,
He
I
has
gotta
one eyebrow.
assume, and they said that the richest people in the world all assumed risk. I was like, what the fuck?
You feel like I feel
I
like
gotta
you could
assume some risk.
you could fall into the hustle Twitter trap pretty easily, Billy.
No, I'm in it.
The grind set.
Too late.
Too late, bro. I'm in it.
What would you rather have, $50 million or a book that taught you how to make $50 million?
I'd rather be $50 billion in debt.
I'd rather have negative $50 billion.
I'd rather be in debt, paying interest on that debt, and turning that money into more money.
So that story that Donald Trump, when he was like, I want to say $2 billion in debt or 1.3 billion, something like that. He was driving down the street, he saw a homeless guy in the corner. He said, "Look at that man. That man has $1.3 billion more than I do right now."
Yeah.
And then he overcame everything.
And then he took a baseball. He saw a guy beating up a guy with a baseball bat. Then he hopped out and stopped him. Said, "Hey,
I forgot about that.
stop
one, yeah.
beating up that guy with the baseball bat."
Yeah, I forgot about that. That was
Yeah.
a great story. So,
Superhero.
anyway, what else do we need to talk about before we get into Elon stuff today? We
Did
got a
y'all see
lot.
that dude? Did y'all see that dude talking about homeless people? I quote tweeted it. I think it was some Tennessee legislator. Could be wrong about the state. but
Yeah.
he was explaining the old pull yourself up by your bootstraps shit, and he referenced Hitler, who lived on the streets as a homeless man. And he was like basically saying if Hitler can pull himself up, like this is the weirdest shit.
Rags
I've
to
ever
riches.
seen in my
Adolf.
life.
That's how I remember.
The real
Yes,
problem
like-
is our homeless are using opioids, not meth. You see, Hitler used meth, and that got him out of homelessness. That's the difference. Productivity.
So it's funny because anytime somebody learns a fact about Hitler, they feel the need to discuss it in a public forum. And so that guy just learned that Hitler was homeless. He's like, I know.
Look at the pot talking about the kettle right
He's
now.
like, I know exactly the place to bring this up. It's on the floor. It's on the floor of our state legislature. Yeah, he said like, you know who else was homeless was Hitler, and because we had good social services, he was able to become very successful in his line of work, which was politics. But ultimately, he did bad things. It's like great point, sir.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
The mentality was there. The ideas weren't.
Yeah, the grind set was there. What's the Einstein quote that's going around? It was like really, I think it struck me as a phrase that was really popular on LinkedIn. It felt like a LinkedIn meme that started, and then it made its way over to Twitter, and then a bunch of people started talking about this Einstein story where he was guest lecturing in a college environment, and then he wrote down like the 9 multiplication tables on the board, and then when it got to the 80s, he wrote 9 times 9 equals 82, and then everybody in the class started to laugh at him. He's like, I did that as an experiment to show you that even though I was successful 8 times in a row, you only picked out the one time that I wasn't, and you made fun of me for it. And so that was like a big learning experience for Einstein. Story definitely did not happen, but everybody was sharing.
I vibe with that.
Call super cap.
I vibe with that. I'm about to spit a lot of facts, but I might get one thing wrong and no one will talk
Are you
about all the facts.
are you high right now, Billy?
I may
No,
be
that-
microdosing.
No, that's facts, Billy. They shout your failures and whisper your accomplishments.
exactly.
Not Big T
Exactly.
spitting Drake bars. What the fuck is going on this episode, bro?
Dude, today's a 3 cup of green tea day. That's what we're riding on.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I was right. It is a LinkedIn post. So one day Albert Einstein wrote on the blackboard, 9 times 1 equals 9, times 2 is 18, et cetera, until he got to 9 times 10, which equaled 91. In class, they mocked him and made fun of him because he had made a mistake, as the correct answer for 9 times 10 is 90. Albert Einstein waited for everyone to shut up and said, despite me answering the first 9 questions correctly, no one congratulated me. Instead, when I got one wrong, everyone started laughing. This means that despite being very successful, society will only notice the smallest mistake and make fun of it. Don't let simple criticism destroy your dreams. The morale of this story, only those who do nothing don't make mistakes. Work hard every day. Albert Einstein.
Oh, man.
So true.
That's trash. Oh, that did not happen.
It's really bad. That's one of the worst
So
ones that
bad.
I've seen. When Dan Orlovsky's posting on Twitter, it's some heat. So we can get into the Elon story here, or is there anything else we'd like to
There's
discuss?
one thing. There's one thing. It got no news.
Oh,
the fake news media. You have no idea what I'm about to say, but you can
I think
guess.
I do.
Okay, I bet you.
Write
don't.
it down.
Okay,
Write it
Do
down.
you want to? No,
Give him-
no, just say it. I won't lie. Let's bet.
No, I'm gonna write it down.
I got $50 on Billy not being right.
1,000%.
At minus
All right,
4,000.
If you're not,
Gonna make 40 cents.
if
I hope he nails it.
if you're not right, you got to send me some Billy's List merch.
Oh shit!
If I'm right, I'll send you a Pusha T shirt. He just dropped a pack.
Okay.
Billy, that's like
fire album, by the way.
Why did you grunt? That's like really good branding
Because
for
it's
you.
sacred.
Yeah,
The list is sacred.
Yeah.
How many running backs do you have on your list?
What
Billy?
is this second? Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Okay, go. I've got Billy's guess in hand.
All right. I was going to talk about a man named Bruce Wynn.
I don't think this is it. It could be. Keep going.
Wait. Now let's create a synthetic market on what Billy's guess was. Does anybody have any idea what Billy's guess for Arian's guess was?
Something amphibian based?
No.
No.
Maybe.
Don't
Hold
joke
on.
about
Let me see.
amphibians.
I don't know.
It appears to be an
Something with
underreported story because
about-
I have no idea
something-
about it.
Something about Trump. Is it about him
Marjorie-
being held in contempt?
Marjorie Taylor Greene's deposition.
Definitely not underreported. No. Arguably severely overreported.
Oh man.
Food warehouse fires is what he has written here.
Oh, okay. Are you talking about Glenn Taylor, the owner of the Timberwolves?
No. It's fake news.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I think I'm wrong. What was it, Arian? Sorry.
Well, say what you got to say because this takes a tiny serious turn, but I mean a little bit.
Well, this is pretty serious too.
Okay, well, I'll just say it.
okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Basically, there was a story that was propagated about a bunch of food distribution centers being burnt down in the U.S., and everybody was like, the Johnny Depp trial is distracting from the food distribution warehouses being burnt down. 6 of them, apparently, saying that like something's going on. But I heavily researched it, consulted with the list, that it all comes from these very far-right websites.
Got it.
And they're not.
Not trustworthy.
Yeah.
You're giving this how many Pinocchios are you giving it,
Like,
Billy?
Basically a plane. So there was a General Mills plant that a plane crashed into.
Yeah, I probably would have heard about that.
Which was a
That
real.
for sure makes the news.
No, but that was a real fact. And then there was a couple, but like if you look at it, they're all individual plants. They're not sort of like major. Like there's so many of these types of plants across the U.S. that it's almost like saying, there was a bunch of car crashes today. Like, is there a war on cars?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Cars are dropping like flies out there.
Like
Yes.
that take.
I looked at it statistically.
All right,
Yeah.
so if you're Snopes, what are you giving this?
Well,
Mostly false?
Snopes is a freaking probably one of the worst things to happen.
Talk to
us.
him, Bill.
Yeah, dude, like fucking Snopes, bro.
I'd like to hear why.
Dude, Snopes has been corrected several times. I mean, Snopes has been wrong.
This
about
is the
so much
Einstein
shit.
thing we just talked about.
Yeah, but like it.
Well, I don't know. I'm genuinely curious. I don't know.
I mean-
What were they wrong about?
Okay, let's find some. Big T, you probably like. So for example,
No, I didn't say this.
the lab leak hypothesis.
I do
I mean,
hate
like-
Snopes, but I'm not
Now,
on this one.
when it came to
And
the lab
also,
leak
like-
thing, were they saying like there's no evidence?
Whatever. Let's move on. Like, I'm not here to debate Snopes. Let's get into what's going on.
I was just curious,
have a-
bro. I was
I have
asking
a-
questions.
You guys brought up Snopes. I'm not here to defend or attack Snopes. You see, I'm not going to get into arguments anymore where I'm not prepared, and then everyone just like fillets me, and then we have a fucking Soviet architecture discussion again.
I just asked why. I don't know enough about Snopes, but I always hear from the right. I always hear Snopes is that's Snopes. They don't. I've never heard why. I just hear that they're not accurate. but never heard why.
I think on several occasions they've had some things that were pretty partisan that were probably wrong about.
Yeah.
I
Not even proven.
Pass it to me if y'all see it.
No.
I don't have a dog in this race. I'm just saying I would like to see. I've never seen it.
Snopes has some stuff written about me that is factually false.
my general background on Snopes, I've always thought that they try to get things right. I don't think that they intentionally go one way or the other. They just try to figure out what's the truth and what's not. and they have been wrong in the past.
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of like Twitter, where are they trying to be correct? Maybe.
I think so. I think they've got
but they
good
have
intentions.
a partisan lean to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say about Snopes. But I think they research in good faith for the most part. Unless, I don't know, I haven't used Snopes in a couple years.
Yeah, I don't know that they're intentionally trying to get things wrong.
Yeah. All right, so sorry, Arian, that was quite a couple sidetracks there.
Quite the deviation. No, it's all good.
I owe you a shirt. Arian.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
Do you want a sweatshirt? I got the hats are pretty cool too. They're
I
coming.
want to. No, I just
Actually, for guys on the list, the new merch will be live by the time you listen to this.
Perfect. Is it? You got any black shirts?
No, just white, but we can work on that.
Carly, why you look like you ain't supposed to be eating that right now? Like you ducked off and
He's ashamed.
It's on YouTube. I don't like to be rude.
You look like a dude. You look like a dude in homeroom who didn't eat breakfast and is trying not to get away from.
Typically don't. Not far off.
All right. Anyway, there was a, and I fucked his name up. There's a climate activist, Win Allen Bruce. He set himself on fire in front of outside of the U.S. Supreme Court in protest to climate change because not enough is doing, and he died because of it. So it's like there's a whole bunch that it's really not getting any press like it should. There's like a lot of climate activists, climate scientists that are like protesting. They chain themselves outside of places saying like, yo, y'all are not fucking listening to us. Like this shit is getting dire in their eyes. And this dude set himself on fire. And apparently he was a Buddhist. I read up a little bit on it. He was a Buddhist, so he wasn't like a suicidal cat. Like he just believed in what he was doing at a very high rate. And it's kind of getting reported like a suicide, but it's not necessarily that. It's more so like a political protest, which he was trying to get garner lots of attention, and it's just not. And that just shows you kind of where we're at. But I just want to, give him a little light because that shit is important. I believe that climate change is a real thing. I've done what I feel is my due diligence and talked to people in that field. And it's a real pressing issue. I just wanted to give light. So rest in peace to my man, Win Allen Bruce, and much love to his family.
Yeah, I saw that news story yesterday. That's a type of commitment that I don't think a lot of people can even fathom. Just lighting yourself on fire.
I do not have that.
That's a strategy used by Buddhists multiple times over history.
Back in the Vietnam era.
Yeah, and I think in Tibet, right?
It's probably happened over there.
Yeah.
It was the cover of that Rage Against the Machine self-titled album.
Yeah.
Was probably the most famous example. It's crazy. That's some serious stuff.
If we're sticking with underreported stuff, has there been a single follow-up to that guy who blew up that truck? Was that in Nashville?
Dude, I saw the scariest.
Are you talking about
video.
Like Christmas?
Yeah.
Was it Christmas or New Year's?
It was Christmas Eve. Yeah, PFT. I don't remember if we talked about this on the show or not, but we talked about it in private. Yeah, you never heard. Well, the guy died, right?
You guys see the video?
Yeah. I think he was the only one because like the street was empty.
Well, he put the thing on his truck that said like "Leave now," like this thing's about to blow up.
He was like blasting sirens or something.
Yeah,
right?
but it was I think the motivation was the AT&T building,
which is NSA,
one of the largest telecommunication hubs in the country. And so, but yeah, there was never really any follow-up on it that I recall.
Yeah, that one's a sketchy one. That one,
super sketchy.
Dude, we can get into that, but it's gonna be a long.
It's also just maybe it's not as sketchy. Maybe he's just a guy that was like woefully misguided, and then drove his truck to downtown Nashville and blew it up, and only hurt himself.
But like the follow up should be like, who misguided him? Where did the misguiding come from? How do we prevent this from happening again?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Anything else we want to get into? We will be at the Capitals game on Friday. Caps Rangers game. Actually, I do need to put in the order for those tickets. So who is officially going?
Oh, on Friday?
Yeah.
I would go.
All right, Mad Dog, you're in. Avery, you're in.
I don't know if I can.
Oh.
I know. I have massive plans that I've had for like 2 months.
Fake fan.
It's the last game of the regular season.
Oh yeah, that's not important.
listen, guys need rest before the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
I need my load management before the playoffs. It's going to be a long run for the Rangers this year, so I need it.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like it's going to be the Caps and the Rangers.
Yeah, they're separated by 1 point right now. Caps have a game in hand, so that game could essentially decide what happens.
And if I were the Rangers, if I'm putting myself in your shoes, I would rather play the Capitals.
This is the thing about the playoffs. You have to pretty much play everybody. Obviously, you'd like a favorable matchup, but everybody's going to be tough. It's a different animal, and you just got to beat the best teams to win.
I'm afraid of the Rangers. I'm more afraid of the Panthers, but I am also afraid of the Rangers. So I don't really like either matchup. I would just rather play against the Rangers so I could go to a game in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go to the Mecca for a playoff game, see that atmosphere there. Big T, do you want to go?
Yeah, man.
I do appreciate our sponsor Game Time for offering that, though.
And Billy, do you want to go?
I've had plans for a long time this weekend. Sorry.
All right, so Mad Dog, Big T, not Avery because he's not a true fan.
Load management.
Myself, I guess Nate will come, and I'll look into maybe if any of the other Rangers fans out there want to go. But it'll be fun. Shout out Game Time for getting us in the door. We appreciate you guys. So you guys want to get into some Elon stuff? The backstory?
Dude, this is a 25-pager prep notes.
Yeah, did you share the sheet with anybody?
Yeah, I'll share with you
Also,
guys
one of our
now.
best timed topics because we picked this topic before the news came out today.
Yeah.
So we nailed that one.
So let's start out real quick. We'll kind of work backwards in time a little bit here. Let's start from present day. Elon is probably going to take over Twitter. Curious to know if you guys have any rules that you would like to see Elon implement on Twitter. I've got a couple. I can start. I think that if you have more than 3 emojis in your username, boom, banned, gone. I don't like those. I don't like that.
That's bullshit.
It's too confusing. Why?
Because that's artistic. That's freedom of speech. Bro.
Yeah, but it's annoying. I always know not to take those people's
Well,
opinions
tell them it's
seriously.
annoying. Don't
Get them off.
silence them.
Second, you should be able to get voted off Twitter. If you have
Vote? Man.
if you have 95% of people that vote you off, you're gone. So I can think of one person that this would apply to. Literally one person.
Keith Olbermann.
2 people, yeah. KO would be you get out of there.
There's
Who's the other?
I mean, you got to know who the other one is.
okay.
A long-standing rival of myself.
The Empire State Building.
No.
No?
It's Ravel.
Darren
Yeah,
Ravel.
it's Ravel.
Yeah, it's Ravel.
It's Ravel. I think if you put it up to a general poll, we're looking at 97, 98% of people would want Darren off. Now, I personally would vote for him to stay on because he does provide a lot of unintentional hilarity and content. I'm just fascinated to see how his brain works sometimes. But I think the numbers would be up in the high 90% for Darren Ravel to get kicked off. Also, get rid of the people that reply to posts with a link to like a spam t-shirt website.
Oh,
Those
boy.
bots.
Okay.
I think that is one of his goals.
Yeah, he's getting rid of all the bots.
So, but wait, if he starts going after bots, then isn't that silencing speech?
No, because they're robots.
But they're controlled by people who.
Yeah, they didn't come out of nowhere.
I think I'm honestly, if we're gonna start like doing
Slippery
some
slope there.
war
Yeah.
on the robots type stuff, we gotta start now while they're weak.
Well, Elon loves robots. That's the thing about Elon is he's a big believer in that
No.
thought experiment that we discussed earlier on the show, the Rocco's basilisk.
Yeah.
Elon, he's one of the Silicon Valley guys that thinks that there's some truth to that, to like creating a very powerful artificial intelligence system, because he thinks that if he doesn't create it, it will punish him.
Yeah, or you could be on the team of committing hate crimes against robots. Like, you know, those things that deliver stuff on college campuses. I love the videos when people are just beating the shit out of them and destroying them.
That freaked me out when I was at JMU back in October. I saw the little cars going down the roads that are delivering food to you in your dorms. And it just pissed me off. I wanted to go up and just like tip it over on its side like a turtle.
Just kidding. That was a joke. You shouldn't commit hate crimes for any reason, even amongst
Even on our robot friends.
robots.
Anybody else have any suggestions for Elon?
Yeah. Delete it. Just delete the site. Take the code, throw it into the ocean. I think we'd all be better.
That'd be interesting.
I'm not with that one either.
Big T?
I really just have one thing. I just want we got to curtail this mis/disinformation deal.
You love the misinformation.
No,
this should be good.
You have one political party, essentially, a group of people who are incredibly ideologically homogenous, who will tell you that men can get pregnant, who are deciding what misinformation is. And I think we need to curtail that. Misinformation, quote unquote.
That's a nuanced conversation in which you are misrepresenting.
Misinformation that often
Fair enough.
turns out to be true.
Okay.
Often? What's your metric for
often enough that we shouldn't be.
What is your metric?
I don't know. I don't have a percentage.
Well, words mean things.
Sure, but there have been enough instances of things like Hunter Biden or the lab leak theory or a ton of shit to do with COVID.
That's two.
Yes, but it happens often enough that you shouldn't be saying these opinions you can't share because we deem them to be wrong. Those are ones that have just turned out to be like provably correct.
I don't know shit about Hunter Biden or his laptop, but you really don't understand the reason why you need to curtail hot button issues and make sure that it's just not a free for all. You don't understand that?
Define free for all.
Well, so it's an interesting
Because
conversation
they're-
because you've got
Okay.
you
Okay,
obviously on a platform can't have people posting child pornography, right?
Of course.
So
That's an incredibly unfair example.
no, I'm saying like I'm using
Those
that,
are not the same thing.
I'm using that to establish a baseline of facts that we do need some sort of content moderation. It can't be a free for all, right?
Sure,
So
but
where is that line? That's
that
where it
line
gets
is if
almost
there's a
impossible to say.
very mainstream opinion about something that's not like, out of bounds in any way.
That's the thing is the out of bounds in any way. Conservatives, they just have no filter for it unless it's child pornography. That's their line, right?
Unless you're Disney.
Or Disney. But like the issue is if let's take COVID for instance, right? If the misinformation is actually harming people, right? If it's actually putting people at risk, then yeah, it should be regulated. And you're saying
What about saying I find it plausible that the city where there was a coronavirus lab this could have escaped from the lab studying coronaviruses. What about that is harming people?
So I don't think that you
I think that was that how it was said.
That's what I'm saying. Nothing is harmful about that. But that's
you
not
could
how
not share that opinion.
Yeah, you
That
can.
was not how it was
because
presented.
they weren't my nigga. They were not sharing that opinion. They were sharing that opinion in concordance with the China flu, the China virus. It was in this like racist ass rhetoric. Like, and then people would be like, "What? It's from China. It's the China virus." Like, there's a difference in how you say shit. There is a diplomatic way to say just like you said, that is a diplomatic way to say it, but that is not how. And if you're saying that's how it was being said, bro, that's disingenuous, bro.
But even if
I
it
think
wasn't,
it'll be better than that.
Even if it wasn't,
But it was.
okay, sure. But if you said that, there's a good chance that would have been flagged by Twitter.
So, by the way, real quick.
Good chance is I don't know. There's no telling.
Now,
And do you mean flag like they would just put something under the tweet?
I don't know. I never, tweeted that, so it never happened to me. I don't know exactly what would happen, but I'm sure something similar to that, or it might have been taken down. I don't know. But that's an opinion we know was suppressed by Twitter.
Now, I got an opinion. Now, I'm posing a question. Do we really think that that type of rhetoric was suppressed because they were trying to prevent racism and xenophobia, or they wanted to make sure that no one could be allocated blame? Because if saying it was a lab leak, saying then something happened, would have to hold someone accountable. And if you look at who controls and has a lot of money in these various tech companies through, connections and means, you may say that there was a concerted effort to stop any allocation of blame in order to make sure the people who have very vested interests in these companies do not get punished ever.
Why is it
Think
either
about
or? Why is it either or?
Because
Yeah, it could be both.
because
That was not an answer.
but
Why is it
Think
either
about-
or?
I think
Why is it either or?
I think,
but this is.
But what do you think is the larger driver?
This discourse is precisely why it should be moderated, because information coming from here, we don't know the sort. We don't know things are accurate until time has played out. So it's just safer for civil discourse, right? Or else because we're already
Neither
in a
does
politically
Twitter.
infused
How
environment.
about Big T? How about this?
But this is what I'm saying. We don't know, so let's just wait until the facts come out.
We don't
Like,
know,
I don't
so
understand.
let's stop one
Hold on.
side from sharing.
No,
You think Tom, the dude from fucking working at UPS, is gonna crack the fucking case on the COVID? Well, get the fuck out of here, bro.
But why
It's
is Twitter?
just
I think
hold on,
that's
Big T.
Because
Big T.
that's what they do. Their job is to moderate civil
It's
discourse.
not. It's
Moderate
not. It's not. That's the whole point.
How
It is
about
their
this?
job. This is literally their platform, fam. What are you talking about?
Then
about
they're a
this?
publisher.
Okay.
Okay, so that changes the entire nature of their business.
They're not a publisher. How did you
If
make that
they
leap?
are
They're not a publisher.
moderating things said on the platform, they are a publisher.
but you have to.
How does
moderate.
that make you a publisher? How does
They
it-
are
that's a wild
controlling
claim.
the content instead of being a conduit of other. Their argument is why they shouldn't be regulated by the government is that they are not a publisher. They're simply a conduit for other people's opinions. If they are
This is true.
if they're moderating the things that are on that website to an extent that I think we all agree they are, whether you think it's right or
editorializing
wrong,
it.
No, they're not.
They are a publisher.
So, but here's the thing.
They're
Big-
not. That is a horrible what?
So,
Why
Big
do you-
T,
It's
how do you
not.
do that?
as a company
So
that's,
you're
that's
saying
traded.
any? I'm saying. So you're saying any moderation is no longer
No,
a conduit?
no, I
So
just
what do you,
said
So what are you? Okay,
to
explain
the
that.
extent that I think we all agree
Oh,
they
there,
are.
there you go. Well, we don't agree.
You just said hang on.
Go
I'm not arguing whether it's right or wrong. You just
Uh-huh.
said like in instances like COVID, things like that, you need someone moderating opinions.
Mhm.
And I think you and I agree that they are doing that. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I think you and I agree that they are moderating things like that. Right, that's all I said.
But they kind of have to be because they're a publicly traded company, right? So their first interest always has to be in the interest of the shareholders, which your shareholders want to be invested in a company that's not paying hundreds of millions of dollars out in lawsuits and things like that. So in order to make sure that your investors are well taken care of, you have to take proactive measures to take things off your platform that could then be used later in court to prove that you're liable for if there's an attack on somebody or if it's proven that you're turning a blind eye to certain rhetoric, which then ends up costing your company in money, lawsuits down the line. It's your duty to the shareholders to take that off. Now, Elon is talking about like making it private, which sure, I don't understand why Twitter was ever like a publicly traded company based on what we've talked about already, which is how hard it is to make sure that they turn profitable. I think that maybe taking it private might be the right move, but I'm saying in the position they're in, they really are in a no-win situation where they have to moderate in order to make sure that they don't get exposed to these lawsuits. But then if they moderate things that end up not needing to be moderated down the line, then everyone's like, whoa, what the fuck? You shouldn't have moderated this.
I guess I would just ask, do you think they are solely doing that in the effort to curtail things which you just described, or do you think it's possible there's an ideological bent to what they've been doing?
Well, yeah, because there are individuals that are responsible for deciding what gets removed and what doesn't. And the individuals that work at the company are going to have leanings one way or the other. They're going to have different personalities. They're going to have different standards for what to them constitutes being a violation of the posting guidelines. So it does come down to individual decisions at some point, but you're not going to ever find a company in this day and age that's going to be, because here's what's happened. Every time that there's a new website that pops up that's like, we are the free for all, we are free, total freedom of speech, say whatever you want, that company eventually gets shut down because their users are such fucking idiots that they post like willfully violent, disgusting things, and then they have to shut that down, and then a new one pops up that's like, hey, that old company is moderating your shit, now we're the new free speech guys, and then eventually it falls in the same thing.
Well, that's
Right.
that's the concept behind 8chan.
That's the chance,
Yeah,
yeah.
the chance.
Yeah, the chance. It happens all the time because one organization is like, well, you can post all the stuff that'll get you kicked off the other ones. They're like, whoa, not that stuff. And then another company just comes in over the top. It's like a never-ending cycle when it comes to that. So there's no real, like, this is kind of the world that we live in, where there's always going to be some level of moderation.
Big T, how about this? Because I understand your point. You like baseball, right?
Sure do.
Okay. You're familiar with strikes?
I am.
Okay. So, because I think what me and Arian are coming from, the people who were pushing what you were saying in a much different tone have a history of being disingenuous. Do we agree on that or no?
For the sake of the argument, I'll let you say that. I don't know that that's necessarily correct, but okay.
Sure, it's painting with a broad brush. I understand. But more often than not. So how about this? You get 3 strikes. If you're proven to be incorrect via being disingenuous, you do it 3 times, you don't get to talk about important things anymore. You just can't. Because then, now at least I know when you're putting forth something, you mean it. Like, it's not just, oh, I'm an asshole always. You know I'm being Captain Asshole loudmouth all the fucking time. Because that's what the discourse has been for 8 years now. Just disingenuous thought. And that's everyone. Like, everyone's a fucking dickhead. One side just seems to be doing it a little more vitriolic than the other.
Yeah, and
from where I'm sitting.
That's fine. That's something that you could maybe talk to me about. But like, I also think there's something where the libs of TikTok thing that happened last week.
Yeah, that
woman had. I'm looking at a tweet right now. It's a picture of a rifle, assassination mode activated, target her name, begin operation. She reported that tweet. Nothing was done about it. And then you have tweets from the other side of the aisle.
How do we know nothing was done about that? I'm just curious because I'm not familiar
There's
with
the reply from Twitter. Hello, thanks for reaching out. We've reviewed the content and didn't find a violation of our policy, so no action will be taken at this time.
Yeah.
Are we sure that was about the same report, or could it have been about a different one?
It's on the same
report. I feel like that's pretty straightforward.
It has
it's like, here's
it has
a rifle.
the at. It has the. I will send you a screenshot. It has the at in the reply. And then you have tweets from conservatives, generally, toward not even toward people about certain subjects that are, this violated our guidelines or whatever. I just think there needs to be, and I've said on this show before, I don't think Elon Musk buying Twitter is necessarily a good thing or is going to change this for the better, but there needs to be some sort of middle ground in this stuff.
By the way,
because there isn't
3 strikes and you're out.
You want the company regulated by conservatives?
No. I want a middle ground.
Really?
There's no middle ground, dog. You either being an asshole or you not being an asshole.
Oh, that's
middle ground, bro.
Really quickly.
There is an undeniable ideological bent to the way Twitter has done things.
Really quickly.
That's not true.
Really
That's
quickly.
not true. I've reported the other side, and they don't do shit about it ever.
Really.
So you can do that one time.
Paper shark, man. Y'all
so
be wanting to.
Really quickly, for the context of the listeners, Libs of TikTok was a Twitter account that would take videos from TikTok and post it to Twitter. What were usually TikToks generated by usually liberal-leaning ideologies, or just like showing basically TikToks that liberals
cherry pick
made.
nonsense. It was cherry pick nonsense.
Well, it was TikToks posted by left-leaning people, just sort of explaining whatever's
they're
happening.
making fun of people.
Not making fun of anybody. They were just posting content that liberals had posted on TikTok, and
no, that's not what they were doing. Brother.
They were plainly making fun of.
They were posting content, most of it out of context, in an attempt to try to make left-leaning people look insane.
I'm just gonna say
hang on.
a TikTok is totally in context. A short 5-second video created by curators.
It comes with her little description about what they were doing, and then she doesn't understand the context or the nuance involved in the shit.
I think I'm gonna have to push back on you on that, because a TikTok,
push back all you want.
You can't take a TikTok out of context. It's supposed to be a short video to provide all the context. Taking a TikTok out of context is being like, oh, you took a haiku out of context.
Big T saying
the whole point is the whole. You can't say
Big T said, I promise I'll let you talk. Big T saying things are getting regulated by people who are saying that men can get pregnant. That is out of context. That is a nuanced conversation that is so deep that in order for us to go into it, it'll be a 2-hour conversation. That's taking something out of context. So yes, you can take a TikTok, which has a lot of depth behind it, and put it out of context. That's what she does.
But none of the TikToks were of conservatives making fun of liberals. It was all their liberal generated content that was then just posted on Twitter.
Right. People would make the TikToks themselves, and then she would take them. Now, she would edit them sometimes. So you can,
It's-
so that you could make that argument that it does
Did-
remove some of the
what-
context.
I don't think she edited.
No, she like take it like from a 15-second clip down to a 5-second, the most ridiculous 5 seconds. That's like she was ultimately in the.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, she was trying to. Yeah, she was trying to like generate content and discussion around the clips that she would post. So, but it was stuff that was created by the people themselves.
But do you actually, for a fact, know that she was editing them? Because that's a big assertion.
Unless some of these TikToks that I've seen that she posted were just like 3 or 4 second clips. Yeah,
well, that's the point of TikTok.
There would be
I
like
post
rapid. There would be like rapid fire.
I
that was
post
the point of
3-second
Vine.
TikToks all the time because it gets you more views. That's something that happens.
I don't know if she did that, but I do know she takes a lot of stuff out of context, and there's a lot of nuanced conversations behind some of the stuff that she's posting that she leaves out and creates an entirely different narrative around it.
I think the reason why people got very upset about what she was doing.
4th grade teacher with pink hair or some shit like that. She's like, the teachers that I grew up with. Well, shut the fuck. That has nothing to do with anything, dog. Like,
so I think
silly.
a lot of the conversation about that account has become because she was taking these clips and then people would go find out who the individuals were in that clip and they would get them fired or they would like report them.
Well,
their like home addresses and things like that.
But those people are posting it online.
They
so it's
posted
fair
themselves.
play.
They posted themselves. But I'm saying that's the reason why people got upset with it was because people were getting reported and canceled because this account was amplifying it.
But that's the whole point. Then they should have never posted the TikToks to the internet.
So
if I post a TikTok,
And why did she post them? If she got so mad that someone did the same thing to her, why was she so mad?
because basically with her, no, the real hypocrisy of the whole thing. The real hypocrisy of the whole thing was that the reporter who did it was talking about how it's so terrible that people go after people online and how she's a victim of basically
Right,
getting
which is exactly what
pushback.
the person you're defending did.
Well, the person
Exact
that
same thing.
I'm not defending her, but I'm just saying
Well, you are.
I'm saying what happened. Then this person then went and tried to dox.
They did the same thing. No, she reported. She reported on who was behind the account. Like, she didn't do some great crime. She reported.
But it was just totally hypocritical to her original statements.
Yeah, that's one way to deflect from the actual story for sure. But she really didn't do anything wrong. If she had never said those things before, what were we talking about? I don't know.
That was the point. But to say it was taking out of context is kind of weird. 'Cause like I'm saying, a haiku can't be taken out of context. It's supposed to be. It's very short.
No, but you're thinking about this in a very binary way, dog. Like when you're talking about political issues, something like the trans issue, you cannot have a 15-second video and have the full context behind that video.
Well, then
behind what the person is saying. This is the issue with social media. To have any kind of civil, rational discourse with any kind of nuance is impossible because they're going to take what you say out of context and just go and they run with it. So you saying she didn't take it out of context. She was just, no, she was, dog. If because it's not about journalistic integrity. If that's what you're arguing, are you arguing she has journalistic integrity?
No, I'm just saying that.
Okay, then. If you're not arguing that, then you have to agree that she's taking shit out of context. Because if it's really about the safety of the children and yada yada, all this shit, then she would do it in a way that's much more diplomatic and much more nuanced and much more in depth. But she doesn't. She posts it to get reactions, clicks, clickbait shit. That's what she does. It's what everybody does nowadays.
Yeah, she was making. This was the point I said earlier. She was making fun of these people. Like that was.
That's what it was, and trying to highlight how crazy the left is. Like,
which I'm fine with. Like, people deserve to be made fun of. I do it all day long, but to make it out to be something bigger than that is insane.
And it's also gaslighting. It's also gaslighting. She'll jump on like a hot topic, like the whole CRT thing. That entire bullshit is still going on, and this is why I get so hot about it, and why I think it's so important is because that whole CRT shit is blatantly dumb. It's the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my entire life, dog. None of these people know what CRT is. None of them people have ever linked it to any kind of textbook that has ever been in any fucking curriculum, right? But now you have people that are writing real legislation to get real historical events blackballed from curriculum in schools that actually help kids. And this is why, because of the online push for it. You have people up in arms about CRT. They haven't read one fucking scholar from CRT. It's nonsense. And this is why I get so hot about it, because this is actually changing shit. This is actually moving the needle on things. There, Finn.
DeSantis just banned every type of math textbook that isn't owned by his best friend. That wasn't even CRT related. He just snuck that one in there to make himself some coin. Like this happens in broad daylight. No one cares.
I think that now like the hot button topics are being legislated because like our legislatures are actually clout chasing right now. I feel like they want to be cool online. They want to see their name on their favorite news show. They want to get interviewed, whether it's by Tucker Carlson or it's Rachel Maddow. They want to be like on cable news that night so they can show their constituents, hey, look at me, I'm a celebrity. They want to be like in the content game, and so they're using laws as like a way to do that.
It's where the fan base is, right? It's where your base is, right? So when you look at the Republican Party is just the party of Trump right now, and so that's what the majority of the fan base. I say fan. It actually is. I don't take that back. It's like which is really weird. Like it's fandom, right? But the majority of the base of the conservative party is pro-Trump, and it doesn't matter what he says or what he does. They're pro-Trump, and if you're anti-Trump on anything, then you're less likely to win any kind of election. Point in case, there was I forget who it was, but they was debating I believe it was a Georgia representative, and dude's opening line was, first of all, the 2020 election was rigged and stolen. That was his opening line to a debate against his political rival. And it's like, what is wrong with you, dog? Like, but that's where it's at. It's like, you have to placate to that audience right now. And right now, the audience is super pro-Trump, super pro, all that right shit is like, that's what they do. And granted, they do that on the left too, which I despise, but that's just where we at in America. So it's fucking gross.
Speaking of Trump, if Elon takes over Twitter, he's letting Trump back on, right?
Well, Putin's on Twitter.
Is
Putin's still on Twitter. The president.
Kremlin is. I don't know.
No. The president. I follow Putin to keep your enemies close.
Interesting.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. But like, it's just a lot of hypocrisy.
Is Putin online right now?
Though, but you don't get banned for necessarily. You don't get banned for things that you do.
Oh, acts of war.
It's for violating TOS.
For having rhetoric that causes a whole army to invade another country.
So
is he tweeting this information and shit? I don't know.
It's the Kremlin, so it's the office. It's right. At POTUS is still like, it's like the office of the president.
It's technically the office of the wait. I've had the exact one.
It was the Kremlin.
All right, we're gonna get back to more Elon Musk in a second. Before we do, I want to talk to you about Coinbase. Coinbase is a trusted and easy-to-use platform where you can buy and sell your crypto. They are the exclusive cryptocurrency platform of the NBA. That's right. That means all your Alex Caruso NFTs of chased down blocks. You're going to be using Coinbase for those. If you've been looking to level up your financial portfolio, it's always good to diversify. Why not think about cryptocurrency? Backed by the world's leading investors, Coinbase keeps your portfolio safe and secure while adding crypto into that mix. They use a trusted and easy-to-use platform to buy, sell, and spend cryptocurrency. The user experience is top of the line. It includes multiple resources to keep the user up to date on the crypto world. They support the most popular digital currencies on the market. They make them accessible to everyone. They have a mobile app. They offer portfolio management and protection and learning resources so you can trade securely and monitor all your crypto all in one place. For now, users can get $10 in free Bitcoin. Giving you $10 right now when you sign up. You were going to sign up anyways, but now you can sign up and get $10 in free Bitcoin. All you have to do, go to coinbase.com/PFT. Sign up right now at coinbase.com/PFT. Get $10 in free Bitcoin. It's a limited time only, so be sure to sign up today. It's coinbase.com/PFT.
Yeah, because I tagged it when I don't know if it's been off since, but the night it all went down, I tweeted, "Oh, like, can we kick this guy off of Twitter at Jack Dorsey?" And
so it has not tweeted. Billy got it kicked offline. Congratulations, Billy. It has not tweeted since March 15th.
Boom. Doing what I can.
So Billy's strongly in favor of content moderation
of foreign entities.
Vladimir Putin is not on Twitter right now, but does Trump get back on? I feel like he does.
Yeah,
I feel like
probably.
Day one, Elon Musk hits that button,
and it's going to be a shit show.
I hate to say it, but it's gonna it's going to be like doing a drug. Like it's going to, in the moment, short term, be so funny, so great. But like long term, who knows what's going to happen? But it's going to be like how can you explain it?
You can't deny the first tweet back is gonna rock.
It's going to be like fucking Stone Cold music, boom, and it's going to be
You
electric.
should tweet the Undertaker gif.
If Trump is who he says he is, he should decline.
I don't know
absolutely-
that.
Now that Elon's in charge,
But still, like, no, I have something that I've moved on.
Is he gonna drop Trump or Truth Social?
That's what I mean. He has his own social media. He should absolutely decline, but he won't because he's addicted to Twitter like the rest of us.
I am addicted to Twitter.
I would love it actually if it came out that he's been tweeting from like a 3-follower account this whole time. Like,
I guarantee he has a burner, bro.
Dude, I hope
he's just been dropping.
yes.
Let's be honest. Have we all dabbled with the burner zone?
Yes, of course.
So here's my question.
I have had a burner.
Here's my question every time I encounter these burners. So I have other accounts that, like, if someone blocks me so I can go look at their shit, but I would never tweet off like an account that has no followers. Like, what are you gaining? But then, like, you find like KD was just tweeting off these burners defending himself. Like, what are you?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
I'm not about hiding behind a mask.
I hear you, Billy.
Yeah, but Billy, there's
had-
something so liberating about the burner lifestyle.
Yeah, but I feel like,
sometimes.
my morals, like morally, like, I don't know, it's just probably some fucked up
Thank you for your service.
complex I have, but just being like, that's soft as fuck.
Your morals won't allow
like,
you to
say
do
it with your chest. I don't know.
Didn't you hide behind the surname Billy Football because you didn't want your college coaches to get inundated with tweets?
Well, it was still me saying it to my face, like saying it, like it was still my face on the radio.
Your face was there.
I
Your
just
face-
didn't
My
want
face on the radio.
like people had a place to come and address me. I just didn't. I literally thought I'd be violating some NCAA. This was before NIL. This was like before
It was before NIL.
anyone
that's
had a TikTok. I mean, it was a weird
That's not
time.
true.
I thought
That's
I was
also
gonna,
not true. Brennan
Yeah,
Clancy was on there.
Vine was popping back then.
who's
though, wasn't
Brennan?
Brennan Clancy?
I mean, he had a TikTok back in 2017.
Yeah, it was called Musically. He told the whole company to get on it. He's the smartest person at the company by far.
Kim
Oh,
Jack used to do his TikTok review threads where it was just the fattest
Chaos.
people dancing to like
Yeah,
country
but that
trap
was when it was
music.
all dancing. But
Ken
like,
Jack's the original Libs of TikTok.
But-
yeah, he was. Yeah.
for example, I literally thought that the coaches who recruited me might like drop my scholarship or my placement or drop me from the team or even like I didn't know. Like it was a weird time. Barstool,
You were a
like,
human burner account.
I wasn't a burner account. My face was out there. Like it wasn't like if you really
On the
wanted to, you
radio.
could find my name. It was just a username.
For sure. You know,
I just didn't
Give
want.
him shit.
Yeah,
Give him shit.
it wasn't like I was hiding behind glasses or.
Oh. Get your bench up, Billy.
It's up, bro.
Get your bench up.
My dude, I literally have.
Arian,
busted down-
guess how much more I benched than Billy last week
you
on
didn't.
Tuesday.
You didn't.
I
What?
benched 225 pounds more than him on Tuesday.
No, you didn't. The end of the day, I benched 275 easy, and I'm probably gonna hit 295 tomorrow.
You were
Like
right
that.
now.
Shut
Yeah,
up!
the bar's
I
right
just
there.
benched yesterday, and I didn't bring the extra weights because we only have 275.
we do maxes on
Wait, hold on. Did
Tuesdays.
you ride the train with 245s?
I'm going to put some weights in a backpack and come here with them. We don't need 245s, but
The backpack's going to shred.
it's gonna be 20 pounds in my back.
Billy was roasting me yesterday, or trying to roast me, I should say, because he asked me how much I was going to go for tomorrow. I said I'm going to go for 245 tomorrow, and he's like, "That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You could do so much more than that." It was like,
You repped out 225 like 5 times.
no,
it's not
I did
crazy.
I did 3 times, and I haven't.
but it's not crazy to like do an actual weight.
he
Like,
was also
245
calling my 225 a Mickey Mouse rep because he's like, "Your arms are so short." You
I
should be
did
able to
not-
do it." I'm 37 years old. I feel like that's a good amount of weight
That's
to
not
be putting
no,
up.
but that's not.
I'm a blogger. I'm a
Age-
37-year-old blogger. I feel like that puts me in the top 0.5% of people in my demographic.
Dude, age
Without
does
what?
not matter for strength. Like if you
That's
want to say
just not true.
speed or something.
It's not
Like-
true.
See, Big T, that would be strike one. Like now he's got 2 more
No, but
strikes.
you could get strong at any age. Fucking the head of Westside Barbell did 500 pounds squat at like 65.
What a guy
that was we. The claim
Lou.
wasn't can you get stronger at any age. The claim was age doesn't matter for strength. That's not true.
And also,
That's
you're
wrong.
talking about a guy that sounds like owns a very successful gym. I would assume that he's been
One of the most successul powerlifting gyms in world history.
Yeah, so he's probably pretty fucking strong.
Rivals some of the gyms of
Are they
Rome.
paying him?
63.
Dude, Westside Barbell is one of the most fascinating.
No free ads.
It's not an ad. You can't join.
I
them.
believe
I thought he was
They
about
don't
to
want
say
your
it's
money.
not free and
It's-
just admit that they're paying him
They
on the side
only-
to sneak
you
this
can
in.
only join the
So he's
gym
like,
if you're
I'm
worthy.
clearing $20K for this.
You can only join the gym if you're worthy. It's why it's so fascinating. But anyway,
All right, so tune in for Max Out Tuesdays going up on a Tuesday. I'll be doing 225.
dude, I might even shoot up something before this. I don't know.
So now you're cheating. Now you're diminishing the integrity of the bench press. That's fine. That's fine. Let's get into Elon though. Let's talk about
Okay.
Elon and his life, which brought him to the point that he's at right now, where he's buying Twitter. He's got $54 billion to do it, or whatever the number is. 45?
Yeah, 45.6
Billy, did you share the sheet?
Yes, the story starts in
Hold on
Sutifika.
before you do that. One of the funnier things going on Twitter is, and I hate to beat this horse, but conservatives are doing a really funny thing with him. They're saying, which is technically not incorrect, but they know what they're doing. They're saying, I can't believe. Oh, it's like they said the first African American to buy or own a large major corporation, some shit like that. Like, so they can't. Like that tweet is going around everywhere, dog, and it's fucking hilarious. Okay, go ahead.
It's a fact.
You're taking it out of context.
It is.
You're taking it out of
Is he
context.
an American citizen?
No, they're taking that in context.
No, it's out of context.
It's hilarious. It's true. It's technically correct, but they know what they're doing.
No,
They know
yeah.
what they're doing.
The start of our story starts in South Africa, land of the blacks and the whites.
Is he allowed to do that?
What? South Africa? I can't mimic a South African accent.
South Africa, sir.
South Africa. I'm mimicking white people. It's okay.
Is
God.
it? What's the origin? Is that? Did the Dutch take over
it's,
South Africa?
it's the Boers, the Afrikaners.
Okay, so Elon was born in South Africa.
He wasn't born in
Afrikaner
South
sounds
Africa.
like
This is the
15 black
prequel. Dude, it's the prequel to Elon Musk. To understand
Okay.
Elon, we have to understand Elon Musk
All right.
and his fine wife, who's from Canada, May Musk, who's a MILF.
Okay.
May Musk, in 1969, May Musk was a finalist in Miss South Africa beauty competition. And 1 year after that, she married Elon Musk's father, Arian Musk. So this is where it gets tricky. So when I first went into researching Elon Musk, I thought that he came from a long line of miners in Africa who like really exploited the whole apartheid system, and before that colonialism, to make a huge vast wealth and riches from off the backs of other people. Well, turns out Arian Musk didn't actually technically own a diamond mine. He did not own and run an emerald mine. That was a sort of a rumor made up to discredit Elon Musk. I looked into it. He did own shares of an emerald mine, but like saying that is like saying you own shares in Twitter or something, and that means that you run them or in the everyday.
Well, he did have access to emeralds, right? Because I think at one point Elon stole a bunch of emeralds from his dad and tried to pawn them. There might have just been loose emeralds hanging out.
I mean,
around
I
the
think that
house.
was probably like sent to shareholders.
Yeah, just like a tote bag.
Yeah, like what? Like
Here's your emeralds.
I mean, I'm sure if you, but like owning a sector of a business, like it's not like he's in the mines.
He wasn't
running.
the CEO of it.
He wasn't the CEO. He was a shareholder, which many of us are shareholders of different companies if you own stocks. It's not like he was actually really in the depths of it. He made most of his money as an engineer and I want to say a consultant on different things. So
Bless you.
over the years, so he Elon Musk tweeted about this about his father. He didn't own an emerald mine. I worked my way through college, ending up $100K in student debt. I couldn't even afford a second PC at Zip2. So he programmed at night, and the website only worked during the day. Where's this BS coming from? So Elon Musk actually has two. His brother and sister are also very successful. One's a filmmaker, and the other one I think is in the restaurant business. They're both millionaires, but I mean, that's just dispelling that Elon Musk he wasn't coming from super duper wealth. Like, it's not like he didn't create any of his own wealth, but he did live as a white person in South Africa, which during that time pre-apartheid did mean you had a bit of means. and it did mean that you were part of a system, whether you liked it or not, that did oppress South Africans. But May Musk was super hot. I included a picture I sent to all you guys. Absolute MILF. She's still a model. Just wanted to put that down.
So way to go, Errol. Good job.
Yeah, but Errol's actually a complete asshole and dick. Elon Musk didn't have a good relationship with his father. Errol, like, he's the type of guy who killed 3 guys who tried to break into his house. He was charged with manslaughter, got off with self-defense. Errol seems like one of these guys. I'm not too sure how back, but like being from South Africa at that time, like we're thinking like Blood Diamond type characters a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So like if you know Jack from Blood Diamond, right? Was it Jack?
Is that Leo's character?
Yeah. Or is Jack from the Titanic?
Jack's on the Titanic. He died. He was trying to hang off the door.
Okay.
Could be both.
Rose-
There's a lot of people.
Are they
named
both Jack?
Rose
I
wouldn't
just
let him on
remember
the door.
people calling Leonardo DiCaprio Jack. But like, think about those guys. A lot of these guys served in different Bush wars. I'm not sure if Errol did, but he definitely had his, way around the gun. And, Errol's was divorced his mother, in, May, who was a MILF, in never mind, in 1989, and remarried several different times. And consequently, since then, Errol had a child, father to child, with his stepdaughter of a wife he remarried. So that was one of the scandals that, he was 72, Jane was 30. So we could probably say that Elon Musk doesn't have the best relationship with his father.
No, he like hates his dad, right?
Yeah, totally hates him. His he described him as financially, physically, and emotionally abusive. So not the best home, but like the reason I'm explaining this is because I think a lot of people think that Elon Musk came from this sort of South African royalty, something out of like Rhodes, Cecil Rhodes, who, founded the Rhodes Scholarship, who also did a lot of colonial things, to put it lightly. But it really wasn't that, like that. So from there,
He was only sort of rich.
he was only like, I'd say like upper middle class in South Africa, which is actually, but by like, the comparative price principle, because of how you can live in South Africa, it's probably like pretty nice and cushy.
Right.
But he briefly attended the University of Pretoria, which is in South Africa, before moving to Canada at age 17 to avoid conscription, because he didn't want to serve in the army and have to basically fight against the ANC, which was the party that was sort of fueling apartheid, anti-apartheid forces. Who's playing music right now? That's me.
Is that Rick Ross?
Yes, I have to declare bankruptcy on Twitter.
Okay. Breaking news.
I
Breaking
declare
news.
bankruptcy.
Billy's bankrupt.
I like how he was about to bang on somebody and realized it was himself, though.
Fuck's playing
Fuck
music.
is
He had a-
interrupting my shit right now. Oh,
I
that's
also
me.
love that his alarm is "I'm a boss."
Yeah, it's a 3 p.m. I'm a boss. Because I saw Billy tweet that he had an announcement at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
And I was like, that's going to be during the show. But
I
of course he would have an
declare-
alarm.
Bankruptcy.
All right. Give it up for Billy. Broke boy Billy.
Yep. Cool.
And what is this? What is this accomplishing?
I'm just wanting to do the Michael Scott joke.
Why did it have to be at 3 o'clock?
Because I said I would make an announcement. Turn problems
Got it.
into content, making your problems assets. That's the content game, baby.
Got it.
Okay, so he went. So basically, during this time in South Africa, Nelson Mandela, Desmond Tutu, that whole movement. You had guys like Eugene Terre Blanche making January 6th look like a fucking walk in the park. There was all sorts of stuff happening in South Africa.
So he left South Africa because he didn't want to serve in that army.
Yeah, he didn't want to take part in the oppression of and basically have his hand in an extremely oppressive regime and system.
Shout
that
out
was
Elon.
apartheid. So if you're gonna give him credit where credit's due, like he did not participate in a system that vastly advantaged him for moral reasons. He then enrolled in Queen's University and transferred to the University of Pennsylvania. And 2 years later, he
came to America.
He came to America.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So he's an immigrant. Where he received a bachelor's degree in economics and physics. He then moved to California to attend Stanford University, but then decided to pursue a business career, and this is how he made his money. He created a software company called Zip2 with his brother. The startup was acquired by Compaq for $307 million in 1999. Then this is where Musk really cashed out. He co-founded the online bank X.com, which merged with another company called Confinity to form PayPal. And I think we all know PayPal. PayPal was then a huge asset to eBay's rise to fame and internet commerce as we know it now. And he made $1.5 billion in 2002 from this. So that is how Elon made his money. Definitely a nerdy guy. His professed that he has Asperger's and is extremely socially awkward. And
well, the PayPal thing was an interesting story because what happened was he was working with Peter Thiel and some of those other guys out there, and he wanted his name for the company, which was X.com. He was like, X.com is the better name. And everybody else was like, no, PayPal is. PayPal is a great name for a company. He was like, no, it should be X.com. He got into a big fight. I think he made Peter Thiel quit the company for a brief period of time just because he was so infuriating to work with. And then I believe Elon was on his honeymoon, went to Australia, and he got voted out by the board of directors because they didn't want to do it while he was around. So they waited until he took his first vacation. He was on a flight it's like, has Justine landed yet? He was on a flight across the Pacific, found out that he lost his company, and then he landed in Australia, and he was like, sorry, babe, got to head back, got to try to win my company back, and then came right back to the U.S. That's fucked up for them to do to a guy on his honeymoon. He was just trying to get laid.
And that flight, it's too far. You can't do that. Hawaii, sure, that's only 6 hours.
Yeah, 18
don't
hours.
cut her off.
18 hours. What does she think about censorship? What does she think about libs of TikTok?
She's being censored right now.
She's being censored right now.
She's learning at a young age.
Hello.
So,
are you rooting for the Celtics tonight?
She wants to keep enjoying indoor plumbing. Yeah, she sure will.
You like the Boston Celtics? What do you think about Kyrie?
Yeah, that's right, Kemba.
You named your dog Kimba?
So I got it from our coworker whose last name is Walker. And Antoine's just not a good name for a dog.
Yeah, I can put that.
You got Brandon Walker's dog?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
One of his 9 puppies that he didn't know he was having.
Oh, what type of dog is it?
They didn't know their dog was pregnant, so I only know it's half lab.
Huh.
So we do have some breaking news following Billy's announcement. The Bored Ape Yacht Club's Instagram and Discord were hacked, and a malicious mint link was promoted, and millions of dollars worth of NFTs were stolen today.
Totally unrelated to my business.
Completely unrelated to Billy's line of bit. What is your business?
I don't even know.
But it's not this.
Yeah.
So a lot of apes just floating around the internet right now. A lot of apes gone.
West Virginia.
I got to be honest. Anytime people lose money on NFTs, that makes me happy.
Really?
Yeah. I'm anti.
You're heartless.
NFT.
I think NFT definitely has ways that it could definitely be utilized better than just peddling artwork.
All I know is that this better not affect my price of my Alex Caruso NFT. I need to check the stats on that. But so Elon,
how much is your Alex Caruso NFT worth?
I bought it for $500. Like the week that NFTs became a thing. You remember it kind of all happened at once last year when the NBA Top Shot was getting into it. And so I was like, this is stupid as fuck. I'm going to buy one. And so I bought an Alex Caruso chase down block on James Harden, expecting that to be my meal ticket for the rest of my life. And last I checked, it was down to like $150. So
damn.
I don't know. I'm
This
at the whim of
office,
the market.
When the NBA Top Shot thing was happening, was a wild place. Every day, because they did drops or whatever. I never was on it, but and people would crowd around one desk and all try to do. It was crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna look it up right now and see what my price is.
I'm with Big T actually. When NFT dudes take a L, I smile like the Grinch.
Their whole argument was like they could never be hacked. You'll never get their money, and they constantly get it stolen from them. Constantly.
Yeah, but you don't have the original, man.
That what really bothers me is they like again disingenuous fucks. They were like, "Oh no, we're supporting the arts," as if you could not do that prior to NFTs. And I've yet to see one NFT that was good art. No offense to these people scamming millions of people, but also go fuck yourself. Like
they did start to recruit a lot of artists because they was like, here's a venue that you could and so I know a few artists that I follow that I'm a fan of. Like I've been collecting art. You probably heard of him. Blue the Great.
Yeah, did the Nike collab.
Yeah, so I bought like his first big piece. I've been a fan of him since like 2013, like before he was like.
Isn't he a Houston guy?
No, he's in Dallas, I believe. But like, I randomly found him on Instagram. But anyway, so he's like doing shit with Brand Jordan. Like he did shit with Kendrick, all kind of shit, right? But so he put a couple of NFT things for sale, and I was like, that's dope for them, right? But like, just like you said, I just hate it because it's like they co-opted the art space. Like,
right?
Just go support them. Go buy a fucking. It'll be much more meaningful to them, dog. But
now, what I have seen that's similar to this in the metaverse. Have you seen any of these graffiti artists in the metaverse?
Mm-mm.
They like, since they already have like the Billy, what's the thing called? Oculus.
Yeah.
Oculus controls, I guess, are similar enough to spray cans, like hand feel wise. So now they can actually go do it, and you simply cannot get arrested because it's online. So they can actually tag these really dope pieces as whatever scale they want. And since it's online, they have no fear of repercussion yet. I'm sure they'll figure out a way.
Billy going.
I got
no, but
destroying meta property.
No. Actually, speaking of this actually one way I think NFTs will actually be really good. And I think this is where it's going. Is that there's certain assets that you can't buy unless you're an accredited investor. So there's a couple of companies that have been looking at this who've been taking, like, for example, real estate. It's very hard to own commercial or like the share of a real estate firm or to be a joint investor in a real estate project unless you're an accredited investor or you're a big entity. So basically there's this one company I was looking at called Hedgehog, which has been taking properties and breaking shares and making them into NFTs that have returns and interest. So for example, a regular guy can put down $200, $300 and invest in an asset like real estate, which is one of the most like conservative assets with some of the best returns, and be able to buy an NFT and get those returns, which like gives a huge amount of the population access to an asset that they wouldn't be able to under SEC laws or typical investing laws, which I think is going to be huge going forward.
I have seen practical usages of NFTs, but I do think they're going to have to completely rebrand because of how people associate NFTs now.
Right. It's like, it is a great mode. So like, for example, let's say there's a housing development and, I can't, accredited investors usually to go through the proper ways, I have to put up like $1,100,000 to invest in the actual building, but I could buy several NFTs that represent $100 shares at certain points to just buy a bunch of them and then get the same returns that real estate has and be basically a landowner and attain rent just through an NFT, even though I'm not, don't have the capital or credit to like take on as much risk as other, like the typical way to invest in real estate.
Guys, I have an update on my Alex Caruso NFT. I just checked the most current price that it sold for yesterday. Any guesses?
$36.
125.
$2.
How much did you buy it?
$500.
Dude, that's so
I think that's a net loss.
That's like the Twitter. That's like the Jack's first tweet sold for 125 million and it went for 250 a week ago.
God, serious question. I don't know how tax write-offs work. Can you write that off?
Yeah, I'll just write it off.
The loss? You can't write off losses.
It's just a loss. I'm just gonna write that off.
It's crazy. This is an argument that I heard the other day. If the government can tax your gains, why can't they reimburse you for losses?
They do if you're rich enough.
I mean, there are
What
lots
is
of
the question?
real answers to that question. I don't know if you
Yeah,
want me
I
to
know.
answer it for
I
real.
don't know, but like that's like I heard someone make that argument. I was like,
Goes both ways.
I made negative money.
Goes both ways.
Shouldn't you be giving me money?
Have you heard of Elon Musk's musical career, Billy?
Yeah, wasn't he like a keyboardist?
Well, he's produced a couple songs.
Oh yeah. I know that. Yeah, the EDM song.
Yeah, you want to listen
Yeah,
to
let's
it?
bop it. Let's bop it.
Okay, here's Elon Musk's song "Don't Doubt Your Vibe" by Elon Musk.
No, play the good one. No.
I don't. Is there a good one?
Yeah, wait, stop. You want to play this one?
Okay. Sorry, I was about to play a B-side.
No.
Are you talking about the R.I.P. Harambe song?
Yes,
I don't think that's him performing it though.
that
Is it?
is.
The new flashlight is powerful enough to cook an egg or start a fire in only a matter of seconds.
That's for sure not him.
No, but he's doing the EDM beat.
He produced it. Okay, but that was not him singing.
But he produced it.
He produced that.
But I think that's his flagship song.
In this one, this is him actually singing it. I have no idea what's going on here. That's him saying "Don't doubt your vibe" because it's true over and over again. So he does dabble in music. Billy, let's pick off from where we left off. Elon Musk.
So Elon
PayPal.
Musk, what the hell did Elon Musk do between PayPal and Tesla?
So, well, what's interesting about Tesla is we did our entire episode on Tesla, the guy, right? And how
Yeah.
he was a guy that a lot of people think got unfairly maligned or didn't get credit for the stuff that he actually produced.
Yeah.
You know, Elon Musk did not found Tesla.
Oh.
He found
yeah.
he found the guys that made it, and then he invested in it, became like an early investor, and then took the company over himself. He
So-
kind of Tesla'd Tesla.
Oh yeah, that's when he got in trouble for this. When he got in trouble with the SEC because he said he secured funding to take it private, and basically the SEC didn't have any register of that happening. So basically, got him in trouble early, and pissed him off.
So he got, how much money did he make when he sold his first company? I think it was like a
1 point when he sold to PayPal to eBay.
no. This was a different time.
Oh,
the
the
first
first
company
company?
that he sold, I think he made like 22 million off that.
307 million.
But I think he personally netted 22 million as
Okay.
his share.
Mm.
And then that's when he went to X.com and made the PayPal thing, the PayPal merger. Which, by the way, PayPal as a company, like, who would have thought that PayPal would be such a force in the market? Like, when it came out, it was just like an external site that you could use on eBay. They kind of had like one customer, and that was eBay at the time.
Yeah.
And then it's just become like this massive thing that's everywhere.
Well, thank God they do Venmo. Thank God they transitioned to Venmo
Yeah.
because now they got everybody.
Well, they just bought Venmo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like PayPal, most companies have their own payment system. Like no one does anyone use PayPal anymore?
I do.
Bro,
Yeah.
PayPal's made a big comeback recently. I've noticed PayPal on everything now.
Yeah. I use it a lot.
Well, also they own Venmo. So-
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like more people use Venmo nowadays, I'd say like casually, frequently than I'd say PayPal.
But I see PayPal on a bunch of websites and stuff now
I u-
that I didn't a couple years
I used to
ago.
use PayPal to buy certain exotic animals. It was a very good mode.
That was a good mode.
Yeah.
The way that you say that makes it sound illegal as fuck. What animals? What's your biggest PayPal animal purchase?
I don't want to talk about it.
Hedgehog?
No.
You do want to talk about it. You brought it up.
No, I mean,
You did bring it up.
Bloomberg passed oppressive exotic animal acts on New York City after they found the tiger and the alligator in the apartment building in Harlem. So
I'm okay with not having tigers in New York City.
yeah, but what about ferrets?
Well,
Snapping
You're
turtles?
changing the conversation here. I'm talking about should you be allowed to have a tiger?
I got to tell you, Billy's making an argument
All
that's,
those-
I'm kind of pro New
all
York
those-
City government on this one.
So like, stop stealing animals, dog. Like, what is wrong with you?
No, I'm not cinnamon snapping turtles. Have you ever seen one of those?
I got to tell you, anti-snapping turtle as well.
Yeah.
Dude, they're sick.
We've got
have you ever
enough
seen a
things in this city to deal with, Billy, without snapping turtles.
What if
Yeah,
one
it's
got
not
out?
an environment conducive to good animals.
Well, it's
What
that-
if, hypothetically, what if one got out, fell down into the sewer, and then got giant as
They
fuck?
already live there, bro.
I
They're
don't
just
like
not.
that.
They're just not cinnamon. I'm getting a snapping turtle again. Fuck it.
Wait, but you're bankrupt.
I know, but I might sell some crypto for a snapping turtle.
That sounds like a good investment.
Stop kidnapping animals.
I'm
Billy's
not kidnapping
got to
animals.
move some money
So,
around, secure funding.
Let's talk about
for his latest snapping turtle.
But we had this debate, Arian and I, this morning. Arian, I'm going to read the text about. So I sent a picture of my dog, and Arian started
Whoa,
going
it
off
was just
about,
random. It was just a random picture.
Well,
You did it in spite.
well, you told me to shut. What was it? What does the meme end with? Like, shut up, or no one cares.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good meme.
He hit
That
me
was
with a
good
"shut
meme.
up, bitch" meme.
Oh, I made that meme, by the way.
Arian has
Oh.
good memes. He has good memes.
So then
One
I
of the
just hit
best.
him with a picture of my dog and I about to go for a run.
But see how you was about to you put that out of context? Like it was just
No,
it
that
was
is
an
the
attack on-
context.
No, but until I mentioned it, you was like, I just randomly posted a picture of my dear beloved dog in the chat. That's not what happened.
That's not the context. Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
posted.
what you was about to leave it out. I know.
Well, okay, so this is
Arian
what I
owned
texted.
you in the group chat,
No, he
and
did
then
not.
you fired back
So-
with a picture of your dog as a
so-
defense mechanism.
Sorry, I was
Facts.
a man show.
Facts.
So this was the first text. I said, "Great feeling about today's show, y'all. Good vibes." And he hit me with, "Shut up, bitch." What
Shut
was
up.
It was a kid like opening a book,
So,
and then he
uh,
opens the book, and it's the rock. it was very good.
As a man trying to express emotion, it's hard enough as it is, but it was once again shot down, and now toxic masculinity has been once again propagated. So I sent a picture of my dog, looking cute, about to go for a run, and Arian responded, "Useless smut," and I said, "He's a purebred, actually, purebred good boy." So then we got into discussion
Not
about
say
dogs,
good boy, actually.
and then he said,
Are you reading the thread or are you not?
no,
like,
I'm skipping stupid parts. So then
Gotcha.
Arian said dogs were evolved to be voluntarily kidnapped by narcissistic hoarders. I responded, exactly. I feel so narcissistic when I pick up my dog's big poops on the sidewalk as he watches me do it. And then Arian responded, you kidnapped a shitty wolf to make you feel better. Which I was like, you could almost make anything sound
Great.
bad. So I said,
I would be my best friend. That's funny.
that's when I said, that's like saying you poison yourself with rotting fruit byproducts to make your central nervous system dysfunction to feel better.
And then I said,
Ingesting a substance and owning a sentient being are the same. Sounds about Billy. And I said, correction, poisoning a sentient being. Just a little discourse from the group chat.
Speaking of that group chat, were you drunk the other night?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Probably.
When you texted at midnight in all caps, what are we doing Monday? That was a Saturday night at midnight. Then you said the Kandahar Giant, also in all caps.
Billy's been trying to force the Kandahar Giant on us.
And then you texted at yesterday at 10:30 a.m.
I didn't
Elon
see
Musk
this.
question mark?
So sorry, I care about my work.
No, I was
and
just
thinking
asking.
about work. Maybe I heard maybe I was talking about the Kandahar Giant and I was like, oh
You just
shit.
seemed really excited.
Because the Kandahar Giant is an amazing story and we need to get some veterans on the podcast to talk about the Kandahar
You
Giant.
know what? I didn't even see that. I'm scrolling up. I didn't even see him. He definitely yelled at us in the middle of the night.
Yelled at us.
Well, because I realized that no one had texted the group chat about a topic. So
Which we
so you
usually
yelled?
don't do until like Sunday.
because guess who usually has to prep for it and needs time.
Okay,
Oh,
guys,
here he goes.
we do have breaking news, though. Real breaking news this time. Elon Musk has officially purchased Twitter for $44 billion.
That's less than
my
46.
God.
The deal is done. The
I
deal
wonder
is
what's
done.
gonna happen. I wonder what the first change, or can he? I mean, he still has a board, right?
What if
So he
Elon
can't just-
can he go in there and just be like, I want to see all the DMs? Just open up. That's the thing, is like everyone that's treated the
Oh,
DM
no.
feature like it's a private encrypted conversation. There's lots of people that can just like 2 clicks of a button read all your DMs ever.
All right, biggest
hope
change.
Hope you've been behaving yourselves, guys.
They need to add a search tab in DMs though. You need to be able to search, go back in your DMs and like search keywords.
And your likes.
Yeah.
Searching your likes.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so many people who I said, please DM me back so I can keep track of this DM. And then I've lost them and I haven't followed through.
Not to
on
brag,
certain
Billy.
stuff.
Billy gets a lot of
Thanks.
DMs.
just put it on mute, my G.
So yeah, what's going to be different now? I don't think anything's going to be different. I'll be honest with you.
How quickly does this take effect?
That's a good question.
The first thing,
If they reported it probably means they signed. So it should be
The money's got to be
immediately.
wired.
Also, what happens with like Jack Dorsey in this situation?
I think
He's
Jack
already-
Dorsey's behind all of this.
I know, but like, is he still like? Does anything really change on his like title or anything?
Jack
he
Dorsey's
already
out of
left.
he flew the coop a long time ago.
Or who owned it right now?
It was public.
A bunch of people.
Vanguard, I think, was the largest shareholder, and Vanguard buys everything because there's such.
if
So does Jack?
sorry,
I was just saying, does Jack Dorsey get anything out of this?
No,
I'm sure he has stock.
probably smaller holdings.
Shut Twitter down on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? Right, Arian?
No, just on the weekend.
You're an asshole.
Shut
If-
Twitter down when there's no sports on TV. That's what I said.
that's true. That's true. If Elon truly, because he bought this under the guise of like he's a free speech warrior and all this. So if that's true, his first action should be not Trump. That should probably be second. First should be giving Alex Q Arbuckle his blue check back. And I think maybe PFT is the only person who knows what I'm talking about. But Alex Q Arbuckle was a blue check who got it taken away because when was this? Two years ago? Oh, no, 4 years ago. Wow. It was a while ago. So on June 16th, 2018, I don't know what Elon was doing on that day, but he found himself in the news. And our pal Alex changed his profile picture and his name to Italian Elon Musk, in which he tweeted, "I senda the calzone into space. I don't pay the taxes. Oh, I just invent a new fruit. I call it the tomato. I come up with it all by myself. Oh, disruptiano." And he just kept going in on Italian Elon Musk. Hey, I make the rockets. All of this. And he lost his blue check because he was quote unquote obviously he's not impersonating a real person. He called himself Italian Elon Musk. This is Billy, you should be outraged about this.
I agree. It was a funny account. And here's what Elon has planned for it. He's going to add new features using an open source algorithm, and he vows to defeat spam bots and authenticate all humans.
Let's commit hate crimes on spam bots.
So even when he's like suggesting something that I think most people are like, yeah, that's a good thing, can he at least try to sound like a human when he does it instead of being like, I as new CEO of Twitter, I will authenticate all humans. Just sounds, you don't have to sound evil when you're saying that. Just be like,
Sounds like a bot already.
Just be like, okay, no fake people online. No fake friends.
I'm down with that.
Yeah,
Then we
authenticate
can do
all
that for
humans.
voting.
How do you authenticate all humans?
So in regards to the board, he can just dissolve that, right? Because the board is for shareholders, which now no longer exists.
Private companies also have boards.
But he doesn't like have to have one.
I
Can
don't.
he hand pick it?
I don't know how that works. Billy, you might
Wait,
want to ask your list.
is Twitter private? I thought it was public.
It was, but he's
He
going to
just
take
bought it.
He's going to take it.
Oh yeah, he owns it.
Private.
We're on Elon's. What if he changes the name? We know he's bad at naming things.
It'll
That pretty cool.
It'll probably be
Or
like
did
a
he name it?
mathematic
He
equation.
didn't name that. Yeah.
Damn.
Dude, Elon Musk's probably running around like Ari in Entourage, just blasting everyone with a paintball gun in Twitter space.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
What a waste of. You just need an account. It's a free account.
Imagine having $44 billion and not buying the Washington Commanders.
You could have bought
Could have bought
disgusting.
the whole NBA.
Disgusting. That'd be funny if he just Elon Musk, new NBA commissioner. That'd be very, very funny. He would just take all the worst ideas from NBA Reddit and make them happen.
Inez Freedom starting for every team.
I wouldn't putting a penalty box in the NBA.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
Great idea, Billy.
I think we need to let them fight, man.
Yes,
agree.
penalty box in the NBA. I would watch the NBA every game.
And also fight the refs.
It'll
because-
it'll.
Please.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, man. Because
Would that really be a fight?
fight the ref. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
refs
Like,
So listen, the refs would either get a lot stronger or make a lot better calls.
The
And there's
refs
a-
have to be MMA fighters that are
Oh.
sneaky, the type of guys who you don't think can fight, but
Well,
they
nah, I mean,
can fight.
you don't want the refs putting anybody in a heel lock and give them and have them out for 8 weeks.
They all knew
I'm
judges.
just saying-
They would call,
My genuine idea, like the coaches can challenge things. They should get a second challenge. It's a different color light. Right now it's a green light. This would be like a black light or something. And the ref either changes their call on the spot or they accept the challenge, and whoever wins the fight, that's what the call becomes.
If you could fight the refs, there would be maybe 2 to 3 fouls called a game.
No, I think the refs would get so much better.
Ed Hockey
so
League,
much-
NBA ref.
No, I'm saying, I think they'll play better defense, less fouling if there's fighting.
I agree. And also the flopping shit will
Yes.
go away.
Dude,
Matter of fact, you should get fined and you should be suspended for flopping.
They
that
do
shit ruins. Oh, they do?
Yeah. It's not super enforced. The fines are enforced. The suspension's not as much, but they
Or is
they
that,
do
this
do
is
that.
suspensions all day. Because like I was watching a highlight. This came across my Twitter feed. Kyle Lowry he was running. Hey, what the fuck is you doing, bro? He's running behind a dude. Neither of them are involved in the play, and he just hooks his arm and is pretending that he's being hooked. It's like, bro, get the fuck out of here.
Listen, your real world friend is the worst at this.
Who that?
Christopher.
I don't know Christopher.
Chris Paul, you know who I'm talking about. We're playing
I know Chris. I know Chris Paul. I don't know Christopher. Hey, look.
You just took a lot of money out of his pocket. Some friend.
Point guard. He's made enough.
My-
He'll adapt. He's a competitor.
My favorite people. I'm checking Twitter right now to see what Twitter is saying about Twitter. That's my favorite. Is like when people get real heavily into the discourse.
I'm moving to Canada.
Yeah, people are getting very upset and using Twitter to get more likes and retweets on Twitter by saying they're going to deactivate their Twitter. It's very meta. It's like 6 looking glasses. We're in an infinity mirror right now of people.
Free speech is back, baby.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's more breaking news.
No, get it off your chest. Whatever you have to tweet right now, you can tweet anything without repercussions. What should I tweet? I feel like being edgy. I feel like saying something that I shouldn't say right now, knowing that I can operate with impunity.
okay, I just tweeted Elon Musk.
More breaking news. Former President Donald Trump told Fox News he will not get back on Twitter
Yeah.
and that he's only staying on Truth.
Okay.
Man, that's
Damn.
you called it, but that's petty, though.
This sentence rocks.
I respect it.
Trump told Fox News he will begin, quote, truthing over the next week.
Oh boy.
Don't he only has like one tweet or truth.
I don't
right?
think he's on it yet. This says he's going to get on it in the next week.
Oh shit.
Or he may have an account on there. I'm not sure, but
I think he does. I think he has a tweet or truth or whatever the fuck they call it.
Arian, I wanted to ask you a question while we were talking about sports a second ago. I saw a take this week from Mike Florio, who said that the NFL draft is un-American and that guys should be able to pick where they go. And at first I thought it was kind of dumb, but the more I thought about it, like,
He also stole that take from your boy Big T.
from who?
For real.
This is a Bomani Jones original.
Oh, is it
Oh, what
really?
was that? I thought I got that from Tyler. Yeah.
Yeah, Tyler and
He's
Bomani
the one-
are driving this.
Oh, well then I'm gonna pretend it was Tyler's and not Bomani Jones because that makes me not want to agree with it. But
Bomani would destroy you, by the way, if you ever got into a debate. I'm not even saying I agree with everything that Bomani says, but he is one of the smartest people I've ever met, and he
So sharp.
He
He's
can
really
talk
sharp.
circles around anybody. He's a
He's really
very,
sharp.
very
that
gifted,
might be true.
very gifted debater.
The worst ratings in the history of television, but
Oh God.
The only one type of person focuses on ratings, and it's only ever brought up about the NBA and Bomani's show. They don't even track streaming. They don't. Like, there's no metric for streaming.
Do you think?
And the only person who reported that works for Clay Travis. Like, that wasn't reported by anyone else. Conveniently,
we did it. It
right,
wasn't,
and we
it
used
wasn't
them
me.
as a source. It made me sick.
It wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you.
But do you really think the show that was doing like 40,000 viewers was streaming really well?
I watched it streaming. Every person on my timeline that watched it on streaming. Like, I don't have HBO the channel.
It's possible.
HBO Max is huge. Like, it reaches more people, I would imagine, in this day and age with all the cord cutters than people who traditionally have cable.
That reminded me. I was looking up Elon Musk shit on YouTube, and a video got recommended to me by Steven Crowder. And it was talking about how Netflix just dove like 37% or something their stock. And it's so funny reading those comments, dog. Like, it is the funniest. Just do it. Just do it. It is the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life, dog. They're like so close to wanting fascism. And it's the funniest shit in the world. They don't see it. It's fucking hilarious. Like, one of them dudes is like, I hope Elon buys every big multimedia platform. I hope he buys Google. But I'm like, do you know what you asking for, bro? It's the funniest shit in the world. But one of his arguments was like Netflix. No, go ahead. One of the arguments was like Netflix was like tanking because of the wokeism and shit. But I don't think that's what it is. I think it's just like they upping their subscriptions, and I just totally deviated. My bad. Go ahead. My fault.
I think with the Netflix thing, it's just they let too many people share passwords. They now have competitors, and like other people are just getting people's Netflix accounts when they want to watch a Netflix show. They're not.
They jacked the price and they lost all. Yeah, their good shit, like the shows people watch, to their competitors.
The people who watch The Office went to Peacock,
right?
But I guess I just don't understand. Like, I don't understand either side of the argument. Honestly, I just don't get it. Like, for somebody who's like, they're going up to $22, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, I'm taking my son and all my kids this weekend. It's his birthday. We're going to go see the Doctor Strange movie, right? They love Marvel. They all the lore behind it. I got all the tickets. It's like $50, right?
That's it?
Yeah. He said that's it. But like, I have a Netflix subscription for however much it is now, and I get unlimited movies all day, every day. And I'm complaining about the price hike. I don't understand that shit from their side, right? And then on Netflix side, I don't understand how you just think you can perpetually grow forever. There's only so many people on the planet. Like, how many subscribers are you really, how much of the market are you really trying to capture realistically, right? And so it's like, I just don't understand either side of the argument. Like, I don't get it. If somebody can enlighten me on either side,
but that is around like $250 a year. When you look at it, Netflix at the $22 price range.
And I agree. And you get to watch hundreds of thousands of movies on their platform. Like, whenever you want. That's a good price. I don't understand.
But then you're also paying for the other subscription services, which are a ton. Can I expense ESPN Plus?
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Problem is they lost.
As your accountant, absolutely.
And like boxing fights.
Yeah, definitely fights. Yeah.
They had like they invented the lane, you know what I mean? And then everyone else just copied their lane instead of building with them. I think they couldn't have done anything to do that, but their big misstep was they put so much money and effort into creating original programming, which largely everyone hates. Like, there's Stranger Things, which people love, and that's the only, like, they had a company policy where they wouldn't make their own shows go past 2 seasons because they felt it was losing money on their side. Like, they couldn't keep people. And it's like, that's just not how people work. I get it's hard to make like 5-6 seasons of good television, but like, this was the publisher shit we were talking about earlier. They went full publisher and they shouldn't have.
There was this one show, Paul Rudd, called Living with Yourself. That was fucking fire, dog.
That was the Brady shit, right?
I don't know. He cloned himself, he had to like, and he had to like live with his clone because he didn't die, so he like ended up living with himself, and that shit was brilliant. But they didn't re-up, the next season. There's a lot of
never
shows
do.
like that are dope, bro. I just don't understand.
They just catch you with the concept.
Right. They like, and that pisses people off when they know there's not going to be an actual payoff. Like, why would I stick with this if I know you're going to pull the ripcord before the story's done being told? Why would I care about the next thing you bring to the table?
I will be sticking with.
But as someone who I myself think through a lot of concepts that I think would be cool, like, would you rather have The Walking Dead, where just like, or like Lost, where do you have a concept and it's all cool and you get the dopamine rush from all these new things, but then you just end up disappointed at the end, or you just get those rushes of new concepts in the beginning? You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
What is the juxtaposition?
Like the flip side of just starting shit and not finishing it is starting shit, it's good, but then you just end up mad, like Lost, Game of Thrones.
I would say, so like the Game of Thrones, I'm literally currently rewatching it. I'm on season 5 or 6, and it's way better on the second go round because you already know everything, you know the characters, so a lot of the dialogue isn't missed on you. But from day one when the last season dropped, like everybody was disappointed with the last season and said it was rushed. I'm just like, listen, I wasn't gonna write no better script, right? Maybe I could have, I don't know, but like I just enjoy it for what it was. Like it was one of, minus the last season, which I still enjoy very much so. It was probably the greatest series of all time.
You know what?
It's arguable. It's arguable.
True.
I was just saying it's arguable.
You know why they fumbled the bag on the last season?
Probably because of money. I don't know, but I'm guessing.
Right. Star Wars hired them to rewrite that franchise and do the next chapter, and they took their eye off the ball.
And then they got fired from that.
Yes, and they got fired from Star Wars because of how badly they butchered Game of Thrones, because they were like, oh, all it takes is you guys to get some money waved in your face and you stop paying attention to the task at hand.
Yeah, they didn't. Wow.
Yeah, so I can't buy that. I couldn't have written it better. I could have written it. I guarantee I could have written it better.
I'm working on a couple scripts right now, dog.
Dude,
I need some help. Get my line.
I would love to.
Let's do it. You want to do it? I'm down.
I would love to. I genuinely would love to.
I would also love to.
Bet.
I have a concept.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I have a really good concept. Anyway.
Don't put it out right now, bro. This is going under the.
I won't. I blogged about it once. It's called Tiki Torches and Touchdowns. It's about basically like a Friday Night Lights set in Hawaii and like having.
Don't do it. He's gonna do it in here.
I thought you were going to say Charlottesville.
No. Oh, God damn it.
That's exactly what I thought the joke was.
You walked him into that, Billy.
Or just like we can workshop the name.
Is that not the joke?
No, it's in Hawaii. It's about. It's like
we can workshop the name.
But like we've done different stories about football in Texas, football in California. We've never.
You might want to workshop the name.
Okay, it's called Blood and Soil, and it's about a farmer.
Stop.
God
damn it.
Hulas and halfbacks, Billy.
No, but like the whole, because something that really fascinated me was like
pineapples and pigskin.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
The logo, like the ball spins and it becomes a pineapple.
Oh yeah, there we go.
I don't know. That's probably a little problem. I don't know. We'll find out something that's acceptable.
My guy
but like
tiki torches.
But Arian, you got to be fast. I'm fascinated with like.
When he said Hawaii, I was like, "What a pivot!"
No, but like the whole idea of like Pacific football, like that whole basically all the different, like it's just so foreign to me. It's something that I wish I knew more about. Like if you just like Hawaiian football is just.
What's
like,
the plot of the movie? Like?
But it's a concept. It's basically going to be 2 seasons. We're going to pull
Billy's
out all
an
the
ideas
plots.
guy.
Yeah,
Wait, so you get the whiteboard up, you just let Billy go, and then you parse from there. I'm not saying it's invaluable. There's value there.
I'm in. I just don't know what it's just about football in Hawaii.
It's basically just imagine Friday Night Lights. Then you have the drama of something like Outer Banks because it's in a beach type scenario. Dog the bounty hunter type stuff. Like one of the players' fathers was a bounty hunter, and the other teammate.
I'm telling you this because I love you. You need to focus on the story.
No, Arian, you're not listening.
No, but this is a story.
Already tell you
the
that
teammates,
it's got 2 seasons.
Yeah, the teammates. No, but like there's 2 teammates. One's father is like a Dog the Bounty Hunter character. The other's father is like an outlaw who's like running out of bail. And they're hunting each other.
Dog one of the coaches.
And then but like the whole dynamic is two players united by football, but their dads hate each other. And then there's a scene where they're both at the game, and like the one parent could like arrest the other parent, but he doesn't because of the love of family, football, and everything. It's just like a real feel good story.
Billy's made like Hawaiian West Side Story.
No, it's Hawaiian Friday Night Lights, but it would work.
It's really just Romeo and Juliet.
Anyway, back to Elon Musk.
Right. Two star-crossed lovers.
Capulets. 100%.
Yeah, it's like the quarterback. Maybe the quarterback's dad is Dog, and then his favorite wide receiver's dad is a guy that Dog is hunting.
Yes, that's the whole point.
They're not allowed to hang out, and they can't get a good chemistry going.
But then there's like scholarship, like they start getting really good, and like I'm
getting Lifetime vibes. I don't know if I'm getting Netflix vibes.
It's straight to DVD.
Okay, there's murder. There's a murder involved. Someone's murdered.
Murder was when they got murder involved in Friday Night Lights was the worst season by far.
That was the writer's strike season.
People pretend it didn't happen because it was so horrible.
It was manslaughter. It wasn't murder.
It was manslaughter.
It was homicide.
Now we're talking real homicide. Also,
it's homicide because of a rape.
Correct. It was justified, possibly.
And then there also could be a scene where they go hog hunting, like feral hogs in Hawaii with dogs, and like that could be a good team bonding activity.
What's very funny is Billy is literally describing Hawaii 5-0, which I've been forced to watch, including the Dog the Bounty Hunter part. He's in that show. I don't know if people realize that.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hawaii 5-0, Outer Banks, Friday Night Lights, all combined. Football. Because then you get.
I was actually on Hawaii 5-0.
Whoa, when?
I had a scene. I was I think 2010 or 11. We was out there for the Pro Bowl, and they hit me up and it was like, "Do you want to be in the show?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so like I had a scene with lines, and I got questioned by the two dudes. I forget their names.
They had I think they ran that storyline back in later seasons. I think like Calais Campbell was in an episode.
Okay, yeah. It was fun, man. It was dope.
I would have texted you if it popped up on my TV. I watched Draft Day last night. I'm grinding tape for the draft.
We need to watch that this week.
For Thursday.
Let's run it back.
That's perfect. Yeah, let's talk about it Wednesday. That'll be nanodosing. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about Elon Musk.
Yeah, keep the discourse going.
So there's a very funny. So Elon Musk's been involved in a lot of controversy. One of them is he wants to build this hyperloop from San Francisco to LA, a very profitable tunnel system because he hates traffic.
Real quick. I have people that can contest, that can
attest.
Attest. There you go. Appreciate you, Billy.
I get it like that too. So
in 8th grade, I came up with the idea of travel tubes, and because we had a project of something that will make the future better, and I had what Elon Musk was trying to do. I had thought of in 8th grade. I'm just saying, but go ahead.
Yeah,
I was happy when I read that story. As a matter of fact, one of my homegirls that was in my class, I texted her the article. I said travel tubes because she always remembered that shit. It was a good moment for me and my ingenuity.
No, I feel that.
Go ahead.
So in 2013, he wanted to make a vacuum tube train, assigning a dozen engineers from Tesla and SpaceX to establish conceptual foundations and create initial designs. This is where the whole Hyperloop came up. It's very easy to sort of conceptualize. He just wanted to build a tunnel where you could drive fast and just make it efficient to move, ship, commerce, whatnot, transport. He's also worked on OpenAI, which he wants to make a non-for-profit artificial intelligence research company aiming to develop AI that would be intended to be safe and beneficial to humanity, not something that would try to sell you stuff. He's done a lot of projects. He made that flamethrower for the Boring Company. The Boring Company.
That was when he was cool.
Yeah.
When he was dropping flamethrowers,
cool.
He's not.
Why isn't he cool?
I mean, we already talked about him being a nerd, which should make him your enemy as a jock. But he also did just tweet. And also like the wild racism that he allows at Tesla is exactly, or SpaceX. SpaceX is why. No, it was Tesla is why he's not cool.
But
he just tweeted. This is his first quotes as owner of Twitter. He tweeted a rocket emoji. There's 6 emojis here, so PFT already wants them out.
No. That's in your name. I think you can tweet emojis and tweets.
Okay, that's fair. My apologies to PFT. Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are
Jack
debated.
that from Big T. I've heard Big T say that.
The town square case has been made a lot recently, which is very
It's Big T.
interesting.
A lot of people say that.
But we talked about this before the show started. The idea of a town square originally comes from a concept that dates back to ancient Babylon, which is the foro in Latin, which is the forum. And the forum
you
was
really the well actually guy, aren't you?
There's more
but-
quote. Like
No, that's good. I like that.
No,
Billy.
but the thing
can we
is-
just call it the fora? Because I'm sick of
Yeah.
the phrase when I hear the phrase town square.
because that's the anglicized version of the concept.
I want to destroy my eardrums by pouring acid into them. I just hate the phrase town square.
Mm.
I don't
I
like
also-
town square.
I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans, which, as PFT's pointed out, does not make him seem like one. Twitter has...
I was
Go
going
ahead.
to say, I like the idea of making it open source. I don't really understand completely what that means.
we were
but it
just talking
sounds
about
better.
it. We'll talk about it in a second.
Okay, yeah.
Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock it.
Sounds good.
Billy, you mentioned Hyperloop. Did you see the tweet I sent in the chat yesterday? He goes, underground tunnels are immune to surface weather conditions. Subways are a good example. So it wouldn't matter to Hyperloop if a hurricane was raging on the surface. And all the quote tweets
We're
are
just
New
the-
York City
the
subways
subway
just
getting
getting
flooded.
flooded.
So the Hyperloop, I've seen some issues with the Hyperloop.
Basically, just a travel tube. What do you think about it?
It's a travel tube, and it does actually get traffic jams.
Yeah, Elon Musk took it off of Arian of his idea when he was younger.
Oh,
Yeah,
you invented
yeah,
it?
he stole it.
When I was in 8th grade,
Yeah.
we was asked to come up with an invention that would enhance the future,
Yeah.
and I came up with travel tubes. And it's a system designed to get an occupant from one place to another very efficiently, very fast, in a tube.
I have some very strong opinions on, I'm not going to call it the town square, but the idea of the forum and like the importance of it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at human history, this idea of the town square, it like before it was
Stop saying town
anglicized
square.
and like Europeanized, but like it was the forum in Rome, and the forum in Rome is where everybody gathered to do like anything of production was like any productive thing was done in the forum, be it selling goods, the exchange of ideas, it's just so much awesome stuff happened in the forum. Just basically the basis of civilization is the forum. You can almost argue that.
Yeah.
Like they addressed, the king came out and addressed the people. The hirgi happened. That's
What's your point, though?
But the point is like the importance of that space is integral to the society, and like that before the forum. Before Babylon, it was the fire. It was the fire of the tribe. And that's where everyone gathered. They brought the meat. The hunters brought the meat that they got, and the gatherers brought what they got. And like, it was just like they brought firewood,
So a hunter in this case would be like somebody creating their own videos. A gatherer would be somebody tweeting GIFs that are already loaded.
It's important to the fabric of what makes us humans.
So here's my honest take on the situation is I don't think it's going to affect us that much one way or the other that Elon now controls Twitter. I think it's good in theory that the company is going private. I think a company like this being publicly traded, I don't think was ever a good idea to begin with. And it sounds like Elon loves Twitter so much. He's so addicted to Twitter that he just decided that he would buy it to make it more like something that he would enjoy using. And you better believe Elon's got burners out there. That's probably why he bought it, because he didn't want his burners to ever be exposed. But he's such a fan of the platform, and
First order of business.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna just delete all these pictures that I've sent. But I think that he's just such a fan of the platform and such a like power user of Twitter that it might actually be good, because he probably understands from the user's aspect like what Twitter could be doing better and what it could be doing worse. I don't think it's going to become like a big radical cesspool of shit any more than it is right now. Like we've already seen what people will do when left to their own free devices on Twitter.
I agree. I think it'll actually make him see how much of a headache it is trying to regulate speech.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna you invite all the Nazis back, right? And then you're gonna see how hard, like how much responsibility you have in mitigating diplomacy on an app where not everybody wants to be diplomatic. It's going to be hard. So I think it's not going to work the way he thinks it does. But I mean, who knows? Maybe he's just like, it's a free for all and it is what it is. Like, I'll still be on that app. The mute button going to be popping.
Yep. You can
he takes that away because it's anti-free speech.
Nah, he can't take that shit. I'll protest. He can't take the mute.
What level of protest?
I ain't gonna be on the the Buddhist level, but I might reactivate my Facebook account just in spite.
Oh wow.
I don't think I'm ever gonna become like a user of Facebook ever again.
No, I can't. 2010 is the last time I logged on.
We gotta talk about Musk owning Bill Gates recently. So Bill Gates, and I have a theory on this, but recently Bill Gates tried to get in contact with Elon Musk about some philanthropy on climate change opportunities, and Elon Musk was considering it. He was talking it through with him, and then Elon hit him with a juice. So this is a text message from Elon to Bill Gates. Do you still have a $500 million short position against Tesla? Which Bill Gates responded, sorry to say I haven't closed it out. I would like to discuss philanthropy possibilities. And then Musk goes, sorry, but I cannot take your philanthropy on climate change seriously when you have a massive short position against Tesla, the company doing the most to solve climate change. So in my opinion, I think this was Bill Gates reaching out to Musk to try to initiate him into some sort of larger, like his group at a full, like, you know, his,
he was
like
bringing him to the rituals.
Yeah, he was bringing that. That's my opinion.
He was just,
like,
it was like a tickler, just being like, hey, we're doing one of the sacrifices tonight if you want to come through.
Yeah, basically it was an initiation type thing. And Musk's like, nah, fam. Like, he's a Sigma male, bro. He's saying, fuck you. Because Musk is a disruptor. He's not allowing the general, whatever is going on, Musk is a disruptor to it and a threat. And so Bill Gates was like, okay, we finally have to let him in or he's going to destroy everything that we've been trying to do.
Can you give me 3 examples of him disrupting anything? Because I hear that a lot.
He smoked weed on Joe Rogan.
He smoked weed on Joe. He favors.
No one's ever done that on Rogan.
He did not inhale. He did not inhale.
He favors non-mainstream media. He has
not disrupting anything. You're just describing a thing he likes.
But that's a very, like, to have him give merit to.
Here's what we're not going to do for Elon Musk. We're not going to make him cool. He's definitely not cool.
I think he's pretty fucking
Billy
cool.
tried to do that when you were peeing.
I don't think
he tried to say he was cool.
I don't think he's cool. I don't think he's like a necessarily evil person. I'm not like screaming from the top of my lungs. In fact, I just said that I think it's probably going to be a good thing for Twitter overall that it's going private and that he's running it. But I also don't think that. I think he's a massive nerd.
He made a flamethrower
that shot flames that were like 4 inches long.
Yeah,
a candle. He made a candle.
Okay, maybe one of those blowtorch lighters.
He made a candle. I don't think Elon Musk is cool.
I think he's pretty
That's
cool.
right. He gets credit for things he says out loud that doesn't follow through on. Like,
I think he's interesting. He's an interesting person to study.
Dude, he challenged Johnny Depp to a duel. That's pretty fucking cool.
He said something that he didn't pull through on.
Because Johnny Depp isn't actually a pirate.
He cracked the code on that one.
He had a 3-way.
Elon watches every movie as if it's a documentary.
He had a
like,
3-way with Amber Heard and Cara Devine, who's that model with the eyebrows.
The model that has eyebrows.
Cara.
That's
Cara
pretty
Delevingne.
freaking cool. Yeah.
I asked for examples of disruption, and you're just listing things he likes.
Wait,
he's done.
He disrupted Johnny Depp's marriage.
Good point. I'll make the case for Billy. He did disrupt the space industry.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, because he's doing it privately to the point where now like NASA is paying him to do shit for
He
them.
disrupted the Russian invasion by giving Ukraine access to the internet in a communication system so Russia couldn't shut down their whole country.
Billy, did you look up whatever happened to that thing where he called the guy that was rescuing the kids?
Yes, the pedo. I looked into
the pedo guy.
Yeah, so he didn't get the thing there in time to rescue the people, the submarine. He called the British diver who had been going back and forth to Thailand for years a pedo, which, I mean, have you seen The Hangover?
All right, so wait, was the guy a pedo?
So they settled out of court and it wasn't officially determined if he was a pedo.
So no.
So probably not, would be my guess.
So
a disruptor would have went to court.
I mean, technically, probably under Thai law, he's not a pedophile.
Well, I mean, is he a pedophile? Did Elon Musk know he was a pedophile, or was he just like, this guy spends a lot of time in Thailand?
I mean, it's a common trope that
what happened?
pedophiles flock to Thailand because of
I remember what happened in this instance because the kids were trapped in the cave and they had a shitload of cave divers, which is maybe the most dangerous profession that you can have. It's like
Especially that cave.
it's shockingly scary if you watch cave diving videos or do any research into the cave diving community, just how likely you are to die. Even like the best cave divers in the world frequently have these trips where they come back with like half the people that they left with. It's insane.
There was a specific cave I saw that they had to close off because one guy got stuck.
Yeah.
I saw it on TikTok. He got like stuck upside down. They finally freed him, and then he slipped back again, and they just couldn't get him.
There are a lot of caves like that where they put up the signs that say, don't go any further. There's a picture of the Grim Reaper on it, being like, everyone thinks they can dive in this cave. You probably can't. Don't go past the sign. You will die. And that's like a fun trip that they make. It's like, okay, we're going to go dive in this off-limits cave. Anyways, it's a very, very like dangerous thing. So this guy was going cave diving to try to rescue the kids. And Elon said that he could send his turbo submarine over there to rescue all these kids. And the cave diver was like, you're full of shit. You don't know what the cave looks like, which is probably a valid thing to say if you're doing this diving as your profession, that somebody can like just come in with a submarine that's able to navigate through these waters that the person has never been in their life. I think it's fair to call that person full of shit.
But what he said to Elon Musk is he should shove his submarine where it hurts.
Yeah.
Basically shove his submarine up his ass. So I think if you're initiating that discourse, if you're going to get shot back.
I wasn't sure what he was talking about.
But Billy,
but if you initiate
Now
that discourse. No, but
Elon's
Musk is allowed to shoot back if someone disses him.
yeah, but put yourself in the cave diver's shoes in that situation where you're like actually doing this insanely dangerous adventure thing. And then somebody that you've never heard of or spoken to is like, oh, I can fix all this with my submarine that's never been used in this environment before. You would definitely fire back at that guy and be like, this guy's full of shit. I'm out here doing the work. Like, I understand why the cave diver got upset about that. And then Elon called him a pedo, which
but remember,
it's like telling the troops you can take care of it with like your tank drones.
No, but remember, this was a cave that they walked into.
Yeah.
And then the water rose.
Right.
So it was probably, when you think about it, it was a cave that was fine enough to walk into. It wasn't like they were crawling through holes. It's probably a pretty routine cave.
Billy's also telling the cave diver he sucks and he could do it.
You know what your problem is, Billy? You don't have any cave divers on your list. Because,
I do.
Because if you do.
They're not cave divers. They're underwater welders.
Okay, that's different though. And
they work on
super different.
No disrespect to the underwater welding
community. They work
which is
way
also,
deeper than cave divers.
I know they work.
They do cave diving for fun on weekends. I know they
work
underwater.
I know they work in different places, and it's also a very dangerous job. But I'm saying if you had cave divers on your list, they would be like, Billy, you need to shut the fuck up about this because there's no chance that somebody can just like send a submarine on a routine expedition. And so he never sent the submarine, right?
No, he built the submarine 8 hours and then sent it over there. Look, I just think Elon Musk's heart's in the right place. That's all I'm trying to prove.
You love him.
And anyone who travels to Thailand should be
investigated.
Dude, like literally every pedophile who's escaped.
Did you just say you were getting big into boxing? Like what?
What, like because Thai smoker fights, like Thai kickboxing?
There's a lot of fighting over there is my point.
I also think Thailand's one of the most beautiful countries in the world, right? They've got.
So you think Donnie should be investigated?
It's definitely on my list. I'm going to Thailand, bro. But
right, but like this guy, basically, I have a feeling that
the fun Donnie does is what Billy's saying.
No, you know what I'm just saying that for Musk to say that isn't crazy.
I think it's kind of crazy if it's a guy that's like.
It's more like saying
unless you have proof. If you have proof, then you're like, yeah, absolutely, call the person out. Yes.
It's more like saying if someone goes to Vegas like 3 times a year, like you're a degenerate gambler. Like, oh, like you degenerate gambler just because you're saving kids in Vegas.
I also think that there's more stuff to do in Thailand than just
kids.
Have sex with children. Yeah.
Then one strip of Vegas.
You're painting with a pretty broad brush on that one.
Anyway. Never mind. I don't even know why I'm arguing. Like
I'm not even pro or anti Elon. It's just I'm very indifferent about it.
I don't even know why I took that.
You know what? Billy's doing the meme of valid criticism. Have you guys seen that one? I like that one. It's the
weird nerds.
Yeah, it's the meme from The Simpsons where Apu's getting shot by Snake, and Elon Musk is Apu, and snake is valid criticism, and then
No, Apu is weird nerds. Elon Musk is behind him. And the weird nerds are jumping in front.
of Homer, because Homer's
take
working
the
at it.
valid
Yeah.
criticism.
I really botched explaining that meme verbally, but you know what I'm saying. Like, I am not an anti Elon Musk guy necessarily. I just think that like we should also be able to talk about him.
The only
you're taking away my free speech on
no,
Elon
I'm not.
Musk.
The
right
only
now.
the only point. So this is a quote from Elon Musk on the incident, which was my point. Now that I found it, it makes more sense. I assume so. Elon Musk is saying this. I assume he did not mean to physically sodomize me with a submarine, just as I didn't literally mean he was a pedophile.
But he called him a pedo.
Well, he said
Like,
he
was
should
that
shove
a
his,
metaphor?
he should shove his submarine up his ass.
Yeah, that's a very
makes- it
common
makes-
phrase.
It makes sense why Billy thinks those are the same things.
If I'm like
Come-
if I'm
Bro,
like you're
You
a
said
pedo.
you read it. You read the transcript of our text, fam, and you said drinking wine is the same thing as owning a dog.
but
said-
but
It makes no sense.
It makes you
no
feel
sense.
good.
Makes no sense. Makes no sense.
You could see though, Billy, how it's a little bit different.
Whatever. I'm not trying to like. That's past the point. Let's move on to other stuff that Elon Musk did. So actually,
I feel like you should hate Musk for how he treats apes.
what?
If you're such a big animal guy, and he's just out here killing monkeys routinely.
What are you?
He killed monkeys?
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
with the brain chips. I can't remember what they're called.
Oh, the
he's
Neuralink.
been- Yeah, he's been testing the Neuralink and just murdering monkeys left and right.
They don't die. They just get experimented on.
No, they've died. They've died. They've been killed in
okay.
these experiments.
Let's talk about the Bolivian conspiracy that Tesla was part of the Bolivian coup to take out their current.
This guy.
What if he was experimenting the Neuralink on dogs? Would you be cool with it then?
Look, I actually think Neuralink is gonna. It's
Answer the question. Simp.
Machiavellian. I think it's gonna be worth the ends are worth the means. Like, and someday, let's say we're all,
It's a hot take.
the dementia starts catching up with all of us. We get hooked up to one of those and are able to live our life differently. I think that would be definitely worth it.
How many people could die for it to be worth it?
People or animals?
People. So if we're going true Machiavellian here in justifying the means, what's the equation? that
Well,
you're
it'll
doing?
first only get tested experimentally on people who have, like, let's say we're saying that this could solve dementia or Alzheimer's. It would then only be tested on people with dementia or Alzheimer's in the beginning. Some would get placebo, some wouldn't. And I hate to say it, they're in a dire state. They're going to die anyway. So I think that's definitely worth it.
How many people?
Well, they're going to die anyway. So it's not like,
God damn, dog.
How many people?
it doesn't
All of them?
matter. Instead of you're making an attempt.
No, I'm teasing out your thought process here. So
But they're
if
making
you get
an attempt.
diagnosed with Alzheimer's,
Uh-huh.
then you have mandatory conscription in Elon Musk's Neuralink system, and
Not
you're gonna die.
mandatory. You want to do anything you can to survive, so you definitely
Voluntary.
voluntary.
Voluntary. So if you volunteer for it, then it's
Yeah,
fine. Okay.
because you're going to not know what anything is and die anyway.
Yeah, if it's
of it.
voluntary, why not?
Yeah.
So let's open Pandora's box. Are you cool with any scientific experiment as long as it's voluntary? Cloning,
Oh hell.
anything.
Well, then you're talking, but you're going to get to a point where you're experimenting with basically human fetuses and stuff, which isn't voluntary to the small gametes at that point.
No, voluntary, like any disease. Any sort of
Oh hell
experiment
yeah!
that
If
you
it's
want.
your choice, if you want to do like your body, your choice. Like if I want to hypothetically like microdose psilocybin because I think it's good for my mental health and probably way better than prescription medication. Hell yeah! If I want to do testosterone replacement therapy when my natural hormones dip way below regular level and impact my way of life, hell yeah!
all biohacking, as long as
Biohacking's if you do the research and you're willing to deal with the consequences, biohacking is fucking sick.
What about if you are diagnosed with Alzheimer's and your family puts you into this because you can't make the decision for yourself?
If they believe that it's either they're gonna lose me for the rest, well, that's the same way as should you let your family pull the plug? Same exact concept.
Mm-hmm.
So hell yeah.
Death panels. But it's your brothers and sisters.
Probably my kids, hopefully.
Probably your kids, yeah. I tend to agree with if you are consenting to it, you should be able to experiment on yourself medically.
Like that was one of our first guests, Dr. Josiah
Mm-hmm.
Joyner. Honestly, I wonder what he's up to.
All right,
Hope
so
he's doing well.
let's get back to the Bolivian coup.
Yeah, so basically, in 2019, let me catch my notes real quick. Yeah, basically around
It has to do with the batteries, right?
Yeah,
So
basically
the battery, the stuff that he needs to make the batteries for Tesla cars.
there was a couple Twitter comments that Tesla was conducting a coup to take out the current leader of Bolivia and institute a new leader. And someone accused Elon Musk of this on Twitter, and he responded, "We can coup whoever we want," just trolling them and sort of really fed fire to the flames of this conspiracy. But Bolivia doesn't have that much of any lithium as a lithium exporter in the world, so it kind of makes no sense why they would go after Bolivia when like other countries that have way more and are also sometimes more politically unstable would be much better targets. So it's a funny little
Mexico just voted to make their storage of or their reserves of what's the ingredient that goes into the batteries?
lithium or cobalt.
I think it was lithium. They voted to nationalize it, so it's not controlled by private companies. Since it's found as a resource in Mexico, it's now property of the Mexican people / Mexican government, which was seen as them being like, we're going to charge a premium. If Elon wants it, he's going to have to pay us money that will go back to our citizens instead of paying a private company for it.
Honestly, one of the kudos to Biden, and I don't give this kudos to Biden that much.
Billy is, notoriously tough to extract a kudos from.
His stance of trying to make the military operate on electric vehicles is going to be huge for the R&D, research and development of battery-powered vehicles and battery technology as a whole. I mean, like,
you don't have to worry about supply chains and worrying about getting fuel to all your stuff when you're actually engaged on the battlefield.
Right, but think about this. The military technology is 30, 40 years ahead of commercial technology, and any funding they get, they have stuff that we probably can't even imagine. Like, I think UFOs are probably 100% our military's technology for nuclear missile defense. So, but if they start allowing military contractors to start really investing in battery production, like we always talk about how, our phone batteries have operated, like Nokia's used to last 2 weeks on one charge, and these iPhones can't even go like 10 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Nokia's
that's because
were sick. I used to just not charge it for like 3 days at a time.
Yeah, that's because Nokia's and iPhones run on the same battery technology. If we can get our battery technology going, and that's from a military level, they're going to get us to a point where, we can go on a charge for our iPhone like a month without having to recharge it, or getting real car batteries that actually are efficient in, like, you can't just go 200 miles on a charge. You could probably go cross country on a charge.
So what about the knock on Tesla being that the cars are not safe and that the autopilot program is it's putting people's lives in jeopardy by trying to rush technology out there that's not ready yet? Because I think what Elon is going for and Tesla is going for as their long-term play is just getting rid of drivers to eliminate, save lives in car accidents, things like that, while also making their company a lot of money in vehicle sales. But the criticism has been that the cars aren't safe and they're getting pushed out and pushed forward in the market without being adequately regulated. So you've got them turning into traffic, you've got them swerving into bike lanes, things like that. What do you know about the autopilot technology?
So, for some reason, Elon Musk's a big proponent of cameras as opposed to using cameras and having the AI discern from cameras what's going on, as opposed to LIRAD technology, which is sort of a light radar technology that other people think is much more efficient. And so this is where I understand where Elon's coming from, but his execution, he thinks that since humans, and he thinks the human brain is like the greatest computer ever, since humans process information from a visual, like a camera from our eyes, and then processes that information in our brains, that's how the car should operate. as opposed to using a technology that many think is way more efficient because it's more effective in weather in tons of situations, and it's not discerning images. It discerns objects, that it would be much more effective. And I have an article on this in my notes. Elon Musk's crusade against LiDAR and radar is taking its toll on Israel's Arb and Innoviz, which are two companies that have been using laser radar. So Tesla has stopped selling vehicles with electronic radar in the US, and Musk has been refusing to use laser radar for years. Musk's vision undermines the existence of two competing Israeli laser radar suppliers, which merged last year with American SPAC. So this is, quote, humans drive through the eyes that see and a brain made of biological neural networks that analyze the information. There's no reason an autonomous vehicle would not work the same way, with silicon neural cameras and networks processing the information, Musk wrote in October. However, Tesla announced that until its artificial intelligence system gains experience working only with a camera, the maximum speed at which the vehicle's safety system operates will be limited to 80 miles per hour. This is while the competitors, mainly the German luxury manufacturers who also use radars and LiDARs, allow adaptive cruising at Autobahn speeds, which is close to 200 kilometers per hour. So, honestly, that's one of those things where Elon's vision may be actually holding back his product, and that the AI isn't there to discern images into reaction. So, I mean, but yeah. Also, I was talking to my guys on the guys list, and they were going on about how a lot of them are auto body mechanics and whatnot, and that they think a lot of Tesla's interior and exterior quality is pretty trash.
Okay.
That's a fact. I got a Tesla. It's the quality isn't that good, but I love my Tesla. It's just what it is. I love it.
You think they cut
figure
corners?
out how to get the doors to work?
The doors work, man. But like one thing, it's really inconsistent. Like across like if there's like a Ford or whatever, a Chevy, like the problems that they have with manufacturing is kind of like across the board, right? But with Tesla, it's very inconsistent. Like on mine, like the rear view mirror paint, like is really, you can just tell it looks like cheap. It looks cheap, like so it's peeling off. So a lot of people's like the door handles will be different alignment. The shit that's lining the windows, it'll be off. Like it on mine, that's the only thing that I noticed. And every now and then I have to go get it corrected because there's like this sound that it makes when I turn. But other than that, I had no problems. But it's very inconsistent across the board. The autopilot feature is fucking fire, but it's not like you can't just fall asleep at the wheel like it's advertised or like people think. It's just made for. It's basically like enhanced cruise control to where you can just really set it. It can turn on like highways, stuff like that, but it's not something that you can't take your eyes off the road. Like it's like not a self-driving car.
Now, I really want to see what happens if we have a DUI case where Tesla's involved. I want to see that go to the Supreme Court, how it all works.
They couldn't be, because there's a feature on it where if like depending on how fast you're going, let's say I'm going like 75, 80, like every 10 to 15 seconds, it'll beep and say you have to press something on the steering wheel or tug the steering wheel to let it know that you're still paying attention. Like every 10 to 15 seconds, if you're going that fast. If you're going like in traffic and it's like 20 miles an hour, it's like every probably 30, 45 seconds, you gotta let it know you're still there. But if you don't, it'll blink red and it'll shut down. And it'll say the auto drive is no more for this trip. You can't use the auto drive anymore, and it'll just slow down at a reasonable speed, and it just come to a complete stop. So you can't drive drunk on it. Well, you can.
You could, but it would.
It's like I've had a few drinks before where I was in it, and it was really convenient because like where I was like right off the freeway, and I was making a trip. Like I wasn't drunk, but I had a few drinks, and you just hop on. And you just you just press the thing. It's actually safer. In my opinion, it's the future. Like self-driving cars are the future. It can eliminate shit like that, right? And so it's like, if I'm not encouraging, I don't encourage it. I don't think you should. But in the future, I think it would be an absolute asset to vehicular homicides if you had self-driving cars, because then you get loaded at the bar and then get in your car and a car could take you home. That would be fire. But it's not near that right now.
I have a feeling there's going to be a case in the future when we have someone in a self-driving car who's involved in an accident. Maybe it's not their fault, But as they do at car accident scenes, they breathalyze both drivers, and let's say they're over the legal limit, but it was totally not their fault and they were using.
That could be.
That's going to be one of the problems that we're going to see in the future.
I hope not.
What about the whole Mars exploration thing? A lot of people think that Elon wants to colonize Mars.
Yeah,
here's my thing about Elon. He's got a lot of irons in a lot of different fires. He's got his fingers in a lot of different pies. It seems like wanting to colonize Mars would be your full-time gig, but for him, it's like 25% of his day.
Twitter, yeah, exactly.
It's a pretty lofty goal.
That's like Coley's critique on him, right? It's like, I think, and there's a lot of people. It's not just Coley. Like I said, I'm really indifferent about Cuz. I don't really like. He don't take up too much of my day, but I think he's like a lot of the dudes where he does a lot of shit, or has a lot of people do shit, and then he ends up getting the credit for it. And so like it builds up this lore around him where it's like he's just this big brain genius, super. We're never gonna encounter him. When it's like he's probably a really smart guy, really done a lot of cool shit, but that's where it ends for me. Like I don't know, like, but the lore behind Elon is what fascinates me. Like when you hear Billy defending this shit, there's a lot of people like that will just defend this man to the death. Like Elon's he's a genius, and it's like, okay, cool. Now what?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I've read some stuff from people that have worked for him, and their concern. A lot of like people that do like consulting work and things like that for Tesla are concerned because he seems to take a lot of prescription drugs. That's what people are saying. Like he takes a lot of Adderall, takes a lot of Xanax, allegedly a lot of Xanax, and he's like manic. He gets in these moods where he's trying to take over, an entire industry because of an idea that he had one afternoon. Feels like he's got like a lot of stuff going on right now where he wants to
anti-union.
At his Tesla plants, yeah. He was saying that like the Tesla plant, the Tesla business model, since it's trying to disrupt, doesn't work well with unions. And I think there's a lot of speculation on the financial future of Tesla too. A lot of people are either super adamant for this is going to be a long-term smash, and then there's a lot of people like Bill Gates that are very much like this business is not sustainable. It's built on a house of cards. Feels like there's no like Arian's probably the first person I've talked to that's been like, yeah, Tesla's okay. I like my Tesla.
Yeah. I don't know shit about cars, so I admit that I don't know anything about cars. Like I call AAA. I got people that handle all my cars. I don't know nothing about cars, so I could have a blind spot, but I've just had no problems with it. It's very convenient. I plug it up at the house. Ain't been to the gas station in 3+ years. I don't know.
I also think that Billy's falling down a very precarious path here, where I would caution you to just be like, this dude's awesome. He's a rock star, because usually if you're the richest person in the world, you're probably kind of a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, but at least he's doing shit with his money that's not self-centered. I mean, like,
it's my Twitter, dog.
Yeah,
I know, but like he's like, for example,
you could also say that about Bill Gates. Like he's saved millions of lives.
There was a hot take about Bill Gates, though.
I mean, I don't like Bill Gates. Just like I'm never going to be a fan of a billionaire. That strikes me as a weird thing to do, to just be like a fan of the richest guy in the world. But like he also has done a lot of, his foundation does a lot of good. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has saved a shitload of lives.
So that's my hot take, right? Because I have a group debate with a bunch of dudes I went to college with, and one of these dudes is a hella conspiracy theorist. Like I'm talking about when Corona first hit, he was like, it's 5G towers. Like he's that guy, and he's dead serious about the shit. And so he was like, yo, fuck Bill Gates. And I was like, what's your problem with him? I was like, he's evil. He did the vaccines. And I was like, okay, but like, what did he actually do? Vaccines aside, because you know what you're talking about there. But like, what did he do aside from trying to microchip people with vaccines? And he couldn't really pinpoint it. And so I just started like just reading up like all the bad stuff about Bill Gates. And I couldn't really find a lot. And granted, I didn't do a lot of research, but I just really couldn't find a lot about it. And everything that he was accused of, like there was a really valid reason for him to do what he did. Like everything that I looked up. And so like I haven't found like a real valid critique aside from the What's the pedophile dude?
The
name?
Epstein stuff.
Epstein.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know enough about that, and I don't really give a fuck about
Which
that.
Elon's tied up in too.
Elon
because this
is
is
no,
so-
no. Elon is not
Look at- look
tied
at-
up. No,
look at-
because I
look
looked
at-
into
look
it. This is part. This is part of my.
Everything.
This is part of my research because I knew this was going to come up. There's one picture of him with Ghislaine where she's in the background of a picture of him at a party, which was a Vanity
I
Fair
sent
party.
it. They're holding hands.
They're not
basically.
holding hands. It's like a bar
This is my whole
mitzvah.
thing. But this is my whole thing about that, right? It's like, this is why, like, when I heard that about Bill Gates, I was like, okay, there's no real way to verify either way. Like, there isn't a way. Like, there's a bunch of people on his flight logs. He did a lot of fundraising events for charities. And so, like, there's no real way other than inference. And the inference is like, it's just on if you really like the person that you're accusing or not. So Trump had a lot of goings on with him. I don't know it either way. Chris Tucker did too. I don't know it either way.
So-
I have no idea. So there's no really way to
I think
verify it other
his-
than like eyewitnesses.
No, I think the one damning evidence is his wife left him because of it. And if he was really up to no,
that's-
if he really was just doing,
She said that.
yeah, she said Epstein was the reason why I left him.
Can you send
Just
that?
Yeah.
cleared him 5 seconds ago.
I'm talking about Bill Gates.
Oh, I got you. My
Yeah.
apologies.
Yeah.
I heard you wrong.
So his
I was
wife,
like, what?
Yeah,
So
no,
his
and I'm not questioning you like on some like
Right,
show.
right.
I really,
I know.
have
I'll show
no dog in
you.
that
I'll
fight.
show you because in
if
his
That may have
if
also
he's-
been like a quick way to get. How much did she get? She's like the second richest person in the world now.
right. But the other point I was going to make is if you remember when it first surfaced that he might have been that the divorce happened, all of these articles started coming out about Bill Gates being a womanizer and like he used to have parties with strippers and all this crazy stuff started coming out, painting this narrative that maybe
What a
like,
nut!
yeah, like maybe that's why he left.
What a crazy
But, like,
guy.
Dude, Bill Gates is like we've seen pictures of him. That's not a guy you could see. Like, he's not doing blow and like being a party animal and like
Hey, bro,
party
you
was-
don't know what.
I
you
don't know, but-
what's-
He got rich
but
in the 80s.
right.
If it's one thing I learned about being any kind of famous and any kind of rich, is bro, you have no idea.
right. But if
what
that
people do
was,
behind
but
doors,
if she put it up with it in the
This is the
80s,
dude who dropped out
she would have.
of Harvard because he was gambling too much, right, Bill?
Bill Gates.
We're
I
talking
don't,
about that, Bill Gates.
I don't think he went. Did Bill Gates? Wait,
Yeah,
one
he went
second.
to Harvard.
Okay,
He went to Harvard and dropped out because of his gambling addiction.
no, but let me tell you,
Yes,
because of that,
yes.
if that was the behavior that caused the divorce, that would have happened much earlier when all this happened. If she said, but like what I'm saying is, I think there was a direct media campaign to make him look like this womanizer who likes strippers, as opposed to someone being a creep sneaking off to Saint whatever the fuck it's called to
Little
like
St. James.
get a little St. James to have a little fun with Epstein. Meanwhile,
It's possible. I'm saying I would
yeah,
like.
let me find.
Just send it to me. Like I don't
Yeah.
have a daughter. If he's a piece of shit, he's a piece of shit.
Uh,
I was just saying, like when I was looking up, there's nothing I could like really verify. Like
Yeah,
it was
Epstein.
all
Gates
it was all
divorce.
speculative.
But my thing is, let's say Bill Gates is. This is my one thing is that I haven't like. Let's say Bill Gates is acting, and one of his tenets of his philanthropy is depopulation, because it will save the world that's being affected by global warming. Do you think that's those ends are?
Yeah, that's another quote that was taken out of context, right? Because I was like, that's a damning quote, right? But then when you look at what he was saying, right, it was at a conference in, I believe, it was talking about climate change, right?
Mhm.
And he was referencing that and saying, if you look at all of the studies that correlate very good medicinal practices with populations, what they say is the more healthy a society is, the less
right.
people procreate.
So
It was a direct correlation between the health and human services of a population
Mhm.
and poverty. And they were saying if we get vaccines, if we get good health, if we get good medicine into these poor countries, the data shows us, or the data show us, if you're a piece of shit, the data shows us that the more healthy a society is, the less that they populate. And
Right.
and he was talking about sustainability from that point. So people took that and spun it as like, oh, he wants to kill people.
right,
He
right.
wants to depopulate,
No,
which
but
is
I'm not using that quote. But like, for example, and I think this is the reason why I prefer billionaire Elon Musk over billionaire Bill Gates. is that Elon Musk is
Memes.
openly not memes.
Tweets,
Elon
memes.
Musk is openly talked about. He actually thinks the world is going to become depopulated, and we have a depopulation problem. And he believes in that the world can support more people in population growth, meaning that he actually, like in whether you like it or not, these
But again,
these charity groups talking about overpopulation and trying to as a problem is something I think is
no. I think you're missing the point of what he was saying, which is why I got taken out of context.
No, but I'm not talking
He's
about
not
that quote.
saying.
I'm not talking about that quote. That I know
What were
that
you talking about?
that quote. But look, if you look at, like, if you probably there's some literature where if you look at fighting global warming, you're going to see overpopulation listed as a problem, and you're going to see that Bill Gates subscribes to that belief.
That's what I'm saying. They're not talking about overpopulation. They're talking about the resources having to sustain that population, right?
Right.
So what they're saying is we have this mass agricultural and mass factory farming problem because we have the demands that need to be met from that population. So they're not saying the people itself is the problem. They're saying the shit around the people as to why it's unsustainable. And all he was saying was, if you get medicine, if you get vaccines, and if you have a healthy society, the data shows that you will have less procreation. That's all he was saying. He wasn't saying we need to depopulate the earth. It's just not true.
But what if hypothetically there's ideologies and methods taking place in order to help prevent overpopulation from happening?
Like what?
Do you think
what does that mean?
Do you think that's
Because birth control is one of them. Birth control, like spreading condoms and the morning after pill, as well as just like birth control pills to developing societies.
But hypothetically, let's say there's medical practices that are trying to ensure that the population does lower at the end.
Like, what do you mean? What medical practices?
But hold on, are you arguing that people should have more kids? Is that what you're arguing?
That's what Elon Musk talks about.
Well, that's not smart, because the majority of America lives below the poverty line, right? And if you're saying that we need to have more kids, that will put them in more debt and they will have more expenses. And what
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Elon,
that's not exactly
that's
what I'm
not
saying.
smart.
I just think the ideology that we have, like thinking about humanity as a whole, I think like culling the herd is not an ideology I want to prescribe to.
We're not talking about
Elon Musk doesn't.
We're not talking about culling the herd, though. We're just talking about developing and giving people access to healthier lifestyles. Because it's shown across the board. The more developed a country gets, the birth rate declines because people don't have kids when they're not planning on having kids as much.
Not only that, a lot of people's income in those countries are come from their kids working, right? And so they have more children so that they have more income.
Right.
Like this is why the data shows all that. That's all he's saying.
But for example, there are basically policies that prevent people who are like who should be in the economic situation to have kids and want to have kids, but they can't because of the system. For example, student loans. In other types of even arguably highly capitalist situations that don't allow.
Say that again.
If you're in debt, you would not be in what you just described.
Are you saying student loans are preventing people from having kids?
Yeah, 100%.
Billy, I don't know what you're talking about.
The bigger question is, are you blaming Bill Gates for student loans?
I think it's part of you know what? I've stated my case. I've stated my case.
You haven't.
People who listen, I've stated my case. I like Elon Musk because he doesn't want to shrink the amount of people on the earth, because I don't think that's technically.
Neither does Bill Gates. That's what, bro. Neither does Bill Gates. This is what I'm saying.
I'm curious what Elon means when
there's a difference.
When he's like, I think that we can have more people in there. Is he saying because robot technology will improve so much?
Elon Musk says there aren't enough people. Birth rate could threaten human civilization.
He needs more workers.
Business mogul Elon Musk is more concerned with underpopulation than overpopulation. The thing is, across the world, we're about to have once all the boomers die off, there's going to be a huge drop off in population because of just the culture towards that's his whole argument.
We need more boomers.
No, the boomers are going to die.
Like explain to me the thought process.
It's just I think ideologically it's better to support a billionaire who isn't exactly preaching, certain.
Neither you got to
points.
stop. Bill Gates is not saying we need to have less people. He does not saying like this is literally a debunked conspiracy talking point.
But
and
that's just that specific. Like you're saying that specific point was taken out of context. But
that's
if you
what he was
read
talking
the
about. That's where it comes
literature,
from.
if you read
What literature?
If you read the literature on all of his supported foundations, all of his supported, as he said, philanthropic opportunities, all of their
Why are you putting that in air quotes?
dogma. Well, because that's what he told Elon Musk. You want to loop him into. All the dogma is about pushing certain this idea of overpopulation and basically humanity being a bigger threat to the earth and humanity than having more constructive Look,
I'm confused what he thinks that having more kids is going to accomplish.
Let me send you the article.
Billy, if you are struggling to make ends meet, you're saying that you need to have more kids?
No.
Okay, so explain to me, because if the majority of people are struggling in America, are living paycheck to paycheck, explain to me how having more kids will help.
I'm just confused. Yeah, I want to know what he means by that, because I'm
not
sure.
even banging on you. I'm just genuinely curious why you take this stance. I don't understand.
I just don't. I think that there's a situation where there's certain groups. For example, Bill Gates, and he will be fine no matter what happens because his family.
Bruh,
so if he has to take means to prevent global warming from happening, it's not going to be anything that happens to his family and the people he cares about. That's all I'm saying.
That makes zero sense, and you didn't answer the question that I asked.
I'm just kidding. I don't understand how. I've heard Elon make that argument that underpopulation is an issue, but I haven't seen the reason why he says that is an issue or what he suggests that we do about it. I don't know what he's basing.
I didn't know I was going to end up arguing this, so I don't have all the information in front of me. I'm now going to DuckDuckGo to find it.
What's interesting to me about you, Billy, is you do that a lot. You'll say, I didn't know I was going to end up arguing this.
Well, because
why do you believe something that you have no foundation for?
Because I have the foundation for it, but I can't articulate it.
Can I run it through the Billy translator real quick? I think the Billy translator.
Well, I'm trying to actually. Can I talk to myself about this? Because no, seriously, I just explained. This is I'm trying to help whole
you.
thing. No, the whole thing about me. I can speak for myself. The only thing about me saying that I can't argue it because I literally started that today because I've ended up in situations where I wasn't prepared and I went in not prepared and I wasn't able to argue it efficiently, and then it came out that it wasn't effective. So now I'm trying to evolve as a human and then try to find the information so I can argue it more efficiently instead of just getting caught up and being thought to be wrong because I didn't bring the right tools to the conversation.
Blood gang, calm down.
Okay.
Do you realize that is the very definition of confirmation bias? You're saying you're gonna research it and tell me or figure out why you believe it, rather than saying, you know what, I don't know why I believe that, man. Let me research it and I'll get back to you.
No, because there
believe
is evidence that convinced me in the past of it, but I now need to pull up that exact evidence because I cannot recall it at this point.
Sure, but you didn't even
I'll
say
take
that. You just
you
went to a different point about Bill Gates being okay if Antarctica melted.
So I think what Billy's going for. Can I just try to?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Real quick. I want to real quick. I was just gonna say this. Again, I'll let you because I wasn't coming out against you. I was genuinely curious as to why you believed it, dog. I wasn't well, tell me what. I was just yo, why do you believe that? I don't understand. It just didn't make sense to me. I was asking you to articulate it, and then you saying you need some more time. I feel you. I'm just saying I'm not. This was not a debate, bro.
I know, but the thing
I was
is,
just genuinely curious.
Honestly, and let's just take a step back here because I drank a lot of green tea today, guys. I'm very sorry.
I knew you was on something.
No, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is basically, I really honestly, Coley and Arian, you're actually very masterful in discussion, and that when you get into something, the places you pick to detest or to push back against are it's in the art of verbal discussion and debate as a whole. You guys seem to press, and I'm not saying it negatively. It's very it's something that I wish I could be better at, but you press places of weakness in arguments, which is what you're supposed to do. And usually my weakness is a lack of preparation of evidence. So that is something I've been working on.
I would like to make it clear you do not think PFT is good at arguing.
Yeah. Notably absent.
PFT actually.
I'm more of a meathead. You know,
No.
My strongest muscle isn't my brain. It's
No,
my
but
pecs.
but in this, I'm not saying it's a dig at PFT, but in the scheme of the show, we see Coley and Arian getting into argument with Big T. There's baseball, and then the thing is with my baseball argument was I didn't have actual evidence to prove that baseball is not a sport that requires serious endurance.
I would say the crux of Billy's argument here, which is a noble one, is that humans are good and human life is good, and he would prefer humans to live and not die.
Sure. I also think the other crux is he just likes Elon. He's just a fan.
He's a fan.
Ooga booga, human life good, ooga.
He's a fan.
Ooga booga, saber-tooth tiger kill human, no like.
There was a meme floating around, and I'm sure it's old, but I saw it yesterday, and it was like Bill Gates, I have this vaccine for you. The other guy's like, no, you're trying to put a chip in my brain. And then it was Elon Musk. I'm trying to put a chip in your brain. And the guy's like, that's fucking sick.
What a great idea.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know if I think Billy's kind of talking about it like,
yeah,
Elon kind of just like this is my problem with him. He just says shit and people view that as honesty. And it's kind of like the Trump shit. Like Trump just says shit and people are like, oh, this is so refreshing. He's honest. Like, he has sinister thoughts going on too. I understand why people think that way about Gates. I just don't know why this guy gets the pass. You know what I mean? Like because even just now you just said, I prefer my billionaire to be Musk over Gates. Where I'm sitting, fuck both of them. I don't like that either of them.
But if they're going to exist no matter what you do.
Maybe I'm bigger than both of them.
Communist revolution? Is that what we're looking to do?
Oh, much bigger.
Yeah. Would you take up arms, Arian?
I would beat the shit out of Bill. He wouldn't stand a chance.
I'm not finna fight the world for communism yet, but
pussy.
I'm all for it if we finna do it. I'm just a realist. I'm just a realist. There are people that will die to defend billionaires, bro, and they will never make $1 million, and they will never make $1 million. They've just been convinced, and it's like I'm not gonna wait. I enjoy my family, my little daughters, my little sons. I love them to death. I'm not finna die for the motherfuckers to be stupid.
I had a theory. I had a theory about the police system, and no, it's actually it has nothing to do with racism per se or police brutality, but I think that there is a movement that doesn't want the police system as it currently exists to ever exist because it is not capitalistically effective, because it is actually a very socialist construct.
Hey, I'm on their team.
Yeah, it's a public service, no?
Right, but it would be there would be a huge market for private contractors to take over policing duties in the U.S.
That's politically super aligned with Big T's worldview.
I know.
1,000%.
Yeah. And I'm thinking because like
libertarians is basically like whoever has the biggest army rules.
And to my point, like the idea of basically Target, right? They basically in all these cities you can take $200 worth of stuff and just leave. And Targets had to start, and the police aren't going to do anything. And Targets had to start employing people for merchandise protection services. And I'm like, this is just going to keep the police are going to keep getting less and less jurisdiction, and private, which is actually good because I don't need Target. Something from Target shouldn't take police service, take their resources, and then you're going to have more and more spending on these merchandise protection, and it's going to start getting bigger and bigger to, security service of the parking lot to make sure there's not a mugging.
I can't wait to get arrested by Walmart.
Yeah.
Spend time in a Walmart prison.
They've got like a yellow smiley face mask.
But they might just
That'd be
but
fire.
they might take this whole Second Amendment thing.
Super
and be like,
dystopian.
Yeah.
they're protecting merchandise, and they're going to start, shooting people on site.
You're gonna have
because they
jails.
have more
It's gonna be like the old Veteran Stadium in Philadelphia. Walmart's gonna have a prison inside each store.
Yeah, I
if
was
you
just
had to
getting wild.
pick, if you had to pick
They got
one
the money.
company in America to take over all the prisons, who are you picking?
Honestly, Disney.
Ooh.
I feel like
Yeah.
Disney would keep a very clean prison, very orderly.
Entertainment.
Yeah, we'd have characters sitting
More
down in the
anal sex.
lunchroom. Yeah, it'd be great. We'd have a bubble tournament every day at break when we go out in the yard. Be wonderful. Chick-fil-A is the answer to
that
most
you,
of
I
them.
mean, you
Yeah.
know my answer.
The prison's closed on Sunday. You get to
Prison
go
closed
home.
on Sundays?
Yeah.
Just everybody with a smile on their face,
Yeah, I honestly
happy to serve
I
you.
feel like Disney prisons. We could do a lot worse than have Disney running the show.
yeah.
Everyone get dressed up in like a character outfit in your cell.
Nah, I can't have Goofy beating the shit out of me because I got out of line in lunch.
The CEOs are all in costume.
The freak
Yeah.
show. The freak show. Disney adults will be breaking into prisons.
Chip and Dale bust into your cell and beat the shit out of you with batons and drag you
bars
out.
of soap and a pillowcase. I can't have that.
Yeah, going
Oh my
going
God.
to a Disney prison. You talk about immersion in the lifestyle.
Yeah.
You spend time in the hole. You just have to grow your hair out for a long time until it can rappel down. There's a lot of things that could happen in a Disney prison. I think that's the right answer. But yeah, Walmart would definitely be the first. I feel like they're ready to go.
I might pick the NFL. Goodell would just have us in such great shape playing football. Imagine if we were watching basically The Longest Yard, but actually.
Yeah,
But actually,
everyone gets a 2-game suspension as their sentence. Unless there's video evidence to the contrary.
Even if there is.
Yeah, even if there is, they'll bury it. Yeah, the NFL. Yeah, dudes would sign up to go to an NFL branded prison. It'd be like fantasy camp.
I'm not joking. A prison like football league, like each prison gets to put together a team and they play. I would not only watch that, I would pay money to watch it. Like I would
That's
buy
doing way bigger numbers than the USFL.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
I would buy if they did their own subscription service, I would pay for it.
How?
That's how Netflix gets back.
That's their work release. Dude, guys get signed when they get out.
And then at the end of the season, there's like state all-star teams.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, like, basically like college recruitment day? Like, a player gets arrested, all the prisons are like, "Come to this one. We got a good setup here. We'll get."
San Quentin's paying out name, image, and likeness money.
This,
It could happen.
Let me
in the
ask-
same vein, how much do you think it would cost to do a startup basketball league like we were talking about earlier with fighting in a penalty box?
I don't know.
Would
Ice
that-
Cube's in the office and ask him how much it costs to start the Big Three.
Ice Cube's in the office right now?
I said,
I mean-
enough.
Oh.
I think I'm for fighting in the NBA, but I'm not for fighting in the prison. basketball
No,
league.
yeah, not.
I
Yeah,
think
no,
we need to
that,
discourage
I was
that.
no, I didn't say that. It's
There's
not-
only fighting in the prison
I'm
basketball.
just saying, if we're gonna make a league, what if we make it prison? Like not prison, forgetting prison. We make a league like we do a 5-on-5 team, and with just a different foul system, like get back to 90s basketball.
So what are the non-calls?
It's always someone who never watched a second of 90s basketball.
I watched the clips. There's a TikTok going around of Larry Bird, Bill Laimbeer, and Dennis Rodman swinging at each other. I'm like, what? This is awesome.
I mean, you could probably make a clip of like the last 10 years in the NBA and be like, this is when real basketball was real basketball, and then
that'll happen. A decade from now is going to happen.
Yeah, people. That's what you learn, Billy, as you get older. Is you're going to absolutely hate the next generation that comes up, and you're going to turn into an old man and be like, these kids are soft. In 2022, that's when basketball was at its
I don't
best.
think we've even seen like the 3-point revolution. Like in 10 more years, the kids that are playing right now, it's going to be even crazier than it is right now.
pulling up
they're
from
all
half court.
Yeah, they're all chucking up threes.
and they're all going to be Carl Anthony Towns.
In what way?
Like 6'10", 6'11", can handle the ball, really minimal back.
Why'd you go with him? Why wouldn't you go with Joel Embiid right there?
Because Joel Embiid can't shoot.
Because he's an American exceptionalist.
This is going to be your John Morant thing all over again. Look at his 3-point numbers. Karl Anthony Towns is a way better shooter than Joel Embiid. Way better. I don't even think Joel Embiid was league average this year.
I'm looking. Let me exit out this bounce house.
I got it. Don't look it up. What do you think?
When you're taking 4 shots a game, it's probably easier to have a higher percentage, right?
That was one playoff game, yes.
But I'm a
the
prisoner
rest
of the
of the
moment,
year
Corey.
to get them into the playoffs. What was he doing?
I'm a prisoner of the
Arian,
moment.
don't look it up. Don't look it up.
By the way, I'm just gonna say I think St.
Why,
Peter's.
am I way off?
No, I want each of y'all to guess career and this season 3-point percentage for Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid career, probably, let's go 29, 30.
Coley?
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think his career is higher than this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, see, I was
think
gonna go higher this year.
So
I think his career was like 34, and this year was like 32, something like that.
his career is 33.8. So now
Okay.
I want y'all to guess this year.
I was gonna go 33.
This year he's shooting 37% from three.
Oh, my apologies.
My dick, Coley, suck my dick.
But the numbers actually back up my larger point that he's never been able to shoot. So thank you, Big T.
Hold on, are you saying 33 is not a good shooting percentage? Because let's talk about the great.
The average is 35. He's below average.
We're not talking about the average. We're talking about the great
Okay,
players of our
Big T,
league.
pull up Karl Anthony Towns's.
Yeah, let's do that.
Real quick,
Pull it up, Jamie.
How many years in a row? has he
Karl
got over
Anthony
40?
Towns is shooting 41% from three this year, and he's 39.7 for his career.
So a better shooter.
But I want to say that. But what
Wait, what do you mean you wouldn't say
Oh,
that?
come on.
because hold on, look, volume matters. Volume
Okay, let's
matters.
look up
Towns
attempts.
more
I
shots
guarantee you
from-
Towns shoots more too.
Shoots more
If
threes.
come on, he shoots 40 from the field. That's
He's
like
crazy.
From
he's
three.
like one of the greatest. He's like that's what I'm
He's one
saying.
of the greatest big man shooters of all time. That's
No,
why
he's one of the greatest 3-point shooters of all time. Like I
Yes,
think
correct.
Reggie Miller was like 40.
All
I
right,
think
so
Steph is like 42 or something like that,
Towns-
43.
Towns this season is shooting 4.9 threes a game, 4.1 for
Big
his
shots.
career. Embiid
Damn.
takes 1.2. Oh, 3.5. He makes 1.2. My bad. 3.5. So
I mean,
Towns
around
is
the same
taking
less and makes less.
a shot and a half
You're-
more per game.
You're correct, Coley. I can see, but it doesn't take away the fact that Joel Embiid can shoot. 33% is a good, and he's 37 this year. So I mean,
It's higher this year than I thought because he likes to heave. And
bro, 30, but 37 is a great.
37 is great.
I'll take that from my guards any day.
really, really quick. One of the things I actually noticed, and I'm talking about basketball as a world.
Not all guards are shooting.
So the St. Peter's
Shut
run.
that mud up.
Wait.
He is a mutt.
All right. So I want to hear.
They're all mutts. They're ex-wolves.
We've had a lot of talk on this show about a lot of different topics. Feel like there's been a lot of yelling, a lot of back and forth. Mad Dog hasn't been able to get a word in edgewise. I'm curious to know where you're at with all this. Mad
Joel
Dog.
Embiid or Cat.
I don't. I'll go Cat. I feel like
That's
he's
right.
I feel like he's had a
Cat
lot of
household.
skills.
Point Coley.
Yeah.
About Elon Musk
Yeah.
or
Where you at with Elon?
I'm not a fan. I think he's odd. I think he's a fucking oddball, and I think that it's
Look at
weird.
Billy. Look at Billy. Look at Billy. Look at Billy.
Billy,
He's 100%. He's got some low key incel vibes.
yeah.
Well, let me
and
ask you. Let me ask Mad Dog this: is a guy who's super into Elon Musk? Is that an ick?
Yes.
I mean, that's that. I mean, it's fair.
I also don't think I wouldn't categorize Billy as someone who's like weirdly into Elon Musk, but like
Billy, do you have any pictures of him in your camera roll?
probably
good question.
the meme of him smoking on Joe Rogan.
No, I actually don't.
I don't know.
I'm not that much of a stan. I just really think that
I agree with what PFT said. It's like I don't get the people who are fans of billionaires, like the whole people who are like Jeff Bezos stands. Like I don't get.
I just feel like he's the
What?
best of the worst.
He's the best.
But you don't
billionaire.
have to be a fan of any of them. It's not like a sports league where it's like, oh, you pick your team. Like you don't have to pick a billionaire to be a fan of.
Well,
Yeah.
well, they kind of do control a lot of the world. We do kind of.
Yeah, but I still don't have to pick a favorite. Like I don't have to pick a favorite. Like
Yeah, that's a
that's my
great
thing
point.
with also like people who are weirdly obsessed with politicians. Like with people
Bruh.
who are really obsessed with Trump or really obsessed with Biden. Like it goes both ways. Where it's like these people are, you don't know them.
Yeah.
Like they're not celebrities. Like they're not there to entertain you. They're there to make a gain, like in a profit. And I don't get the whole like taking on fandom of it. The whole Elon buying Twitter thing, I think Like, I was just reading through the timeline, and Hassan actually tweeted he retweeted yeah, okay, whatever. Elon Musk can buy Twitter, but isn't it insane that someone can just buy a $45 billion company on a random Monday afternoon? And that's just something he did today.
I mean, there's 3 people who could do that. It's
right.
not
I think I'm invested in it because I use Twitter.
Well, so do I, though.
Right, but you could say that a lot of my livelihood is
comes from Twitter. 100%. But I don't think I think PFT is
even
just as much, if not more.
Way more.
And I just don't get the whole Elon Musk. I also think his whole I think he has a jack of all trades, master of none vibe, where it's he does all these weird companies, but it kind of makes me trust him less that he's buying Twitter, but what do you know about a fair, free technology space or whatever?
He's very
or space. What do you know about space, Elon Musk?
He changes his mind about stuff a lot.
Yeah.
And he gets these ideas that he wants to enact because sometimes I think he just gets bored.
Man, that was had a top tier rant right there.
Yeah, it made a lot of sense.
That's good stuff.
Thanks.
That's good stuff, man.
Thank you. I also think this is anti-girl boss of me, but I also think someone who dates Grimes shouldn't be trusted.
What's Grimes' deal? I don't know that
Dude,
much about her.
You tell
I don't
me.
have any idea.
She's insane. I don't know. I think she's crazy, and she named her baby a math formula.
Who is he dating?
He dated or was partners with Grimes, who is a singer, and she scares me.
Grimes.
What's wrong with Grimes?
What's her name?
She goes by Grimes. I don't know her.
She's
I don't know her
Canadian.
legal name.
I just remember when
That's anti-girl boss of me. Though.
I did listen to Elon's interview with Joe Rogan a while ago, and he was talking about when he met his child for the first time, and
Ash.
And he was talking about looking into his kid's eyes, and there was no sense of his first reaction was, "It's amazing. I can see in the eyes a supercomputer that's intaking all this data around
that's
it."
so fucking weird.
Instead of being "Oh my God,
I'm so in love with my child.
I'm so in love with my child. This is life that came from myself and then from the intimate connection that most people usually talk about with their children."
Mm-hmm.
He was "It's interesting how this new supercomputer is absorbing data around it. I wonder what lessons I can learn from a newborn child's brain."
I think that's such a weird level of narcissism too. It's it's not oh my gosh, this child is gonna have such a crazy life experience, blah, blah, blah. It's what can this thing do for me?
What can this teach me?
What can this teach me? It's not what can I teach this child? This literal baby who doesn't know how to eat.
But he wants to put information into the computer.
That's not a human thought.
He said he has Asperger's. I think we're also he's someone who's very atypical, who's made it's actually been a huge.
That's very true. Billy.
It's been a benefit to him.
Yeah.
No, but what's the word? He's been, for other neuroatypical people, he stands as someone who's succeeded with being neuroatypical, especially people who are slightly on the spectrum who really suffer socially. He's done it. He's almost for example, how Tyson Fury is someone who struggled through a lot of mental health issues, and he's the heavyweight champion of the world. He's a champion for neuroatypical.
But
people.
I'm not even really saying I don't really listen to Elon Musk talk ever. I'm not even saying his social skills. I just think the things he does and the way people react to him are such an odd dichotomy of breaking down why people are obsessed with him. People aren't obsessed with him because he's neuroatypical or has Asperger's. That's not why people are championing him, in my opinion. And maybe it's kind of a guy, maybe it's a guy thing and I just don't get it. And it's dudes, just guys being dudes, loving dudes, doing things. I don't know. I think he should have stopped at the Tesla and the Boring Company. And
I think a lot
make
of
flamethrowers.
I think you kind of nailed it there. If he wasn't pals with Joe Rogan, I wonder how big of star he'd be right now.
Yeah. Would people think he's so smart if he also didn't make memes on Twitter?
I think so, because the first time we heard about him was when he got involved in Tesla before social media had such a grip.
Yeah, but he wasn't like he is now.
I think when he does go on the Joe Rogan show, he humanizes himself a little bit.
Right.
And then people are okay, kind of like what Billy's saying. Like, if I have to pick my billionaire guy, I'll pick it because he is an interesting person.
Well,
And so
we have to
people
deal with them.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
I mean,
saying
some
that.
billionaires, start wars to profit off them. Elon Musk wants to send submarines and like do productive stuff that won't necessarily make him money.
Yeah, I
like
don't know. He creeps me out. Like all of this, like him buying Twitter. Like it's also in the back of my head. It's like, well, does he have some weird, like what's the word I'm trying to say?
You can also just log off Twitter if you want.
Yeah,
Like,
I also
no one's forced. I know a lot of people, like you're saying, the whole town square thing. A lot of people depend on it. You got to make a calculation. Do you want to stay on it or do you not want? No one's forcing you. You don't have to be on Twitter.
I also just
You can make that argument way easier for Facebook than Twitter due to just the user base. Twitter is the smallest by far.
Yeah, just people that are on Twitter think that Twitter is the most important thing in the world.
Right.
Facts. That's actually going to ask you, Billy. I don't understand. Like your generation is more TikTok and Instagram.
yeah.
Like my generation is Twitter. Like we love Twitter.
Yeah.
Like why is Twitter your main source?
I would actually push back on that. I wouldn't say my generation is TikTok.
I would
because
disagree. I would
Twitter-
think our generation
Well,
is TikTok and
I mean,
Instagram.
but the thing is, we didn't have TikTok.
How old are
in
you?
high
Like
school.
22, 23?
Yeah.
23.
But we didn't have TikTok in high school. We had
High school is not your prime.
no, but like
Oh.
no one's making TikToks.
No, but it, like
Well,
what
we-
Coley said
it's-
earlier,
we do it for
musically did exist when we were in high school.
but like
Not
So did
that
mine.
we're using it.
I would
but
say TikTok's different because it's not a social. It's hard to
it
say,
is
but like
social media.
I feel like TikTok's more of like YouTube, whereas it's not a place you can converse.
You can
You can
converse on TikTok.
absolutely
What are
do
you
that
talking
on
about?
YouTube.
And yeah, wait, what are you talking about with TikTok?
I don't know. I
can't-
just think it's more of a content platform than a social platform.
But that's when you say that with Instagram, them too. Instagram, the only
100%.
difference between Instagram and TikTok is a video versus a picture.
Right,
mostly.
100%. But like, I would say I would actually.
content versus discourse. I don't understand.
Yeah,
right,
is that
because
weird?
Twitter is way more Discord. I think that my generation is more Twitter and Instagram.
See, I'm gonna push
More
back.
Instagram.
I agree with Billy that it's more Instagram, but I think Billy is seeing it through his lens of Barstool as a company is such a Twitter heavy company.
But
So Billy feels like it's
no, but
more.
even my friends, right? Like we had Twitter group chats. We send each other funny tweets. We don't have Instagram group chats. We do use Instagram. But like Instagram is almost like become more of like a for family at this point.
See, I think like my friends have the Instagram group chats. Like none of my friends use Twitter besides me.
I think that's a male female.
Yeah, I
thing
think
as
it's a
well.
male female thing.
Because you guys are sending pictures
And stuff.
in
I
that-
didn't use Twitter. I barely used Twitter until I started working here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's most people don't use Twitter.
Yeah.
Like
The
one of
majority
the least used.
Right.
Which is interesting why he would target this, because it's like I think it's a lure is why the people that use it. It's a lure to me is Instagram to me is basically just a digital mall. Like everybody's selling everything, and it's
Yeah.
it's because it's the algorithmically it doesn't have anything to do. It doesn't keep you up to date with anything, and so it's just basically you follow things that you're interested in content wise, as far as videos, shopping, shit like that. But Twitter is more so a discourse. It's about talking and discussing ideas, woody whoop. And that's not going to be that popular with younger people. They just want to see cool dances and do cool shit.
Right.
Which is interesting. It's interesting to me why Elon would want to buy that. I'm hoping it doesn't lose the allure of that, where he tries to compete in the market so that he can make it profitable, because it's going to dilute why the people that are there still are there in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter's previous regime, as of 3 hours ago, also was constantly trying to turn it into Instagram. Like even the last
The
modification they made to the timeline, they widened it much like Instagram. Like they tried to bring up the random timeline thing, which is only Insta. Like Twitter had no idea what they should be. Like I had no clue. And so it will be interesting if he brings, like, I think the open source thing is the only thing I'm super interested in that he's talked about so far.
Money ruins everything, bro.
For sure.
Start competing, shit just dilutes the shit, dog.
I mean, we were talking about with the NBA before. People who've been on Twitter long enough love talking about, oh, you guys weren't around for 2011 Twitter. That's when it was real Twitter. Like
Mm-hmm.
people gatekeep anything, absolutely anything, including a social media app.
Their Twitter in like 2010 sucked. It was bad.
But you could. It did. It's always sucked. But that's like the baseline. Like it's always sucked. But it was
different Twitters. I love Twitter then.
Like,
that's what I mean. It was different. That's when people were on Christmas fighting each other over Kobe Bryant takes. Like that was the Twitter I love.
No, that was later. Like manual retweets and stuff back in 2012. It was a weird place. It was very strange.
Definitely.
It looked completely different. You couldn't put pictures on there. You had to like click on a picture to get it to show up.
If you used to be able to upload something on Instagram and the whole image would show up on Twitter. And Instagram was like, we're knocking this the fuck off right now. Like
You know what I
will not
want?
get our free
I don't
pictures.
mind it though. I don't mind that.
You know what I want from Musk? You have the verification badge, right? I want like 20 different badges. And if your account has been on Twitter, like before you could put pictures, you get a badge.
Like medals. Yeah.
If you're,
Like a general in the war.
yeah,
Like
and,
Infinity Stones?
and you
Yeah.
can just collect badges.
I lived through the binders full of women debate on Twitter back in 20. I'm a
man.
veteran.
See, I
If
wouldn't
you
have
part-
that badge.
I
I don't know what that is.
I was there for the colored dress debacle.
No,
Yeah, that's a badge. That's a
I was
badge.
Like the nights on Twitter, like the biggest one was,
Do you remember?
damn.
Do you remember the pole assassin's monkey?
yeah,
In
no,
Texas.
the one that I was thinking of was, the N-word Navy was a very funny night.
that was
Nigger
fun.
Navy.
that
yeah,
was-
That was
I was
a dick.
Billy's brain just grinded
But-
to a halt trying to figure that one.
No, I think he knew it, but he didn't know how to.
That's what I
Like,
mean.
that was one of the-
He was
but
like,
that-
how am I going to get this message across without Arian punching me through a computer?
no, but that was like voted as one of the best nights on Twitter.
Oh, maybe the best
No
one
question.
ever. People don't talk about this one anymore. When I think it was U.S. Air tweeted out that picture of
The plane in the pussy.
a chick that was blasting herself with a model airplane right in her pussy,
yeah.
What?
like hardcore porn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Hang on.
That was a good one.
Or when Ted Cruz retweeted porn,
he liked porn
liked porn.
on
you like
9/11.
porn, yes. Liked incest porn specifically.
Yeah, the context there matters.
What was another great night?
I think it was U.S. Air. Yeah, Big
Yeah,
T.
you-
got-
you-
Oh,
US
this. I mean, like
Airways.
the slap is one of the most recent ones.
Oh my!
It wasn't a good night, but it was just.
Big T.
No, that was
It
good.
was it was a reply to someone that says, "We welcome feedback, L. If your travel is complete, you can detail it here for review and follow up." And then it sure is just a picture of a woman.
It's very graphic.
Very
It's as graphic as you could possibly be.
Don't look at it on a work computer. But if you weren't around for that one, you should definitely get. I should have a medal on my chest for being around when playing girl. That was.
Are they
that
still
was a
an
wild
airline?
day. I think they merged.
I would
As an
put,
aviation expert, I think
I
that
would-
tweet sunk them.
I would put the Kobe Bryant on Christmas up against any night on Twitter. That was
Yo,
as good
all
as
right,
it was.
everybody, give me. I'll give you some time. Everybody, give me their top tweet of all time.
Oh, that's easy.
All right, I'm gonna go first to get everybody get their shits in order.
All right.
This was the funniest shit in the world to me. I spilled baked beans all over myself watching. Hold on. I spilled baked beans all over myself watching Cars 2 in the theaters, and a black teenager shouted, "This nigga eating beans," and everybody laughed.
Alaskan Carl, shout out the legend. Very clearly a white guy, and no one's ever got mad at him because it's so
No.
fucking funny.
This is the most classic tweet of all time. This nigga eating beans.
And
The
everyone
picture,
laughed at me.
he stands up and points. He's like, everyone.
Yo. Oh man, okay, that's mine. I got another one if y'all don't want to.
Wait. I'm
I
trying
mean,
to
mine
think.
is definitely. I just sent it in the group, but it's Happy Cinco de Mayo. The best taco bowls are made at Trump Tower Grill. I love Hispanics,
Oh my god.
and he's
Donnie
just
T.
smiling.
He didn't take a single bite of that. He threw that out the window seconds after this picture. Oh man,
The
I mean,
Tony. Wait, what else happened?
Tyler has a good 500 of them.
Yeah, Tyler.
Yo, he has a good one. He's let me tell you why this isn't offensive. That's a top tier tweet too, dog. Oh my god. And so people who haven't seen it, it's a white dude dressed in a Native American costume
Full
outside of
Cleveland Indians fan.
full Cleveland Indians fan. talking to an actual Native American, and he's kind of like mansplaining why
His finger in his face. He's got his finger in his face. Actually,
That's
it's not
true.
offensive, friend, and let me tell you why.
As
Let me tell you
a
why this isn't.
as a Guardians fan, I disavow that tweet.
No, it's a great tweet. Great tweet.
The assault tweet. Adam
Schefter.
Schefter.
That's a good
Oh,
one.
that's top tier. That's top tier tweet.
That
too.
was so fucking funny.
I have that in my meme folder actually.
He's got nothing else, just assault. He couldn't believe it.
I mean, there's so many good drill tweets out there too.
Yeah, drill. I'm trying to run through all the drill ones right now.
There's one of my favorites is the one where he says, I don't even care if they cancel sports. Howard Stern, that's wild.
That's why.
Oh, who's that other dude that died? They took a picture of some random ass like Walmart basketball, and he said LeBron
Tom
James. Yeah, he said LeBron James. Do you like what you see?
He said at LeBron James.
Yeah.
I mean, Tom Brodude has
You
a
like
deep
what you
catalog, very deep catalog.
That's right.
It's Bro Dude, it's Tyler, it's Drill. I mean, PFT, you're in this conversation. I'm not saying that just because you're sitting here. You're absolutely in this conversation. Before you sold your account.
The old owner. Of the
Yeah. Desus, early Desus, bro.
Yeah.
He's up there, dog.
Mhm.
Early
He
Desus
is.
might be the GOAT. Yeah.
I mean, I think in terms of the most laugh out loud tweets that I've seen from one person, I think it's Tyler. I think Tyler has the best bangers. Now he tweets a lot, and he's always on the app conversing with people. But when when he's firing off his thoughts, like his best tweets, I would put up there with anybody.
Right. He's like, I told him this one time. I was like, dog, like follow. I don't like people that like retweet other people. I mute because you can mute retweets. Like if somebody's retweeting stuff, you can mute those. So I have that muted for a lot of people. But for him, I told him it's like following him is like it's an entire inside joke.
Yeah.
It's just like a community, bro. And it's fucking hilarious. He's a very enjoyable follow.
I don't even think he understood what he did when he was doing that. Like he has like I don't want to say the word uses in a negative thing, but like his followers add to the joke and like get it. It's like he's like Marshawn Lynch in the Seahawks defense. Like they feed off each other.
It's facts. That's facts.
Yeah.
Oh, I got one. Okay.
Avery just sent one to the chat that I tend to agree with. When Donald Trump quote tweeted MP Lefty 67, if Hillary Clinton can't satisfy her husband, what makes her think she can satisfy America? And that was actually like a real tweet that he put out.
Before he even ran.
Just wild. That's 2015.
I love the Kim Jong one. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un just stated that the nuclear button is on his desk at all times. Will someone from his depleted and food-starved regime please inform him that I too have a nuclear button, but it is much bigger and more powerful than the one that's and much more powerful one than his, and my button works.
I think the drill tweet, the OG drill tweet, was hilarious. I can't say it word for word, but basically it was like a list of costs per week.
The candles.
Yeah, candles.
Yeah.
I like him going after Nordstrom for treating Ivanka poorly. I like when he just uses one word with the exclamation point. Terrible.
All right.
I mean, it's LeBron tweeting you bum Steph Curry when he was talking to Trump and doing it LeBron's got some good ones. LeBron lying openly about like, I knew that when the Patriots were down 28-3, I told everyone this is when Tom's gonna get like he just lies about everything.
He lies about every sport, every like viral sports moment. So,
everything.
Jalen Suggs.
Yep.
He's a hashtag.
He lied about Scotty Barnes this year. He was like, man, I saw him when he was in 4th grade and I knew he was the one. It's like, what are you talking about?
LeBron is the king of the hashtag.
He does do a good
Hashtag just my own thoughts, regardless my own sport I play.
Zero Dark 30.
Zero Dark 30 23.
Yes, correct.
Can't find it, but there's this one where it was like this art piece and like two people had like their heads cut in half, and then one was like pouring out water into another one, and this dude says, I don't know what the fuck this shit mean, but if I share my head water, you better not cheat, bitch.
Head water is a phrase that stuck with me for so long.
Oh, Tyler's best tweet. She'll call you back. She's just having a little sex.
Oh, I hate that one.
That's his worst tweet, actually.
Yeah, I hate that one.
Actually, There's the
Billy likes that.
PFT. I think you would know who penned it, but what's the Skip and Stephen A? Like, I would never defend the Holocaust. And Skip's not.
There are two,
but
there are two canonical. Is that the correct?
Yeah, there's
phrase?
Crab Rangoons.
The Crab Rangoons, which is one about First Take. Then the other one is like it was by Hegelbon.
Okay.
Trevor Strunk is what he goes by on Twitter. And he was doing the like Stephen A. Smith conversing with Skip Bayless, being like, that I don't support in any way, shape, or form the Holocaust. And then Skip's like, yep, absolutely. And then Stephen A. Smith just goes, but there's one back when I think it was like if you tweeted too long for Twitter, it just broke it up into separate tweets. Like when people used to text to tweet. And so there's one from Stephen A. Smith. I mean, you talk about someone who has some bangers. I know we talked about him earlier on the show, but he's got one that he's like ESPN LA 850. We will be talking about this, and this. We will not, however, be discussing the homosexual. And that's just where it ends. It just ends right there.
What was he talking about?
I can't remember what the next thing was, but it was just the fact that it ends. That I never want to know. I don't care where it went after that. It's a perfect tweet. When he talks about Atlanta's my personal Sodom and Gomorrah, like hell, damn, and ass are mild cuss words that I allow on my page.
He had a funny one where he was tweeting out a picture, but it was just the letters. It was just the letters, and so people always put
take a look, y'all.
Yeah, take a look, y'all. It's like IMG.370066, and like people will just spam it with a whole bunch of shit like that.
Now there's
at Bibles and blowjobs. He just added and said, "The hell is wrong with you?"
There's an entire category we could also include of people that claim that they were hacked after the fact. So James Brown, you might recognize him from NFL Sundays, tweeted out a video. He was on a porn site. I think it was damplips.com, and he hit the tweet button to share the video. I don't know why these websites have
Elon Musk get rid of that button.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Get rid of the share video button.
No, because then we wouldn't have this laugh we're sharing right now.
And James Brown tweeted out,
"It's worth it."
Sexy little brunette bitch sucking and fucking her personal trainer's big cock. And I think that it said something on the website about like black guy fucks damp lips or something like that. Just crazy.
You want the pipe.
That's
when you think about me.
Oh, Ray Allen.
Yeah, Ray Allen.
The Ray Allen.
Ray Allen.
That's
tweet.
a DM. That's a different.
No, the Ray Allen was a tweet.
It was.
Yeah, he thought it was a DM, but he tweeted it.
You want the pipe was a DM.
J.R. Smith. Yeah, I was thinking of Chris Palmer, NBA. Who Kevin Durant famously said, "You're the only person I know who got fired from ESPN for being a dumbass." But he tweeted out, I think it was supposed to be a text, and it was just number 3. Did you orgasm the other night? Don't lie. And it's like, what were the first two? What were the first 2 points of that conversation? That was third.
I only know Chris Palmer from being the first person to diagnose that explosion that took place in Lebanon as being very clearly a nuclear bomb that went off.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Like, that's a mushroom cloud. Anyone can see that. That's a nuke.
I forgot about that. Kevin Durant's also on that Mount Rushmore. That was the whole reason the burner thing pissed me off. He didn't need it. He's too good of a tweeter.
Yeah, the one that I have, I have it pinned. I quote tweeted just so I could pin it to my profile.
I'll never log off.
There's no relax, champ. No relax when I'm on Twitter. I'm on 10 until the second I close the app. You relax. Great tweet.
Wait a second. You can actually search your DMs based on keywords.
How?
Did they just put that in?
It might. Yeah. I don't know if it
Thank
just got
you,
put
Elon.
in.
Shout out Elon.
But I just
it's
tried
been
it.
there. It's been there.
Search direct messages.
Just type in a word and then you just hit messages and it's just there.
Incredible.
AD had one. So if you think a woman's attractive, you're thirsty. Absurd. I will drink Scarlett Johansson's bathwater. What else?
That was good.
Durant has so many classics. Even his old Black Planet page, like Kevin Durant's been online. That's one thing you can say about him. He's seen every negative thing said about him these first 3 games.
Absolutely. All right, let's do some voicemails.
Okay. When did PFT? When did you join Twitter?
2012.
Okay.
I want to say October.
I got more badges than you, dog.
You do. You do. You've seen some shit I haven't seen.
I joined 2009.
Damn.
I think that's me too.
I had a Twitter. I think I joined in 2013.
I was 2013.
Yeah, on my old Twitter.
Right.
Which you'll
That was all early. Y'all was tweeting in high school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when I
sounds
was the
dangerous.
most on Twitter.
Sounds very
Yeah.
dangerous.
I wasn't really doing anything.
I would
Yo.
get in a lot of trouble.
I'm glad there was no Twitter. when I
Dude,
was
you
in
didn't even understand Yik Yak. That was
That was
dangerous. Oh my,
dangerous.
that was anarchy. That was literally the
Yeah.
purge, bro.
Is that an app?
That-
It's
it was-
Twitter, but it's anonymous.
It's anonymous Twitter
just bullying.
geolocation. So if you Yik Yak something, it was only like within a mile radius you could see it. Anonymous, it was like posting something on a board. It was basically like an automated bathroom stall that was getting graffitied. Like you could be like, this does this, like, yo, this person hooked up with this person, saw this guy smoking weed in the bathroom.
So I know somebody who worked on the building that it was like a co-working tech space that Yik Yak started out of. And when we went to look at it, they were showing us all like the different businesses that were in there. I'm like, this is Yik Yak. It's like an anonymous, messaging app. I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. And then it turned into the most toxic thing that's ever existed.
yeah, dude, like
you want, like
if you could just post secrets.
it was awful.
Yeah.
Never post secrets.
But you could get away with it. It was anonymous.
Why would you ever post a secret?
People were just lying on there.
I'm going to tell
Well,
my
yeah, of
kids
course.
one day, never post secrets.
Like, stop.
That's the rule.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready for some voicemails?
Yep.
Hey, Macrodosing crew. This is Corey from Orlando, Florida. A huge fan of the pod. I've been listening since the beginning. And so my question to you guys is, given that there are a lot of different viewpoints, opinions, and life experiences in general from with everybody on the show, if you could choose one other person and have them either go to some event or experience something of your choosing, and they're not allowed to say no, who would you pick and what would you make them do? Thanks for all you guys do.
I would take Bob Cousy and I would drop him into Game 4 of the Nets Celtics series and just see what happens.
See, I think we should.
I thought he meant on the show.
Yeah, I think he's doing it
yeah.
with people on the podcast.
Okay, got it.
But
But that too.
But LO fucking L, dog.
Poor Bob Cousy.
That's fucking.
Koozies
You got-
putting
you got-
Bruce
you
Brown
got
on a
toe
blender.
up. You got toe up.
I feel bad for Bob Cousy. Like, legitimate legend.
He's fine.
He only exists to get roasted now.
Is what
That's
it-
a good
is what it
question,
is.
though. Anybody in this room?
Yep,
Or
I'm taking Big T to any function that we have as a family, just a whole bunch of black people, dog. We have big ass cookout, dice games, card games going, rap music playing. Just me and Big T kicking it at the cookout, dog.
I bet he'd have fun.
That sounds like a great time.
Absolutely, I didn't say it's a bad thing.
Then we
Kick it,
jump.
dog. And then we jump his at no. No, that'd be fun. That'd be fun.
That would be fun. I'd love to go.
Did Billy just invite himself?
Yeah.
I think
The
he
cookout?
did, bro. Low key. Low key.
I have two.
Okay.
I want to put Big T back in college and have 18-year-old Big T drunk at a frat party.
That's a crime.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, groomer.
Sorry, I didn't do anything with him.
Just have a whole bunch of Disney movies playing at the
Yeah.
party.
And then I would probably have, honestly, it could be all of you. Probably Billy, though, I would say. Just be a girl for a week.
Yeah, a week. Billy as a girl for a week I would be fascinated.
Yeah.
He would really gain a lot of perspective.
That's what the goal, just a perspective thing.
I would love to see the takes Billy would have about guys.
Yeah.
After a week spent
Actually,
as a woman,
in
like a very attractive woman.
There's actually some very interesting Reddit threads of women who
Say less.
transition to men fully, and it's very interesting to talk about their reactions to testosterone and being in a male gender role, how people interact with you in the world, and all the things that they discovered, like how basically most people are very emotionally cold to you. I'll find the post. It's actually fascinating about it. And yeah, I mean, I'd be down like from like just to see what it is, like
just to see like a day to day.
Would I be hot?
Yeah, you could be hot.
Sweet.
You can be hot, so you can
That's
be like
a cheat
objective.
code.
No,
that's
but
a cheat code.
No, but like hot, so you like get objectified. And you have to see what that's like.
I think you would take.
Well, I know what it's like to be objectified. I sit next to Joey and Pat.
Oh, that's true.
But you would also get very annoyed. I think at the same time.
How?
Being a girl, just
existing.
Yeah,
dudes are fucking horrible, bro.
Dude, but they're like
one thing.
Like we are the reason why there's 2 different bathrooms.
One thing I learned.
That's insane, dog.
One thing I learned is it's definitely different, but when I was in college and I had a broken leg and I had to like use crutches to get around everywhere, seeing what was that look, Billy?
Are you saying that like being a girl would be like losing a third leg?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that when I was on crutches and I was very slow getting around, and obviously like it was.
Are you saying women are physically inferior?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the level of empathy that I was shown on a daily basis was like off the chart. It was crazy. People were so nice to me all the time. People would like hold doors and like wait for me for a long ways away and like help me with like picking shit up at my desk if I needed help. Everybody was like super, super helpful. And then you go to no longer having a broken leg and you're like, wow, people are just really cold to dudes all the time. Just like it's every man for himself out there.
Handicap PFT is just like being a woman.
No,
I said it's different.
Are you saying women are handicapped?
I said the overall point was I feel like people just need an excuse to be nice to people sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in those writings they talked about, one of the most fascinating was how a woman transitioning was like she was on the subway and she'd been taking testosterone replacement therapy or testosterone therapy for about 6 months. She all of a sudden started to get crazy violent or sexual thoughts about everyone on the train.
Yeah. I don't like,
right.
I think you just experiencing like, or like speaking of the subway, like having to think about where to sit on the subway, or double thinking everything.
People giving up their seat
I think
for
about
me?
No,
shit.
not that one.
No, I think about that shit too, because like I got 2 daughters, but I also have a sister and a mom, and like I always think about it shit as how it's like I don't think anything about like, man, I gotta go run to the store late night or whatever, right? Let's go grab something, whatever. They have to think like, is it safe? Like if I walk to my car, like is it like they have to think about that shit all the time, every day, and it's like even more so, like not even more so, this is less, but I was playing Valorant the other day, as I often do nowadays. And there was a girl on one of our teams, and she just spoke. She was giving comms for what was going on in the game. And the dudes in our team just started being crazy, like they've never heard a woman talk before. Like, oh, you have titties, baby. Hey, can I look at them? It's like, bro, what the fuck is wrong? I'm like, bro, please mute them. Like, I apologize for my sex on behalf of all these idiots, bro. That shit's crazy that they had to deal with that shit.
By the way, Matt, I have no doubt that it's definitely a very different worldview and there's different things you have to deal with. But like, you really think I'm no, I need to see that to be more tolerant towards women?
And I was just about to say, I'm not doing this to you because I think you are like the most sexist on this podcast or anything like that. But I think being 22 or 23 and seeing it, like, I think that would change a lot of things.
Who's the most sexist on the podcast?
I don't think any of you guys. I think actually being the only girl on a podcast with 6 dudes, like, you guys couldn't be less sexist towards me. So
thank you, Mad Dog, for the round of applause.
Do you ever feel like any of us mansplain to you? Because sometimes I feel like
you do, but it's okay.
I would love Billy to be female for a week, just strictly for the takes that he would have,
or
the fascinating insights he would have into men when he
also
came back.
I think it would be interesting to see Billy like be a girl and then come back and then be like, dude, boobs are so great. Like, pull some.
I feel like by, let's say I was a girl and I was in that situation, I'd realize that they like strain your back or something.
Right.
That's the perspective you want me to have. So now I'm confused.
I just want Billy to have a little bit of perspective from my side, because I feel like if you're like PFT, Arian, Coley's age, you just have a little bit more life experience in general, and like Coley has children, and Arian have children.
I think Billy would be like, you know what? Not having like a dick and balls, I just ride a bike everywhere. It's
Yeah.
awesome. It's so much more comfortable.
You know how much toilet paper we save when we pee compared to them? We're low key saving the planet.
Dicks are more efficient.
But that's not a you thing. I could pin that on anyone.
Just because I need the experience.
Just because I think
You're so hung up on
Yeah.
this.
No, but I don't understand.
I
I
think
think
any-
why do you
I don't
want
think
me
she
to
was-
be the woman?
I want.
I don't think she was calling you out.
No,
I
I
don't think she was.
I could be. It could be Avery. It could be Big T. It could be any of you guys. Also, this is more for any 23-year-old man listening to this podcast. Like, this could be for any of you.
I hope that when
which
Billy
week
becomes
is
when you become a woman, you're on your period.
Yeah,
I-
which week
you know
is
what?
it?
Put it.
Can I be
put it-
ovulating?
Yeah. No, don't. You're not ovulating. You're
I
on
feel
your
like that's when
period.
it's fun.
Billy's gonna be on his period for the week that he's a woman.
Yeah, you'd be menstruating, and then Billy would be
I
like,
think ovulating would be a tougher test if Billy's horned up to the max.
No, but if
Dealing with societal, expectations.
but Billy having to like
if Billy's
Billy
menstruating,
having to like go to Target and buy tampons for the week that he's a woman.
he'd also be like, it sucks. My max was like so much lower because I had less iron.
My iron's so low this week.
yeah, that'd be wild.
All right, good question.
Anybody else?
I didn't. Get
I
to
would
give
I would take PFT to the bank and have him withdraw all of his money and give it to me.
So Arian's got the 900 credit rating. He's giving cars to people on bets and shit.
No.
He won
Cars
that
were
bet.
given to me.
The cars were
Yeah,
given
he
to
won
you.
that bet.
Yeah.
Have you gotten that?
It's not gonna be done till like the summer,
Got it.
just in time.
Big
if
T,
I'm being honest.
what's your answer?
I want the rich socialists on this show. There are multiple. You can pick who they are.
I am not a socialist.
Okay. Or communist, whatever.
Those are not the same
Okay.
things whatsoever.
Okay. One rich communist and another rich left-leaning ideologically to go live in Venezuela for a few weeks and then see how bad we hate America.
I mean,
I would love to.
also in Venezuela,
I might do that anyway.
they're under like a military type regime where it's like a dictatorship.
Yeah, I think they're all locked up right now
There's
since COVID.
There's a lot of bad stuff going on in Venezuela.
How many capitalistic dictatorships do you know of?
Dictatorships, there are several. Like when you're talking about like if there's a dictatorship, I don't think that you can necessarily have pure capitalism, just like you can't have pure communism.
We don't
under a
have
dictator.
pure capitalism.
We don't like the police. Like
Right.
as I was talking about earlier,
We live in a
police
in a
institutions
socialist
are
society.
Yeah.
Far too much so, I agree.
What? I just remembered I'm bankrupt because I got hungry.
Do you really not have any money?
No,
Are you
He
really
did
back-
show me his bank app. It said $0.
How do you not have any money?
Why-
because the
why-
state of West Virginia went into my bank account over the weekend, took everything. Meaning,
Classic
like,
West Virginia.
woke up to a text on Sunday morning minus couple grand, and I was like, ah.
Taxation is theft, Billy. Get on the train.
And also, I have a lot of expense reports that haven't been paid out yet,
Okay.
which I also would go on a rant about, but I enjoy being employed.
Do you have a
So we
credit
don't have free
card?
speech at this company, is what you're saying.
I think you should. Oh, we can talk about it as a. I'm not. No, people are doing their jobs. I do have a credit card, but it only has a.
Congrats.
That also took a hit because I had to pay that. No, I'm
You
not
got no money
complaining
back?
about real lifing. I'm not asking for money either. I just wanted to say I declare bankruptcy.
until
like-
we get paid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I can
Go for it.
survive. I have tons of food. I'll make it. If I can survive in the wild. No, I have tons of food at home.
Yeah, you want some of my survival soup?
No,
This is actually
I'm-
the exact scenario.
They're actually like, as to be like real conversation, there are people who are way less fortunate than me. I'm not trying to take the piss. I just wanted to do the Michael Scott joke.
Is that a British term? Take the piss?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Billy's
Why
a
is
legal
that
file.
in your why is that in your lexicon, fam?
I'm an MI6 sleeper cell.
He's been watching a lot of soccer.
Espionage. I don't know about you, Billy. I'm
I
not
really
gonna
hope
watch
I'm
it.
a sleeper. Take the piss is valid term.
More voicemails?
Yep.
Oh, I was
Did
watching.
everybody go?
Actually, you know why I
You
said
didn't
take
go.
the
Oh yeah.
piss?
Does anybody have any other ones?
I would want to take Maddie and make her a dude for the
Uh-huh.
day
Yeah. Saw that one
in
coming.
high school.
Yeah.
No, actually, I want to make you a 13-year-old boy
Okay.
All right.
who's hitting puberty.
Okay.
See how that's like.
Probably not fun. Okay. Everyone? Anyone?
Yep, let's go. Next one.
Okay.
What's up, all you beautiful people? This is Sam from Pittsburgh. You'll see different movie memorabilia go for like exorbitant prices at auction, like the ruby red slippers from The Wizard of Oz, or like Darth Vader's helmet, or something like that. But what is the one piece of movie memorabilia that you would want to own? Thanks. Love you guys.
It's a good question. Movie memorabilia.
I've got mine.
Go off.
The it's not a pickaxe, the rock hammer from Shawshank Redemption.
Oh yeah.
That's actually
what's that
fire.
called? It's not.
I would take the Bible from Shawshank, but that's just me. I appreciate the good word, maybe a little bit more than you do, but that's fine.
Well, that Bible
take the
was
weapon.
defaced.
You take the weapon.
Oh my God, we're idiots! Isn't it? Is the hammer called Shawshank? Called a Shawshank, or is that the name of the prison?
I think it's in prison, but I
Okay,
could
my
know
bad.
something.
Could be both.
I thought it was a rock hammer. In the movie, they were calling it like a rock
Yeah,
hammer.
rock
Okay.
hammer, I think is what he
Why did I
says.
thought it was
There's-
like a special hammer?
There's two. You either take Iron Man's suit or you take the game ball from The Longest Yard.
Wait. So we get it like it was in the movie.
Yeah, it's like the
Yeah,
movie
Limitless.
prop.
Limitless pill.
Good answer.
Stick that in your trophy case.
Yeah.
Oh, we could do fictional memorabilia.
Yeah, and we get it.
Sure, why not?
I'm living
Oh,
on
boy,
Pandora.
Here we go. Yeah,
I'm living
that
on
was-
Pandora.
But you can't
I'm
live there. You have
It's
to.
not really the same thing, but we'll allow
He
it.
gets the whole planet.
Yeah, you just get the planet?
Billy gets to take a fucking made up pill, but I can't go live on another planet. What are we
So
talking
you get the whole
about, dude?
planet.
So you want the planet?
No, I get to share it with its inhabitants and the nature around it.
No.
See?
You can only pick
Fucking
one.
colonizer.
But that's not memorabilia. That's just
Yeah, no, if we're going
memorabilia.
memorabilia, it can't be the Limitless pill.
Okay. But
I thought the concept was you can have whatever.
No,
It's-
it's like
okay,
a prop,
my-
movie prop.
like how
okay.
the ruby red slippers from Wizard of Oz.
Okay, all right.
I would take Arian
that.
Foster's hands from draft day. 'Cause
They're
so
bruised.
So many.
Listen, they're bruised. He just beat the shit out of some guy.
Who that?
Your character. You were sliding in the draft because you got into a
Ray-
scrap.
Ray Jennings. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you run up on Ray Jennings the wrong way, something might happen to you. It is what it is.
But it wasn't a kid. Grown man.
It's a grown man, just like you. Let's see.
I want to be a Brown.
Just like you, Pop. Said no one ever.
Hey.
Have we talked about Baker, the Baker debacle? Well, it's too late in the podcast to start that.
The
that whole
statue
segment.
The statue
or
or
the whole thing.
or him yelling at people in cubicles.
Just everything.
Yeah, that's
but
all.
Wait, what happened? Oh, yelling cubicles.
Mike Stud.
You know, my favorite movie, everything's digital, so there's nothing real from that movie that I can have. So I think if I'm going to have one, it's Morpheus's glasses from The Matrix.
Ooh.
What you said about Avatar is not true, though. You could have like the tank or something.
I don't know what to think.
Okay, but there are
That was-
things.
Wait, but when you
that's
said
a-
the Iron Man suit,
That wasn't a real thing. The tank
That's
wasn't
a
real.
physical thing.
I would
But it wasn't. It wasn't real. It has to be real, right?
Yeah, it's like a. It's,
I think you don't think that was a real prop?
The tank that was digitally.
No, I got a better one. The Batmobile from Dark Knight.
Oh, good one.
I see. I was thinking like a vehicle as well. I don't know if I want the Batmobile. I would want like the Bat, like motorcycle he has
Yeah,
that
that's
you
sick.
physically can't flip.
Impractical.
That's my biggest qualm with being on a motorcycle currently is that I know I'd flip it, but that one can't flip.
But the
So I'm all in on
Or
that.
or any dope ass car from any Fast and the Furious. That'd be fire too.
Yeah.
I'd want the Titanic
Yeah, I was thinking something
Get
like
it.
a house.
from Titanic, and then I would sail it in the exact same path as the Titanic.
Just high step.
Yep. Titanic 2, bitch. Running it back. It's my
Dude, yeah,
passion.
dude,
Except you'd swerve it.
the Dark
Yeah.
Knight Batmobile is sick.
I would
Yeah,
take
I mean, honestly, the new Batmobile and the new one might be like the best practical car, like for a human.
Practical.
Yeah, I don't mean best Batmobile. I was
It's just a
shocked when I
just
saw
a
it.
Corvette.
Yeah.
It's a
Right, that's what I
modified
mean.
muscle card, yeah.
Oh, I got it. The cane from that all white dude from Jurassic Park with the little mosquito frozen in the sap. That would be fire to have.
I was trying to think Jurassic Park.
The original Jurassic Park.
Yeah. I was trying to think like
Or what? Oh, that Jeep. That Jeep was kind of fire too.
strong.
The Ford Explorer. Is that the one that you're talking about?
I thought it was a
it's
Jeep.
not technically. It's not a Jeep. Like
It's not.
everyone's remade them to be Wranglers, but I don't think the original one was actually a Wrangler. I think it was like a Bronco or something.
No, I think it was a Ford Explorer that followed the path like all the way through the park, right?
That was a Jeep, bro.
Oh, is it?
It's a
I'm
Jeep.
looking it up right now. This is starting to, which one? The ones from the ride or the one they can go off-roading in when they find the Triceratops poop?
No, I'm talking about the ones that you take all throughout the park on the
green
path.
one.
I think they're
don't think
old
those-
Ford.
They're Ford Explorers, yeah.
Yeah. See, I was talking about the ones where they go off-roading. That's a Jeep.
Right.
Like where they
Yeah,
go
it
look
is.
for everybody,
Mhm.
like this one. That's
Yeah,
the
it is.
Jeep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just great
I
cars
was-
in that movie.
Good American
were-
muscle.
If it were real, like the actual footprint, like the T-Rex footprint, if I could get that fossilized, that would be a nice like display piece.
Dude, a skull would be great.
Take it back. Michael Jackson's jacket in the Thriller video.
Ooh.
Oh.
The red one or the one the little Letterman jacket he's
What
wearing.
about
Either
his
one.
glove?
Fire. I'm cool off of that.
Or Eddie Murphy's entire leather suit from the stand-up. Was that Delirious or Raw?
I believe it was Raw.
I actually
I think these both. The lyrics was. Let's see. Hold on.
I kind of take that back because there's no way that I'd be able to pull that off. I would look so fucking stupid in that thing.
Can I have
It was Delirious too. It was Delirious was the red one.
Oh, Brad Pitt's helmet in Troy. It's pretty badass.
You know what I was obsessed with? I was obsessed with Tom Cruise's helmet in Top Gun, the Maverick jump.
Yeah, that's sick.
I love that. I love that helmet. Speaking of which, isn't that Top Gun 2 coming out?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, it is coming out on Friday.
I will be watching.
Oh, is that soon?
Can't wait.
Oh, it's coming out Friday?
I believe so.
Oh, my mom's just driving down for my son's birthday. We finna get it in.
Might have to make a whole night of it. Might do Top Gun, then the Rangers game.
I've never seen Top Gun, the first one.
Oh, you haven't?
I haven't seen
really?
a lot.
When Billy
you
makes you a
love it.
13-year-old boy, you can do that.
Yeah.
Wait, why are we talking? Why are we talking about the helmet from Top Gun? We just take Maverick's plane, his
You
jet.
can't operate a
His
plane.
F-14B Tomcat.
Yeah, you just put it in your front lawn.
Yeah, no, that's what I want.
Dude,
Actually, I want
honestly,
Yeah.
I don't know if you really know
Against HOA.
planes. Name 3 pre-Korean War planes.
that. Okay, the P-51 Mustang, the Mitsubishi Zero, and the Spitfire.
Damn.
Dude,
You
that's-
just
okay.
got
I should have said.
destroyed.
I should have just said
Oh,
American. I should have said
my
American
God.
planes because I
But you
thought.
didn't.
Okay, all right.
Didn't.
Name
the
3
B-52.
Hold on. Got
Stratofortress.
KO'd. You got
Name
KO'd.
3.
Billy.
We gotta end
Billy.
right there.
Billy,
We
you
gotta
got
No.
you got fucking mopped up, dog.
That was it.
You got
Dude,
mopped.
no. He
Not only
named-
did,
he
I don't
named
think
the
he
hits.
took a breath in between.
I want to know. What I really want to say is
goalposts.
name 3 fighter
I would
planes
say
pre
Move
Boeing.
these goalposts.
I would say a United.
No, fuck that. Sorry, Billy. Dude, he named 3. That doesn't count because he
Why
named
not?
3 different countries. I meant to say
You
American
didn't-
planes
but you didn't
pre-Korea.
say that.
Did it?
I outlined the criteria, but what I meant to say, well, Billy, you are hilarious.
Billy
man.
goes, I don't
You got-
think you know about planes. And then I just shoved 3 planes up his ass.
Yeah, I think it was more impressive that he went
Don't
to different countries.
don't shove vehicles up my ass,
Yeah.
pedo.
Oh God.
Here we go.
See, that's a likely response. That's totally fine.
God, Billy, I didn't want to have to body you up like that, but when you came after my aviation knowledge, I had to put
He
you in.
zipped you up.
He flies planes every night, dog. What is you smoking?
Yeah, Billy, you don't even know how to land planes.
Dude, because the thing is,
Billy,
he's a
can
new-
you name 3 American fighter pilots from pre-career?
fighter planes? Yeah, the P-47 Thunderbolt. I'm not going to use the Mustang, the Corsair, and I'm going to go with one more, which
Yep, that'll make
is
3.
the
This is
no.
the question you supposedly were
Oh,
going
no.
well,
to
because
ask.
the P-51's the most obvious one. I said fighter planes. Fighter planes,
You
not
said that,
bombers.
You said that after.
Not
You said
bombers.
after.
No, shit. She said fighter planes. That's a different question.
Obfuscate. Y'all are letting them. This is obfuscation. You got it. One more plane to name, buddy.
I know.
And I am going to go with one more.
And the Tomcat.
The Tomcat
Cool.
is what Tom Cruise flew in Top Gun, which is decidedly post Korea.
What are you? Wait.
The F-14
Yeah,
B
I said
Tomcat.
Oh no!
No. But that's an updated Tomcat named after the original Tomcat.
The F-14
I really want Billy to be right.
Tomcat.
No, I really want.
Yep.
I don't.
Yep. The
I can't have him taking two L's in a row like that.
Yep.
I couldn't.
The Grumman F-45. There's the Hellcat.
Keep going, Billy. The F-14 was the first of the American teen series fighters, which were designed incorporating air combat experience against MiG fighters during the Vietnam War.
The
bitch.
F-45.
First flight.
The Grumman. It's a Grumman plane.
Billy, shut up. The Tomcat.
The Tomcat. There's many Tomcats.
Yes,
there's many iterations of the Tomcat.
The first flight of the F-14 Tomcat was in 1970.
Dude, I'm talking about.
No.
It's a tough scene.
Okay.
Damn.
I was talking about the Grumman F-45 Wildcat.
Okay, that's
which
not
are
what
meta
I was-
There's a Hellcat. There's a Tomcat.
no.
I could have just said the P-51 Mustang, but I'm not a pussy.
I was talking about the Jaguars.
Oh no, that's tough. Billy.
Wait.
No, you gotta take it out. Just take it out. It's okay.
Fell
It's
off
okay.
the cliff.
The Tomcat.
You can't keep grabbing branches.
He said name 3, and you took all of his 3,
Billy-
so he had nothing else to
Billy-
go.
No, I didn't. Wait. There's
Billy,
another.
explain to me the difference real quick between the F-35 and the F-22.
I didn't realize.
It has to
This
do.
is
it has
way-
to
I
do
can't
with-
believe
way
Billy
out of
picked
my-
the one
this is
thing
way
that
out of my
PFT
wheelhouse.
apparently knows
They're-
so
they
well.
have- No, the thing is,
Everybody knows a Tomcat.
This guy knows planes,
Dude,
man.
the Tomcat.
Everybody-
their radar
everybody
detection
does not know the
systems and their
Tomcat.
weapons delivery.
No, explain in layman's terms. Why is the F-35 the new airplane that the United States has sunk so much?
Their
money into?
weapons detection. Their
You
radar.
can say that about any plane, though.
Dude, that's soft. I just proved you wrong.
No, you didn't.
I told you their weapons delivery systems and their radar detection.
What's difference about their?
brother.
What's the difference between their weapons delivery systems?
The F-35, I'm pretty
fans,
sure, can
Elon.
deliver nuclear weapons.
I think that the big difference, Billy, is that the F-22 is designed to be strictly, mostly used in air to air.
But
I'm explaining exactly what the difference is. The F-35 was designed so that we wouldn't have to have so many different models of planes. It would be an all-in-one strike force against air to ground
everything I
targets
said encompasses
and air
that.
to air
Everything I
targets.
said encompasses that.
That was a tough
I'm
scene.
sorry that I know way more about planes than you.
Yeah,
You
so-
just got into planes.
I've been into planes.
You just got into planes.
All right, well-
I've
Oh, I
been
forgot
into
he does
planes.
He already knows
planes
more.
now.
I know a lot about planes. I'm pretty much the biggest plane expert.
I think
that
I could
know.
name more World War II fighter planes than you can.
Hold on, you already lost one time. I think you just
Twice.
I didn't lose
Oh, you
twice.
did
We're
lose
doing
twice.
it. It's a best
Yeah.
of 7.
Well, you owe 2 right
you're
now.
down.
Clay.
Yeah, you're
Billy,
down.
you
to
lost
two.
on
Down
court.
2-0.
Billy, why were the
lost on court.
Mitsubishi Zeros? Why were they such tough
They're
planes
shitty
for us to deal with?
No, they were shitty. They were made out of balsa wood, and the reason why they're so tough is because they didn't give a fuck about them and just used them as kamikaze planes.
Well, the answer is you touched on it a little bit with the balsa wood. They were so much lighter and they were more maneuverable, so they could in a dogfight scenario they could outmaneuver a lot of our planes because
Right, but they were
so light.
trash as soon as they got hit. The
Right,
thing is
right,
they could
yes.
produce more of them and send more people in them. The maneuverability didn't really help until they got a lock on them because they only had to get 2 shots on them and they burned.
It did help.
People would burn alive. They had no ejection.
I'm aware. I'm
They
just
didn't
saying
even give them
it was light.
parachutes.
It was light.
It
so you
wasn't a
could
problem. It was
maneuver around.
actually it was more numbers, to be honest. It was the numbers of planes they would send.
If you found yourself in a one-on-one guns only dogfight against a Mitsubishi
like
Zero,
6, because they would maneuver 6
it
of
would
them.
be tough. If you got a shot on them, that's good.
No,
but
dude,
they could get under
you're-
6.
I mean,
Get under 6. A Mitsubishi Zero would be all over Billy's
no,
6.
it's
I-
You wouldn't even know
no,
what's
there'd
going
be
on.
like 6 Mitsubishi
think-
6s.
Come meet me in the skies, Billy.
Do you know what? I will. I fucking will. I'm gonna download this game and I'm gonna go shoot you down.
Yeah, you don't know.
I'm gonna
you
hunt
don't
you
even
down.
know the difference
I'm gonna
between
hunt you down.
ILS and the standard navigation system.
Oh, do you know the difference?
yeah, of course I do.
Just explain it.
ILS is used for instrument-only landings and poor visibility. It guides you to the runway. Whereas if you're flying visually using your standard navigational system, then you go to waypoint by waypoint and you can navigate to the landing strip visually. ILS is designed to be used at nighttime and bad weather, so you don't have to have all those visual contact points. Bitch.
That was insane.
All right, sorry to body Billy up
Dude,
so
you know what?
badly.
I'm gonna Red Baron your ass.
Okay. Whatever.
That was Alabama versus like Canada.
That isn't even true. That's like the thing is I'm going off of he's been drilling for a week and I'm just going off the cuff.
Way longer than that, buddy.
Sometimes it's alright to admit your L's, dog. It's alright.
I've been taking too many L's recently.
He's bankrupt.
You took like 12 in a row.
I only have one eyebrow.
That was Mayweather just handing them out.
It's a long story.
All right. That does it for this week's Macrodosing. We'll see you guys on Thursday, and we'll talk draft day on Thursday. So the assignment for everybody in this room is watch draft day, the
I
movie.
love that movie.
I'm not gonna watch
Will
it.
do.
I'm not gonna watch movies suggested by people on this podcast. Fuck off.
I like that movie.
What is this rock movie that we've been watching this whole time?
What?
This Dwayne the Rock mute.
Oh, it was Con Air for a while.
But then after now, Dwayne the Rock Johnson's on there, and he's been in strip clubs and stuff,
I'm not sure.
and a casino.
Sounds awesome though.
Sounds like Walk Hard.
It's been very distracting, which is why I couldn't name all the planes.
Yeah,
at the
definitely.
that's why I said Tom Cat and Hellcat, because there was casinos, strippers, and stuff.
It's tough.
All right. Well, we will see you guys on Thursday. Love you guys.